So where we were from last session is the PCs are...
failed interrogation on...
I wouldn't say failed. You're making decisions. You're forming hypotheses. They're currently squatting at, was it Althea Montrose's apartment in London?
I wouldn't say squatting.
We're eating her food out of her fridge.
I think they're trying to investigate her research materials, actually.
Yeah.
We're trying to put ourselves in her shoes.
The PCs were probably about close to about 5 p.m. now. Had grilled some of the individuals, some of the curators at the British Museum. It's ultimately where the PCs want to go from here. There's very little information about how any of this is connected with Stonehenge, other than Althea Montrose had some suspects in mind. However, it seems like she was delusional for the last few days, possibly brought on by the milk of the black goat of the woods.
And it could be nobody, because, I mean, there's been people that looked at paintings and...
Yeah.
But it was always somebody that made the painting, though.
Yeah, I started to suspect the guy we were talking to, that guy who said he was investigating himself and stuff like that. We don't have any idea who if anybody at the library is a cultist, but he was that head guy we were talking to.
It was
Not the
painful.
guy we were grilling.
Yep.
Stopping for him. So, we need to figure out a way to figure out what's
Otherwise, I'll say that
what is it?
We could always tell
Barton
you.
is with you for the week. You guys can inform him about what you think regarding suspects or people, places, how this is connected with the Stonehenge or the other locations inside of London or Great Britain area.
What day is today?
It's the 22nd.
In real life or in game time?
No, I'm assuming she's talking out of game.
Yeah, in real life, I can remember.
I'm willing to go down to the library, pretend like I'm not part of the Obduro group, and try to do some investigating. Maybe take somebody, say, like, professor with me. How do they know you're part of Obduro now?
Yeah.
Now, mind you, Althea Montrose was working for the London Library, but she was actually doing work for the British Museum just recently as a restorer and translator of ancient tomes.
Translator of ancient tomes. That sounds like me.
She was also working on a particular book, but the PCs can inform you of that, surely, given how much information they've shared thus far.
So Sarah Altera, but did we find it?
You've not found it.
It's missing, along with Dr. Carl Mint. He is also missing.
But Dr. Carl Mint has been missing for
What, 2 weeks?
2 weeks now, and they already had brought in a replacement curator for the time being. O'Donnell? What's his last
For
name?
O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Christopher O'Donnell.
Not the Robin from Batman.
That's the guy we drilled and unsuccessfully.
I wouldn't say
That's
We harassed.
There we go.
Harassed.
The previous two sessions, you got 2 and 2 points.
Jim opened up a cabinet and then slammed it and walked away down the corridor.
And yelled lame.
Actually, I
Some
think you walked into
accomplishment
a closet. I listened.
The broom closet? He said I found a broom closet, so I did.
Yep. As I described before, they're in a large open area,
Open.
and he wanted to slam a door.
3 points and 2 points, or 2 points and 2 points the previous two sessions?
2 and 3.
2 and 3. And how many days would you say went by? Oh, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks and then
This is
2
the start of
weeks.
our 3rd week. So
Yep.
we already did one pay period.
It's 2 weeks and 3 days. Because the PCs were 2 days into the next week, and then they spent the night at Althea's going through her research materials.
I guess I should ask you the question. How do I get money? I didn't see anything in the book about
Oh.
allocating points for money.
I'll assume that you at least have $2,800 that you can work with.
Okay.
Beyond that, the PCs have access to a lot of equipment that you can't buy on the open market. So you can ask them prior, and I'll assume this happened beforehand. So anything in Ultratech, generally up to TL6, there's only a few items that are kind of around the same time period that might not be available.
Then good, I got a rocket gun.
Okay.
Can't go wrong with a rocket gun.
It just sounds fun.
The Sarah Alteria had... Was that the one that had those spells like Wrath and
Oh, yeah.
summoning the Lord of the Woods?
Supposedly,
Yeah.
There's
And
some really bad
Wrath
stuff.
afflicts people and gives them like sickness and boils their blood. So whoever's got that, it's gonna be the main boss.
They're the one that's out there killing the prisoners for sacrifice, right?
We don't know that for sure, but yes.
We don't know that for sure yet.
We don't know if the two are interconnected.
Have we investigated where the Stonehenge is? Has anybody been to Stonehenge?
We haven't done that. We just because if we would have waited, Montrose would have died. So we went straight to our house. Thank God we did because we didn't him and off for once. And
Feel free to interject at any point in time and ask questions.
we have not. We
PCs
decided
are
to go straight.
apparently very tight-lipped.
We are?
I guess we went straight to the Althea first, which we did. So we decided to stick around London. Nothing so far.
Have we tried to categorize and search her apartment to organize all her research materials?
It's all in disarray right now. We haven't done any.
Let's
type of
organize it.
category.
And by the way, I brought a new guy from the Brooklyn group. His name is
Barton.
Barton.
Welcome, Barton.
You're gonna go crazy. The last guy went crazy, and he became a chick.
That's the
Oh,
thing.
yeah. I thought you were talking about the guy before that lost his legs and became some sort of weird crypt creeper.
No, I'm talking about
Then-
Francois.
Then he had legs grown for him,
I
and
thought
then
you were talking
my
about
God,
Daniel, who opened up like a portal to Silent Hill or something
So
like
we've
that.
lost a few fellow investigators.
there's been some
I'll say.
riffraff
Just
and
be
some
careful.
Got my rocket gun.
You won't need it right now.
yeah. And I believe one PC had tried it in the past, but the G.U.R.P.S pistol is not the weapon that you want to shoot someone in the leg to take them alive with.
So,
It happened before. Somebody's like, I'm going to do a non-lethal G.U.R.P. The G.U.R.P.'s like a 30 millimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocket
so
boat
they
slung.
explode on impact, right?
No, they
Nope,
don't.
they
just
don't.
They keep burning.
They keep burning.
For a set amount of time or something?
Sure.
Sure.
They have enough force to rip somebody's limb off if they hit well enough.
Do you have the?
Horrible
Come with the
weapons,
dog
they're
with
not
me?
intended
'Cause
for
I would like to know
humans,
about
but
this
they've
cat.
been used on humans
This
before.
kid before he gets too far deep.
Well,
Evidently, you are older than I am, so
I am?
maybe
Oh.
from the
38.
picture.
No, 38. Yeah.
Random
Maybe just
gen.
qualifies as meat for the grinder.
No.
We're supposed to bring him along.
Enthusiasm.
That's what the
Did
head of
Nathan
the
Dweller
organization
give you a red shirt?
Hey, doesn't Scott.
Steve didn't tell him about the red shirts.
said. All right. So let's go into the apartment where this lady was poisoned.
That's
Try to
currently where the
organize all
PCs
our
are
bases.
staying. They stayed here last night. There's enough room in here, but everyone lays on the floor and ultimately takes shifts at the door waiting
No, I
for
have to
something
go to
horrible
bed.
to...
I'm a light sleeper.
So the professor needs the bed.
So did anyone look into the old curator? Anything?
He's
We already
missing.
did. Well, yeah.
Well, I got that.
But the
That's
Has
what they
anybody
looked
been to his
into.
apartment?
huh?
Has anybody been to his apartment? His
No.
domicile?
We went straight to the
We-
museum
Yeah, we
afterwards.
first went to the museum.
First, we thought he was dead because somebody told us there was an obituary, but it was
Yep.
quickly recanted.
I said there was an obituary. There's in fact not an
She
obituary.
was concerned about Adair Merriweather's dealings with the British Museum, but we talked to him and he says that he's the one that told her to stay out of it. They think that there's like inner workings involved. So then we talked to Christopher O'Donnell and he was a butt. And then some random looky-loo named...
Apparently some people don't respond well to the Batman or Columbo. What are you working on there? I'm restoring this thing from a particular ocean. Like, things, right?
Takes a magnifying
So you got like a
glass
little
and
duster
look
thing.
close.
Don't
What do you do with the dust? You just throw it in the normal trash? Or does it have to go in some sort of special trash?
He was already antisocial and didn't want us down there.
Okay.
Jeffrey Davies, we met. He had knowledge about dark fairies in the Black Barrow, but I guess there's a lot of
He's a
knowledge
skeptic.
like that. Yeah, he just thinks that they're myths. However, we
I
just
also have
totally
pictures for the PC
sit
or
there.
pictures for the NPCs if you'd like to look at them.
All of them look guilty.
Sure, so some of them, please.
Well, I think
Alright.
I'll go check out this guy's apartment if you guys know where it
Okay,
is.
first rule is we
I
never
agree.
go anywhere alone.
Rocket pistol.
No, the rocket
That's
pistol's
just
going.
not considered, that's
No.
not considered to be a friend.
The protocol and the actuality of what happened may be different.
We try to go everywhere as a group.
Let's
So
organize
let's go.
this apartment first for me because it will make her OCD go nuts.
We should search the apartment we're at. We should organize the papers and see if there's anything extra. Then we should go to the guy's apartment that disappeared, or his house.
Then I'd say we should break into this annoying guy's apartment. Maybe some information there.
Yeah, I think I heard that before from somebody.
So we've got a couple
I should
leads we
break
can
it
do.
into
We start with
It's not breaking in if they don't have a door.
All right. So on the far right for you guys We have Adam Merriweather,
Adair Merriweather,
Jeff Davies, and Christopher O'Donnell.
Who moved up quick through the ranks.
Curator guy looks creepy. Definitely break into his apartment.
Mind you, he's the head curator. All the rest of these individuals, the other two individuals, are curators here.
Yeah.
And each one of these curators has probably about 10 to 20 interns. So there's a lot of people moving throughout the British Museum at any point in time.
Adair Merriweather told us to keep a low profile, but we told everyone about the Go to the Woods.
Yeah.
They were screaming it in the halls.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking.
I know.
The word "go to the words" did not
Watch
go
out
through
for
my lips.
snipers.
I'm gonna blame everybody but me.
That's standard Obduro protocol.
Defer
And that's when
blame to
MI5
others.
comes in and takes care of it. We are in London.
So first thing we're doing,
MI5, we lit the building on fire. Come save us.
Yeah.
we're going through the lady's apartment. We're trying to organize all our papers and see if there's something here that's been overlooked so far.
Scrounge that bad boy.
Actually, you had scrounged prior and gotten them roughly in order. Now would be research.
All right.
No investigation or anything.
You're looking through a lot of paperwork right now. I suppose if you have...
Made it by 13.
Missed it by one.
You could default to a search, or was it default to,
Yes.
I'll just go back to my original.
how do I put it?
So how
Yeah,
does she
research,
drink
yeah.
the melons?
We don't know.
You're going to need it to...
I
I
guess
think somebody probably forced her, held her down,
could
and
I look for clues as to someone?
I'll assume that
breaking
you were
in or
here
something?
when it happened prior.
How many assholes we have?
Do you have
Anytime you come
forensics?
across a skill that you think you should have and you don't, right at the bottom of your sheet to get it, like research.
Yeah.
Do you have forensics?
I do.
Okay, you can give me a forensics roll. And I'll assume you were here during the initial investigation prior to the PCs moving shit around.
So it's 14. And so
Made
8.
by 6.
Yep.
From what you could tell, it didn't look like anyone had broken in. The door seemed to be locked when you guys arrived. Hunter broke it open shortly thereafter, so it's hard to tell if there's any kind of interior damage. But it was secure. The lock was not all the windows were locked, but it doesn't look like anyone has tampered with them. They might have been able to get in without breaking anything. I can say that you dusted for prints. Other than it looks like Althea's, it didn't seem like anyone else has been in the, touching things, at least without a glove on or something akin to that.
We also checked the food before we put weird mayonnaise on our sandwich.
You started eating Althea Montrose's food, and about 15 minutes in decided to check it.
I didn't eat it.
Actually, I believe you did.
No, I ate it after we checked it.
So from what they could find, the food that they hadn't eaten seemed to be contaminant-free, at least as far as they could tell. Mind you, this is a substance that they're not familiar with, so they're not entirely sure.
And none of us had forensics.
No, some of you had forensics.
Do you have forensics?
Yep, he does.
I don't care.
Otherwise, the cups that Althea had been drinking from didn't look as though they'd been contaminated from the same substance. It seems as though she had the pattern from what they saw from a primal flare, kind of think of it like a supernatural UV light, seemed to indicate that she might have consumed it in some sort of liquid state, and it rolled down the back of her throat. There didn't seem to be any kind of struggle.
And the primal flare didn't show any vessel that contained it, right?
Yep, there didn't look like there was any vessel that had any contamination from it
Run
here.
this light in her place of work.
Well, we haven't done any of that
Haven't
yet.
done
We
that.
harassed people.
We have to wait till people leave.
Break in.
I
No, we
made my
spawned.
research roll by 13.
We got there until midnight.
Okay, we'll get to that. Otherwise, Althea didn't seem like she had any kind of signs of any kind of struggles. However, it did seem as though she had become increasingly paranoid over the last 24 hours while she was doing her research. That's where she seemed to finger Adam Merriweather and this Christopher O'Donnell as possibly being attached to a cult that needed 56 bodies to do some sort of ceremony. That it was associated with an ancient, powerful site. It didn't necessarily say Stonehenge, but Adam Merriweather did mention something about Stonehenge. So no, it doesn't look like anyone broke in here. She could have been poisoned prior. The information you got from the Order of Hermes says she could have been contaminated anywhere within the last 24 hours.
Was the milk known to be used for anything that, is defensive? Like, I'm drinking this to poison myself, but it'll keep me from dying from something else?
Potentially, it's often used to, I suppose, become more closely attuned to the dark, go to the woods. Usually that's not a good thing, but it theoretically could help protect yourself. It could have been self-inflicted.
We're not really
We're not
sure
sure.
of the effects because we've never dealt with this kind of thing, and we have no,
But
like,
the
research
chemical is a,
things for it.
was it a supernatural mutagen? Large quantities of it can cause strange changes in human biology. She might have only had a small quantity from what they could tell, and that's enough to cause delusions, paranoid, fevered dreams.
So what was she reading at the time, or what was she doing when you found her?
From the research, and that's where I can ask for the rest of you guys' research
Like
roles.
the instant you found her, what did it look like she was doing right before she
Laying in bed.
collapsed?
Convulsing.
When the PCs arrived the next day, she was laying in bed, most likely from looking through various paperwork that's been scattered around her apartment. So she most likely was incapacitated several hours, if not half of a day, prior to the PCs getting there. Otherwise, the rest of the research roles, anyone else doing research? in the
Research by
paperwork?
3,
Three.
Chris.
By 10?
By 10, okay. 10 and a 13. It looks like primarily she was looking through a tome she was restoring for the British Museum called the Sierra Altera.
Yeah, Sarah Altier.
In this book, from her other writings, seemed to indicate some sort of ritual that indeed takes 56 bodies, not necessarily alive. They can be dead and preserved. But these bodies would be spread across some sort of ancient site, Stonehenge being a possible location, and using it to summon the black goat of the woods. This creature is some sort of, I suppose, mother of monsters, a horrible dark entity from the time before man.
The Celts tried to raise it, but
yep.
the Romans.
Slaughtered
It seems as though the Celts, sometime around, I want to say the 12th or 13th century, attempted this similar ritual, and her research indicates that around the same time period, Romans had invaded and essentially destroyed the surviving cults, and nothing ever happened. The whole ritual had never been completed. Supposedly there's astral alignments that take place where only certain time frames that this ritual can be enacted. From her research, the PCs are currently living in an age where another star in the sky, displayed itself probably about 6-7 months ago. Only certain people can see it, but otherwise that might indicate that this is a time where the ritual might be
So where did the ritual take place last time?
at Stonehenge.
But it doesn't have to.
It doesn't necessarily have to.
But
The research seems to indicate it needs to be a site, a shallow, a weak point between realities, Stonehenge being one of the largest in the area.
All right.
This heavy particle detection that whatever Context gave us,
Yep.
can we rely on that to tell us that's what's going to happen?
What he had described it to be, and B has photographic memory so he can reiterate to you, is that since these heavy cross-bridge particles aren't tied to any particular dimension, you could be seeing alternate dimensions, dimensions that exist parallel to yours, potential futures, or even seeing events that happened from the past. He's fairly certain, given kind of the, I suppose, four-dimensional arch he's looking at, it's likely coming from the future, if not a possible future, but it could be a reality in which is parallel to yours, and this has already taken place. There's a lot of guesswork in this, and he says Walter Riker was the foremost expert regarding these types of particle emissions, so he's only making guesses. However, his record thus far has been pretty good.
That's why we're here. So we've gone through the
Supposedly,
apartment.
this event is not supposed to take place for another 2.5 weeks or so. The PCs decided to get here early.
For once.
So
But we
we've
left
gone-
China on the back there.
We've gone through the
And
apartment,
pigeon.
and we've organized the papers. We've done our research. And basically, we've gotten the one book reference. We haven't found anything else here. Is that correct?
She has a lot of notes about the ritual specifically and the requirements thereof. Theoretically, you could unsummon the creature, but as I described it before to Hunter, It's kind of like it's fairly simple to set up an explosive device on a large dam, and then later on we're like, well, I'm going to try to stop the dam. Once all the water's coming down, it's quite a different thing.
So it's harder to unsummon is what you're trying
It's
to
vastly harder to stop whatever is going to occur if it already starts to happen. If you get before it, it's just simple. It never goes off. You pull what the hell is it? Disarm the bomb.
say.
It's pretty simple.
Althea Montrose did have some trinkets and protective charms that I gave over to the Order of Hermes to check to see if anyone.
Althea had close to kind of a small cupboard full of occult trinkets and other things of that nature, which was handed over to the Order. From a quick visual inspection, they said it was mostly protective charms, wards, things of that nature. It seemed to be that was kind of the field that Althea primarily looked into, was wards and things of that nature. With your forensics, you actually have mythos, so you have 11 mythos. You would have found that there were elder signs on the windows and the doors. Technically speaking, some of the PCs might have not been able to open it, but Hunter kicked the door open, thus breaking the seal.
Okay.
As I said before, some of the wards protect from certain things, but it doesn't stop the cultists from necessarily breaking down the door or anything else from that. It doesn't stop demons.
My goggles, do they reveal anything in here?
Inside of her apartment, other than those small objects, not really, no.
God.
I give you
nothing-
your lens back. by
there's
the way,
nothing
and I'll do more work on it
overt.
later.
There's nothing overtly, not magical, there's nothing overtly showing that type of energy. Primal energy.
All right. Let's go to the guy who disappeared domicile, house or apartment.
Minter? Mint?
Dr. Mint?
Well, I guess first I'd like to point out, if everything goes bad and we have to stop this ritual, we should look for refrigeration units big enough to hold bodies, like a morgue, right?
All right. Store the bodies.
If they need 56 bodies, they're going to need a lot of storage, so they're
Yeah.
probably going to store them in multiple places. So if we even screw
That
up
is
one
probably
of
the
those,
linchpin of the particular ritual. Is once those are in place, it's not very difficult, providing the right location, star location, what have you. But the bodies are quite. 55 doesn't matter. It's 56 or nothing.
Or an ice house.
But you could have them.
But they don't have to be alive. They can be preserved
yeah,
bodies.
and I'm
Sure,
guessing
but
that
you could have
requires
them keep
like
them alive
freezing.
on a farm.
Freezing or some other way of
Cages.
keeping them relatively intact.
That's a good idea. That's a good angle to pursue.
Could they?
Theoretically, there's some types of mummification, kind of like what they did to what the hell is it? I want to say Stalin.
Yep.
Well, that's not as
Preserving the body.
Yep. They just can't have it overtly rotting. It has to be relatively intact.
So let's go to Mint's house, check that one, and
Yep.
then when everybody decides to go home, we'll go back to the museum and throw up a couple primal flares and see what's in there.
Sounds good.
I guess I can force entry if no one else.
So far, you guys are not sure where actually Dr. Men's domicile is.
Call the library if it's still open and talk to the head curator.
The British Museum.
Yes.
You had contacted Adair Merriweather before. He might still be there.
We'll do it
Actually,
again.
what time it is right now? Probably about 6. Let's see, he's still there.
Okay, call him, ask him for the address. And
He'll give you the address. It's not too far from here.
We may
Probably
wish
less
to
than
come into the
30 minutes. He has a small manor outside of London.
We may wish to come into the library after hours. Can we make sure that we're given passkeys from the guards or whatever?
He'll tell you that there's a Captain Darius Avery that is head of security during the night watch. He can inform him that you might be coming by during that time. But of course, he has to remind you that there are a lot of delicate and sensitive materials inside the British Museum, irreplaceable artifacts from time that he doesn't want manhandled
we
or
won't touch-
missing.
I tell him that I'm sorry for my compatriots'
Oh God! Really?
forceful ways earlier. I'm sorry that we didn't have somebody here to run herd over them, and things will be different now that I'm in the field with them.
Frank's been stealing again.
I'm sure it was
She's the one who took all the trinkets.
And I give them to the Order of Hermes.
After we harassed her about it.
That's true.
No.
She got receipts, right?
She was like, oh, you're going to take them, Jeb, so I'm going to do a preemptive.
Yeah, so that you wouldn't sell them to your guy.
Those are minor trinkets. Those have absolutely no value to me.
All right.
I'm trying to buy that hat.
We've got the address, and we've got permission to go in later on, so we're going to head over to the address.
All right. Otherwise, you guys can get, for the most part, you can find the residency. It's closer to about 6 p.m. at this point in time. You have several hours of daylight left, though. I think it's around June right now.
Yep.
Okay.
April.
April? It's not that bad.
It's
Fun-
raining.
Well, yeah. Standard British weather. So you do arrive at Dr. Mint's domicile. Dear Merriweather would say that he lives there alone by himself. His wife died probably about 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
We'll ask Hunter to throw a primal flare before we even get. There's no houses around there, right? It's a mini
Well, this
estate.
house it is a mini estate. He probably has close to about 40 to 50 acres,
Okay.
and it's kind of evenly distributed along around the house. So there are neighbors, but nobody within earshot. I mean, you could theoretically fire a small caliber weapon, and no one would ever notice.
Okay.
A lot of rock fans.
Rock guns are actually quieter than regular guns. So.
You have to make it, and the major thing is they make a different weapon. The noise profile for the G.U.R.P.S is different. You don't hear that gun sound. You hear, "Phew," which could be like some sort of large bottle rocket or other things.
There's a locker there.
There is a lot.
You do have, what is it, documentation from MI5 allowing you to have firearms in the Great Isle area, but of course that'd still be unusual if you guys bust into some place with rifles and what have you.
So I guess, can I make a forensic roll to see if this place has been broken into?
Yeah, going along the outside, it's a 2-story manor. You would imagine that it is higher up on a hill. It probably has a basement section to it. There isn't a storm drain outside, but it can give you forensics.
I'll use my monocle just to do this.
Okay.
I guess I passed by 4.
You're in a forensics roll.
Forensic roll.
I went out in this action.
Straight up, baby.
That was close.
13.
By 5.
So you're breaking up the Cthulhu dice for
Mundane rolls.
Mundane and-
Did it by 3,
all right.
boys.
Waiting
Got him
for it.
hooked. You made by 5? Okay. Altogether, you guys, I'll assume you stay within visual range of each other and slowly move around the house rather than splitting
Yes.
across in front of the manor. Like, I'm going to check out the back cellar door, which there isn't any, but there's a hedge maze in the back. You're just having fun, curious about it. No, looking over it, it seems like the property seems to be fairly locked. There does seem to be a window in the back that doesn't seem to be locked, but it doesn't look like it's jerry-rigged. It doesn't look like anyone's been on the property for any time period that you can tell, at least within the last 2 weeks. It does look like there is kind of a mid-sized Model T, an older style, that was parked here at some point in time. It is not here. There's no other vehicles. There's a, what the hell have you? A storage shed in the back, which seems to be locked from the exterior with a chain and padlock. Otherwise, there's nothing unusual about the house. There is some trash that does seem to be a bit old, but
So,
Rather than 4th century, we'll try to pick lock.
But before we go in, we might want to let the professor check the windows of the outer wells and see if there's anything that might be spiritually messed up in here.
Sure.
so for all practical purposes, it looks like he locked up and drove away.
yeah, I mean, his
I'm gonna
car
go buy
isn't
a
even
pop.
here.
Hey, you got your 2-liter in the car. Don't let me forget.
Made by 2.
It's a little warm. Don't drink it.
Overall, this is a little bit more suburban. You don't know that those areas are a little bit
She's got a drinking
softer.
problem. It's his face.
But otherwise, no. It doesn't seem like there's anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. Good. Good.
I'll
It
use the
has
monocle
happened
in the
before.
outskirts in the shed.
There's a faint image of something in a study on the first floor. It's a small object. It's hard to tell. It seems like the glass bends the light a little bit, but you probably see the size of a large pop can or something like that.
Scarlet.
Scarlet doesn't seem to say anything. She is here, though.
Okay. She just moseying around.
Yep.
Okay.
Scarlet.
My cat.
Scarlet is a hairless Egyptian cat that follows Jed around. They also have another cat named Pudding, which they have in a baby carrier, which who is carrying? The professor is.
Yeah.
You are aware that 2 of the individuals worship the cat goddess Bast and ask for her favor, and apparently they have fucking cats that go with it.
Well, that's pretty
All,
weird.
all of a sudden.
I think I
There was always one for a long time. Now we got to tag along.
Yep.
So your job done. Yeah.
One cat following me around, that's acceptable. You add another cat and a baby carrier, and that's just over the top.
A little bit.
Well, the hairless part,
A little bit. Did you tell him about all the cats you have in like
I got
the
lots of
storage
cats.
shed?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that store shed, it's a
A
warehouse.
warehouse.
And they're
Warehouse
all
full of
treated
cats.
very nicely.
He's set up a relatively unattended cat sanctuary in a large warehouse complex inside of the Brooklyn
It's
area.
attended by other
Is
bastites.
it so you can get rid of dead bodies?
I don't deal with dead bodies.
Nobody knows. Nobody questions him. He doesn't get rid of dead bodies. The cats do.
Don't touch them. When I did get rid of dead bodies, they went away for a long time. They turned to ash.
The mythos skill.
Yep.
How does that differ from hidden lore occult?
Hidden lore occult is more practical knowledge about supernatural creatures, and mythos is kind of a large fact, overarching who they are, where they come from, what's happening here. Hidden lore occult might be like, well,
Can you?
vampires are
Yes.
sensitive to being shot in the head.
Okay.
Try to read the cycle.
Just because Jolene's told me that
So, does it have a special...
Dusty, this is Trevor.
Or something, or...
Under hidden lore?
No, under mythos.
It's Trevor with a T, by the way.
No.
else
You
would it
can
be?
get a specialty if you would
Jane likes
like,
to cuddle.
Oh, okay.
but it's
Jane likes to
optional.
cuddle.
No, I
If you like
Meaning,
lemonade,
it's very hard if you have
Tea.
general.
Like
It's only
lemonade
hard if you
half
pick a
tea.
specialty.
it's a giant
And
jug.
you can
It costs
default from
a
that
buck
specialty to
tabs.
other ones at a
As
minus
opposed to
2.
the pops, it costs 75 cents.
So
So if I take...
you can have like mythos everything at a 13,
Yeah.
but you could have like
Fine.
everything about
Ours.
deep ones at a 14, and then everything else would be at a 12.
They make spines, huh?
They took this away from us. So.
did he tell
We
you?
don't sell it.
Did not. I've been gone.
Terminator. I was like, you know what? Let's get rid of it. It's too close to Terminator.
Targets.
Yep, I've been
The whole mess of different things, outer gods,
that one
supernatural
defect, you know.
stuff.
I don't know it either.
But it primarily deals with ancient times and things of that nature, old legends. So the specialty is optional. You don't have to. You could decide that you later on want to pick up a specialty for it. So where we left off is you have a new investigator with you, Branton. He's been here for the last Barton.
Not Brighton.
Timothy Barton, whatever the hell.
Timothy and Brighton. There we go.
I get names horribly wrong, and I will continue to as long as I run this game.
I called that guy George for about that for like a year.
I thought his name in real life was George, and he kept taking it as George, so I kept calling him George. One day he's like, well, it's actually Gordon. I'm like, oh, your character's name's Gordon? He's like, no, my real name's Gordon. I'm like, oh!
No, you said.
You're very polite.
You said, are you sure? Because
It says
your
in your
email
email
is saying George Alexander, and he's like, no, it says Gordon.
I looked back, he was in fact correct. I was just very fixed. So, the PCs went back, spent some time looking at Althea Montrose's files, and they had gotten the address from Adair Merriweather, the head curator, where Dr. Mint's mansion was, manor was outside of London. And the PCs are currently looking around the grounds.
And he's missing that disease.
Yep. He is missing for the last 2 weeks or so. You guys can feel free to inform him of any information, or just say like, yeah, stuff, and then move on.
Doubtful you did. But
No, we want you to throw a primal flare around the property here so we can see if there's anything around here. If you want to save it until we go inside, I understand.
Sorry.
B's here, so everything's going to be nice and dandy on the old diplomatic front.
Yeah.
You know what's sad? It's not because Steve has
It's gonna be a truck
diplomacy.
wreck.
It's because Steve, like, Jelly goes straight forward to things. Hey, can we check this one thing out? We're from, like, over here. I'm like, well, I suppose we could. Where was the arm twisting? Where was the face punching? I just asked him for the keys. He gave it to me. It's like, why? Because you're a woman? Most likely. Huh.
She's a fairly attractive young woman,
She's a fairly attractive young woman that's very intelligent in the
but
1920s.
she has no childbirthing hips.
All right. She'll make a device to slowly, kind of like the Thigh Master.
Why did they give you this information? Because boobs.
We're assuming that she looks like a Barbie doll.
Yeah, because like she's easily knocked over.
Yeah.
She's not easily knocked over. It's just she keeps getting in situations where, oh, there's a giant monster against my 9 strength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
There's a
didn't
car
you-
coming.
Didn't you have
Troll.
that?
Do I have
Skinny?
one? I think I have skinny.
Yeah.
It's worth 5 points, right?
Yep.
Steve's fault for not being
Skinny, 5 points. I got it.
6'7" and
Timothy took it too,
ripped.
so. Or Erickson, are you not
I don't
skinny in
think
this
I don't
one?
think his character is skinny in this one.
I am skinny.
Oh yes, never mind.
It's like a staple.
Yep.
Skinny.
Never comes back to get me.
Ever.
It actually worked out in my favor once.
Once.
Yeah, it didn't break through it. Yeah.
Actually,
I like that one part where she tried to stop Dr. Gravenhurst. Got
Yeah.
shoved down.
Yeah.
Take it like a woman.
How much? What?
How many points were Miser?
I think it's only 5.
Anyways, if
All
you
right.
want a primal flare, I'll throw a primal flare.
We'll wait till we go inside. There's something shiny on the inside in the study.
Goggles and primal flare and
The monocle's found something in the study.
monocle. Okay,
Beautiful.
something in the study.
Something.
Like
how
I said,
big is something in the
he seemed to
study?
think that he saw something looking through one of the windows into a study on the first floor.
Ian,
First, let
Look
me
over
go
there,
check out
Senpai.
the shed that's been padlocked.
If you need to, let's do it. Let's all go together, though.
I'm gonna go to the shed.
we
Weed.
So,
You're in the back. The shed's in the back.
We're all going to the shed.
If I
move
have
by
to,
7.
Okay.
if I have to be the
Oh, you can give me a
sheepdog with
perception
the,
check.
with the Thompson shed. We're going this way. We're all going to the shed.
Perception
I don't take too
by.
kindly with the gun being pointed at me.
I don't point at you. I just kind of use it as a sideways. Hey, we're going this way.
Timothy.
Go on.
Timothy the Turk.
There's various birds in the woods. The grass around here seems to be very well maintained. Beyond that, there doesn't seem to be any kind of overt light
Somewhere.
But you do know that
Did I finally lose?
this is a primarily visual detection.
Okay.
So
No.
if they're on the other side of something, you might not be able to see them.
Okay.
There'll be
I'll keep that going just to make sure. But
Okay.
there, I don't see anything with my life ability besides some birds in the forest. So,
might not be that one.
so we'll go check out what's in the shed then. I guess it's like,
Are we splitting up?
no, we're all going together.
We're all going to the shed?
Yep.
We're in the back. When we're doing the perimeter check, I go straight in the back.
So I guess we're right.
Well, the shed in the back has a padlock and a chain on it. It's not fairly large. I'd probably say
Should be a zip off big magic markers. Or you can grab one
20
off
by
the bundle.
15.
Yep, it's magic.
Look around the back of the shed.
Fold it.
Nothing. There's some trails around here, but it seems as though none of them are really worn down. It does look like there's a, one or two trails. I'll probably say 2 that lead farther back into the woods. And then there's obviously a little bit of tread between here and the back door of this manor.
Is there
no, you gotta
any
have
windows in the
lights
shed?
There's not.
Okay. All right. Well, if only we had
How
somebody.
hard is the
With,
lock to pick? It's pretty.
I'm not sure. It looks like just a simple padlock.
already started on it.
You spell your name?
I'll use my gloves of
FRANC.
matter manipulation and just try to disintegrate the lock.
Okay.
I'll look at it this way. That's higher than my.
You can use magic whenever you want to. I don't care if you're using teleportation to get yourself a soda.
Straight up.
You're making the rolls.
There you go,
Straight
Franks.
Okay. The lock starts to corrode, and ultimately you can break it off by hand.
Yeah, done. Faster than lock picking.
It is faster than lock picking, and no repercussions.
You just destroy somebody's property.
Not my problem. He's missing.
No,
He's dead as far
You're
as I
optimistic, assuming that I was fully aware that you guys were probably going to destroy somebody's property. I have to keep in my mind what's going to happen and how quickly the fire team is going to respond to this event. In any particular situation where you guys go to a building by itself,
All right, open it up.
they're still trying to figure out that weird gas explosion at the shut down mannequin warehouse in Brooklyn.
I give Frog the chain. I need you to hold this for me real quick.
No, you're not playing Blame the Black Man this time. This is
I'm
an
blaming the
England.
black men for everything, and the Turks. Yes, Turks and blacks for right now.
You're not
How did your character? I know Hunter's character started racist, but how did you get pulled into this jab?
Hunter.
Hunter is bad influence. Everyone teleport for everywhere you want to go, and racism. It powers your teleportation.
No, Jab was always with the
The Turks earned everything.
1920.
Bigotry.
It was only the Turks and Red Hook.
I can't help it. The whole
1920s,
race is corrupt.
Yeah.
We gotta burn it out written line.
Yeah, Red Hook was because of the Turks.
What about
Frog?
some Jews?
These are your anti-heroes.
Frog is Frog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been doing more than you
So
have.
you can take out the lock breaks off the back. You guys can open up the chain. It does look like there is a light coming in. You did see that there was an electrical cable running to this shed.
Okay.
Looking around, for the most part, it seems to be your standard shed, nothing overt. There's tools for somebody to cut hedge, tend the lawn, other things of that nature. A lot of it seems to be fairly well handled.
Any
A lot of it's newer. Maybe Dr. Mint hires somebody to do his gardening. You can find that there's clay pigeons in the back. and there's probably extra, probably I would say
They're little round discs.
bird shot.
I know what pigeons and the other pigeons, red herring.
Is there any like drag marks on the floor obvious to something being moved recently, like a door or?
You wouldn't say recently. I mean, there's drag marks where like some pieces of equipment might have been put in here at some point in time, but it isn't different from what you imagine would be in a normal storehouse.
Nothing like an escape hatch or anything like that.
You guys can give me a search if you're looking for secret passages inside of this storehouse.
Hilarious. There's a half dozen people in this storage shed taking turns searching, but I'm one of
Beat
them.
it by 6.
Nope, I'm standing
Well,
outside.
you all have to stay. You all have to determine that you're staying in a group. So yeah, if you're searching out a small shed, you're all either sitting outside or. Oh, actually, I'll roll the search. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, it's
so much
mundane like
easier.
that. Who cares? Just let us do it. You know there's nothing there anyway.
Pass by 6.
But somebody might critically fail and lead you on a horribly misinformed red herring.
I hear the Benny Hill song going on.
We are in England.
For the most part, looking it over, and even in one case, you guys go underneath the loose floorboard. It doesn't seem like there's anything underneath here. The wires seem to be properly maintained.
So you're saying there's a crawl space under here?
There's not a crawl space. There's some loose boards, and what you
Why are
thought
you
might
saying
be
you're the
something
one who
underneath
brought
there, you pry them up. There's nothing there.
Okay.
I noticed it from the outside. I never actually went in there to search. So.
Ready to...
We'll go to the house and try to go in.
Okay. Coming up to the back door from where you are right now, the door's locked. You can see into a kitchen space.
Why don't we actually try and pick this one instead of actually destroying it?
I'll try to lock pick it.
I just take it down to its
You know,
prime
you're
components.
being
It's not
really-
destroying it.
Really hindering of Hunter's ability to teleport you guys inside the building without touching the locks.
I'm lockpicking the door.
I'm playing devil advocate. It's not actually good to use magic for bullshit reasons.
I did
Daniel
it by
did it all the time.
10.
Yeah, Daniel did, and he's dead.
Cup of water.
Lockpick by 10.
All right, you guys get in. Takes you about 30 seconds, which is pretty long.
It is pretty long, Hunter.
I've already teleported in and out twice. No.
That's what she said.
The back door opens up.
Hunter's a good boy for right now.
For the most part, you guys see some, what is it, various food, and canisters and other things of that nature. It looks like a stocked kitchen. It doesn't seem like there's anything unusual. There's nothing overturned. It seems like it's fairly well cleaned.
Need to roll anything?
Start going through with
Not
forensics.
unless you want to do something. I mean, if you guys tell me that you're looking underneath the fridge for secret passages or yada
how,
yada yada.
how much is, or how thick is there like a layer of dust in here? Or
Virtually none.
okay, may hire a cleaning crew. But looking around the sense life, do I see anything yet?
No, not here.
Okay.
The dust
I do
noise
what Scarlet
is
does,
so much
minus
of
the
a
licking of
living
myself.
room. Remember that French
Okay.
apartment?
Oh yeah.
There's hardly any dust.
Yes.
No
That's all
one was
because-
kicking
Can I
up
look in the
dust
fridge and see if
bringing
any
stuff in.
like
That's
needle
true.
marks on stuff or something?
You guys can give me forensics.
Thing. Did not pass. Failed by 2.
How about you? Looking, that doesn't necessarily mean that you failed. I have a modifier in my head based on what you tell me and how you're going about it. If you're trying to jump from like another speeding car to another speeding car, or you're just jumping across like 2 tiles in a bathroom, the difficulty is different. So failing by 2 might even mean that you success by so much.
Okay.
Looking over the objects, nothing seems to be unusual. Everything seems to be kind of standard fare. You would say that there's only really small prepared meals for probably about a week ahead of time for maybe one individual with a small appetite. There are some things in the pantries and cabinets that look as though somebody might have been curing meat or something else to be eaten within the last week and a half ago, but has been sitting up here for obviously far longer than intended. There have been some, I suppose, you would have saw a little bit of what looked like life coming from one of the pantries, which you'd be able to tell looks like insects, maybe fruit flies, and some other things.
I guess we'd have to use the little magic light to be able to see the milk, right?
No, opening up the cabinet, you're immediately aware that there's insects, and you can identify
Well,
the
he meant
insects.
the
Right?
goat milk, the black
Yeah.
goat milk.
Oh, you've never seen it before? Supposedly it looks just kind of like a thick, heavy cream.
But doesn't somebody have the ability to detect it with magic?
Yeah.
Or...
Apparently a primal flare seems to put it in a different light.
I guess you're the primal flare man?
With a fridge.
Doesn't Frank have
However,
it
I
too?
will say that your glasses were able to pick it up in the back of Althea Montrose's throat
Alright.
when you guys were checking. He never checked his particular objects.
You can see with the glasses.
Well, I got my glasses on all the time, unlike when I was in the jungle.
Okay.
Yep.
That does inhibit a little bit of your ability to search because you can't see colors or actually kind of indentations or anything else like that. You kind of see this kind of a very bland color mat over things, and it's only some objects are brighter than normal, like living creatures.
I'll be taking them on and off then.
That's fine.
Guess we should make our way up to that study where we saw the.
Yep, the study where we saw the light.
You do know that your mentor in Swirlheimer had one where essentially this kind of came down like a jeweler's monocle over one eye. And that seemed to be essentially he's working, puts it down, he's working, pulls it up.
Yep. I like it. I don't have it, but I like it.
That'd be a good idea for Mark too.
Alright. Looking around, nothing seems to be terribly unusual in the kitchen, from what you can tell. Just looking around.
Alright, head up to the study where we saw the magic.
Alright. You try to figure out where that is relative to your position. You can go through. It's a fairly nice old English manor. It does seem as though this individual, Dr. Mint, lived here by himself. There are some things that might have indicated that somebody, like maybe grandkids or what have you, a wife had lived here with him as well. But all that stuff's kind of mothballed in the coat closet and other things of that nature. It doesn't look like they've been touched for any reasonable amount of time. Coming into the study, it does seem as though there are a lot of books about the occult. One of the objects that you do see first be, and you as well, assuming you have that monocle on, is a small doll sitting on the top of the fireplace inside the study.
Is that creeping you out as much as it's creeping me out?
Not touching it.
You can go up to it and try to identify it with mythos, maybe.
Take a look, too.
It's... What?
Mythos?
Was it, what is it? Frank, you had also detected has a faint life force.
That doll is sort of alive.
However, this is the point in time that, yeah, well, you can set that prior.
6, yeah, once I saw it.
9.
Let's see, 7.
Looking it over, just kind of eyeballing it, you get it more thorough by looking it over completely, but it does seem to be some sort of tiki doll.
Anthropology?
I hope not. Well,
Anthropology.
who touched it?
Who touched it?
No one
Nobody
yet.
touched it.
We're looking at it.
Last time I touched something, some fun times happened.
What's the
Make the baby cat touch it.
Hawaiian usually have.
no, but
3
it's
by
like
5.
they're possessing.
5.
From what you can
It's
tell,
probably his wife.
it looks to be some sort of protective tiki guardian. That's what I suppose the symbols might suggest.
Alright, I'll share that information.
It does seem to be authentic, but you wouldn't say that it looks terribly new. Oh, excuse me. It doesn't look old.
I feel that I need to inform you that I'm curious, and I really want to touch the baby cat's tail to the tiki
God,
doll.
you too curious, that'll get you killed.
So,
You know that Hunter has that, right?
so should I make a roll to see if I do this?
Yeah, you can make a roll. I think it's a 9 or...
Yeah.
Baby
Oh,
cat.
well, it looks like I really didn't do it.
No,
No, that means you really did do
to
it.
prevent it, you have to roll under your number.
Oh.
So the lower your
So
self-control,
I
the worse.
grabbed that cat and just threw it at the tiki doll.
Well, it's very likely that you just grab this cat's tail and press it against the tiki doll. While the professor's up there, she is holding the cat, so ultimately you're kind of looking it over, and then you see Barton's hand come over and lift up the tail and touch it to the tiki doll. The cat doesn't seem to respond, it just kind of looks at you.
I said, strike one, sir. Use no pudding.
Why are you touching the cat's...
Puddin is a fairly robust cat. It's slightly cockeyed, and
No,
it
its
has...
eyes go this way.
It's extremely cocky.
But it didn't die, so... Right?
Seems to be fine.
Better yet, you did not die.
Yeah, seriously.
That is the professor's familiar, so.
Don't, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with these people's cats. That's a bad idea right there, mister.
Otherwise, there are a few other trinkets inside of here that you'd say might be minor wards, or otherwise books that look to be relatively good sources on the occult. You had heard from Adam, was it not Adam, but Adair Merriweather, that Dr. Mint was one of their head, he specialized in the occult and, mythology?
Wait a second. Oh, okay.
We'll look through his study. He may have some books here, research materials from
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
the library. What the heck?
His study is quite extensive. Unless you know what you're looking for specifically, it could take quite some time to go through. But it does seem like a fair amount of the books inside of the study are legitimate artifacts.
I use tracking to determine which books are most frequently on the shelf.
You might have to do some fingerprinting and get a bright light source in here.
Can I use research to figure out this is his active bookcase, this little shelf here by his desk?
It seems like everything in here is fairly well cataloged. So there's regions that are more used than other, but that's because that's where they lie inside
What's
of
by
his
his reading
catalog.
chair?
There's nothing by his reading chair. It would probably be kind of a crystal vase full of brandy, probably 2/3 full. It does seem like he has a cigar case.
Pour some of the
There's
brandy in my flask.
a decorative lamp.
That's what the milk
The brandy doesn't seem to have any kind of overt color to it with your monocle. It seems to be smells like brandy. I mean, it could be poisoned with a mundane chemical.
Pour it inside.
Is there any reason, or do we have any
Pouring it
concern
inside your
about
flask,
not
it burns
making
up,
liquor inside?
starts to convert in what looks like base water.
We don't know if he's dead. He's just.
I take a book, I open it up, it's a fake, no, I drop it. I open it up, and I take it, I drop it. I take it. I start going through books, and they're piling up on the floor now.
As he's doing that, is there a research?
There are
Put it back
some
in order.
there are some tomes that are quite old and
It's quicker
sensitive
this
and
way.
do
Yeah, I did.
start to break apart when they hit the ground. But otherwise, continue on for a
If
few
it's
hours.
something that's fragile, I'll set it on the ground.
Okay.
Checking.
Some of the time, like by the time you open up, you're like, ah, that broke the binding right there.
Put it down.
You put it down. Okay.
Does he have a research desk in here?
I'm trying to see if there's anything
Um,
behind the bookshelves.
No,
as
it
well.
doesn't seem like this particular area might be where he conducts his research.
Just not trying to
Maybe
be
he has an
nice.
office somewhere inside of his manor. Otherwise, he might. I'm not sure if you guys actually checked his office at.
No.
Does he have a copy of the book that's missing? What's it called?
Sarah Alta.
Sarah
I
Alta?
thought that wasn't missing. Was it there? I thought she had the original in her office.
Well, did you guys find it in her office?
Yes.
Yep, and you would find it in her office. I just know it wasn't in her apartment. I think.
Correct.
Okay.
We should check this guy's home office, see if he left
Is
anything
there,
in there.
Sure.
Under his ransacking the bookcase. I shall go.
Tablecloth anywhere in here?
This is a tablecloth in another room.
Grab a tablecloth. Be right back.
Sure.
Come back, surround the doll in the tablecloth.
Okay.
Then I put it in my backpack.
Didn't kill the cat. It's fine.
I'll check the.
Doesn't make a difference. It's going in the backpack.
You're just getting a mundane tablecloth and wrapping it up.
Yeah.
If I happen to find
Why is there not a mundane tablecloth in here? Because I'll take the non-mundane.
No, you have
tablecloth.
you have a tablecloth before, and you said you put a lot of things in your tablecloth, then in your backpack.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you specifically put that in.
Any garbage?
That better
magical
not end up in
tablecloth or the
Chinese
normal
hands,
tablecloth?
Jed.
I understand it's a very slim chance of not spending a lot of time, but if I see anything that, when I pick a book up and it looks like it's on normal, or if it's on transpose or primal energies, those ones I set aside for myself.
For yourself.
There's nothing you immediately saw regarding that, but you have a strong inclination that there's probably several tomes regarding to at least primal energies and possibly transpose and things of that nature here. It's just there's nothing that you flip to and you're like, oh yeah, this is definitively it.
Actually, any of the books that fall apart, I start putting those off to the side in a special stack.
I sit in a special reading chair.
You'll have to go through the prior stack that you'd made fairly hastily, but okay.
I'm gonna go check out the guy's actual study here. Does anyone want to come with me?
I think we're in the actual study, but well,
That's,
I'll go with
the
you.
office. Sorry, the office. He has
I would
a-
just kind of like to wander the house and see if
no,
anything's
there
like
might be a home office.
put on
Can't
the
hurt
place.
you all together.
Is there a home
Alone.
office here?
All right. Going to the first floor.
Do we notice him wandering away?
Barton's decided to
A
explore
lot of you
by
have
himself.
high observations, so very likely.
You can't be responsible for his safety.
Rocket gun.
It's from Brooklyn.
All right.
You can continue to go through the first floor. Some of the other PCs were heading up to the second floor. The rest of you in the study right now.
I'm with the largest number of people.
Where's my cat? That's where I'm at.
What's funny is you can stick to that strategy, but it's like, well, all right, there's 5 people and 4 people. All right, there's 3 people and 2 people. There's 2 people and 1 people. Shit.
Yeah, he has a home office. That's where I'll go.
Like I said, you're not sure if he has an office, but there's an entire second floor. You have seen
I'll start-
steps going down.
Yeah, I'll start searching the second floor.
I'll ask Charlotte. Charlotte, which way are you gonna go?
He just kind of sits near you.
And that's where I sit.
All right. So 2 of you are heading up to the upstairs, so the largest group would still be downstairs in the study.
Did you point to me and Ben?
Yeah, you said.
No. It's just Ben and me, no. I
I'll
stay
go
in the
with.
study.
I'll go with.
He's
Right,
off
two.
wandering, maybe first floor, maybe
So it's
second.
3 to 2 right now. So you're staying with the study group.
Study it is.
Okay.
Hunter's going through a lot of the tomes that seem to be, I suppose, a little bit older, more delicate.
Do you have a tablecloth?
I do. I'm
You
doing
can put all
I'm
the
working with
books in the
quotes, too, so
tablecloth.
I'm looking
I'm
at
just
the
gonna take the
titles.
old ones.
Why are there tablecloths?
Did you want to take
It's
all
like
of
a
them?
magic bag.
Tablecloth.
I don't want to take
Extra
all of them. I
dimensional
don't want
holding
to be
spaces.
branded
And they're
as a thief.
tablecloths.
Well, if the gentleman is still alive, I would certainly.
This is
turn
another
to
part of
any
the
his relatives
Obduro
if he
team's
has a will.
income, is getting to the property of dead people before the police do.
Okay, are you sure, Professor? Because if
He won't be
if he
needing
has no
this.
living relatives, we could claim these to make sure that they're seeing
Then
proper
put
use.
them in your,
Proper use.
put 'em in your,
So
It'd
it
be
seems as
easier
though
as I
the
take them
car
from the
wasn't on the
shelf if you
property.
have your
No, I didn't
tablecloth.
see any cars there.
You can
We've
file
never
them while I
stolen
take them off
cars.
the shelf.
There we go.
Yeah, you have.
you can file
You even
them in
asked me
there.
to steal a couple
They're
girls.
just
I'll file them in
You
there.
are correct.
No, you have your tablecloth out
All
there
right.
and just
You
stack
told me to
them
make
up
it
on your
happen. You
tablecloth.
didn't care.
So heading on the first floor, you can tell that there
you're
is
gonna help us, Professor?
a larger
No, you have to go
pantry
front.
off from the
Why?
kitchen.
Isn't it front gonna be off with the
There
other
are
No, they're going
various
separate ways.
That's an odd search pattern.
various
but
rooms on
you
the
know
first
what?
floor.
Trust him
Nothing
to
seems
it.
to be terribly
Hunter,
unusual.
why don't you unfold
It seems as
the
though
tablecloth?
Dr. Mint did
You got
have a
tablecloth?
hobby of what
Excellent.
is it,
There's a pile of
possibly
books over there. Start
skeet
putting them
shooting or otherwise hunting for small game inside of the woods. It doesn't seem like he had any kind of animals with him, like a game dog.
You do see
He
I
does
still
have
take
a
the
fair
old ones that
amount.
are fragile and I'm setting them in a special file. And I'm handing all the other
He
books
does seem to have
you.
a love for literature. There's another area where you'll find books, but they seem to be more relative to kind of
Large
just a
traveling bag
Okay.
for those books.
what is it?
You put them in there, then zip it closed. Or
I got a cover.
Purely novelizations, nothing occult or research relating.
So I guess I'll look for someone with a monocle or something and try to get them to go to the pantry.
Otherwise,
There's
can
only
you give me
one person with
forensics?
monocle.
He has monocle, I have glasses. He has a spell.
I'll look
Spell,
for one of the
monocle,
three and
glasses.
try to take
Well,
them.
prior to
They're
this,
all
while
in
you were
the
looking
study.
around, can you give me a forensics?
Sure.
The other F word would have been even better. Right check.
Pass by
You'll see I pull out a large rubberized canvas bag with a zipper on it.
Near,
Looks
what is
somewhat
it?
like a body
It's
bag.
somewhat uncommon to
Start
find
putting books in that.
individuals that have a phone in their own house in the time period. However, this is a larger manner. Dr. Mint was at least had some income. You're not sure if it was all from the British Museum, but he has a phone in this location, and it seems as though on a notepad that he had near the phone, he had written something down and took the note with him. But there is a faint indentation on the notepad near the phone in the other room, off from the kitchen, that might indicate that there's something written down here.
Let's scribble trick.
All right, you can find essentially it was just a graphite pencil or a lead pencil, and then scratch it
Are
down.
you afraid of spiders still?
That's my other character.
Oh.
I thought you meant in real life.
I am, but
I thought that'd be kind of a
Yeah.
unique thing. I wonder how your army buddies thought about it when you were like, yeah!
we never saw one at all. Period.
You want a camel
I
spider?
meant just like a little thing, not like a camel spider. Every sane person should be afraid of these camel spiders.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Bugs
When I
that
lived
big
in the
shouldn't
swamp,
exist.
I just didn't use a flashlight.
Here.
It was better that way.
You sure when you're like,
No, it was a leaf. It was always a leaf. Oh, that was just an oak leaf. That's okay. Just keep walking.
Here's something I've often wondered with the new spider silk clothes they're coming out with. When you wear them, are you like, spider silk? Ah!
It seems as though the doctor had requested or had written down the address for one Zephram's Cabinet of Curiosities and Waxwork Emporium. It's in Leicester Square at Crayborn Street, inside of London.
Well, I'll start looking for people.
Otherwise, there's a main study group on the first floor. Second floor,
guess
looking
I'll
around,
listen
you can
for
find a
the
major
sound of
bedroom and
books.
other things of that nature. It'll take you some time to go through it. The office, you guys are going to be still going through it by the time he gets back, actually.
Is there a smoking jacket in here?
You'd say that there's a smoking jacket.
Oh, right
nearby
on.
area. What's your size?
Small.
Small. It might fit. Dr. Mint was, I think, around 5'5", but he had kind of a 5'6" jacket with him. Very nice tweed shoulder. Was it tweed pads on the?
Does he have a pipe?
Yeah,
He's
you
got
would,
cigars.
he had cigars in the other room. You'd be able to find a pipe somewhere in here. None of it seems to glow with the light from his monocles.
Somebody had
I'll grab the smoky jacket, I'll grab the pipe, and I'll go back to the sitting chair.
Okay, it's very comfortable. It's worn in.
It's a good look for you.
So, did I reach the study group?
Yes, you can get back to the study group.
Will you come with me to the pantry with your goggles?
I'm looking around. Nope.
When you show up, I ask,
Except, wait.
what's your name?
I'm Bart.
Bart? Okay. What did we say prior to you leaving this room?
What?
What did we say to you prior to leaving this room?
Something about not being responsible.
All right, good enough.
While we're searching, can I ask what and why?
I'll go with you as soon
Wouldn't
as we get a
let
group
that guy
together.
touch him?
We'll be down to books here and another.
She just looks at you.
Come on. I managed to survive.
What'd you
It's
find?
I don't let people touch me.
Well, I found a pantry, and we have a lead on a place he might have gone with his car. So
Yeah.
Really? Where was that? What did you find? The scribble test.
You feel as though
Ruru's curiosity.
Puddin might not necessarily like being touched, but she wasn't willing to put up the effort to not make it happen. Or to make it not happen.
Oh, so I was supposed to like him slap his hand away? Okay, I'll remember that next time.
Keep Puddin out of the water, which you didn't do last time. You stop people from touching Puddin.
Okay, I'll remember.
Strike 2 for you.
I'm warning.
Strict for you.
Cats always remember that. Cats always remember.
Especially if it's a familiar for a goddess.
All right, so it looks like they're still going around looking through the tomes inside the study. You can see that they're. Are you packing away into your cloth, your mystical cloth, the books here?
All the ones that look of relatively recent printing, I'm giving to him, and he's putting them in, I believe, in his tablecloth. And all the old ones, I'm putting them into a rubberized canvas bag that I have, and I put that into my tablecloth.
Okay. I would mention that just putting them freely into the cloth might cause them to interact with the other objects in that extra dimensional space.
Right. So I'm hoping the bag can contain them. And,
Yeah. It's probably not the best way that you'd want to transport delicate objects like that, but
Are these removable suitcase? Like suitcase in the rack?
no, they're most likely kind of hand molded into the walls.
That's too bad. We can pull them out and slip them right in.
What I do then is I pull out one of my winter Arctic, fur full offsets, and I use that to kind of pack in the bag just so it's got packing.
You can give me a freight handling or a smuggling.
I do that.
All right, you just do it. Not the most professional, but
Nope. More so just so they're not jostling around, they're kind of restrained to some extent.
all right. So, as I said, the PCs are still going through the books on the first floor.
We'll be there in a little bit. Don't worry.
On the second floor, taking a look around, you can find Dr. Mint's master bedroom, along with an office space, storage, and other things of that nature. It does also look like, Dr. Mint collected unusual paintings. Some of them do give a mythos feel to you, but none of them seem to be supernatural. Some of them do seem to be painted in a way where they make you feel as though there's some sort of optical illusion in place. And they are a bit disturbing, but the PCs are fairly hard regarding their sanity. Otherwise, looking through the office, there are some notes about catalog numbers and other things of that nature, which with the research you don't even need to give me research, you have decent research. It seems as though he had bookmarked various tomes for his research at the British Museum, and there might be more of his catalog there. Otherwise, he has records of books that he had checked out in the past and when.
Does that book that we found, is that anywhere on the list of the records we checked out?
From Althea Montrose?
Yeah.
Althea Montrose didn't have a huge collection of what was checked
Sarah
out.
Alta, that's what
There's some objects.
Sure, so that's a good.
The Sarah Alta would be on this list probably about 3 or 4 months back.
Okay.
Sierra Alteria.
Okay. Alright. Well, that's good to know. You can check it
Are
out.
there any paintings of like that black goat thing?
Not that you can tell now.
So then email
Like no woods DC? Anything else we could find?
Old DM.
Nothing terribly unusual. As I said, there are a few trinkets that might be protective sigils,
That's nice of him.
small occult items
you have
from
his
different
email address?
cultures.
No, he has mine.
A variety of things.
Boy, that
I'd
was
probably
my
say you'd
first
find
kind of deal.
30 to 40 objects that
He's trying to put a
have some sort of significance to them, but nothing per se.
So I shouldn't collect
players.
We're
You
at
can do what you want. I'm just saying I'm not going to give you an itemized list right
I gotta
now.
reply back.
They're magic players.
He was wondering if we were still getting what's that?
Do I want to touch it?
Should tell him that it moved across the street.
Do I want to touch these?
2 years. Yeah.
So there's a cult type
Oh, his was the motorcycle guy.
Yeah.
Zombies campaign.
But what's up with those paintings? They just have a without feel.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't want to take them, but I don't want other people to take them.
You mean the DeLorean sniper that does a 360 in the air? That's what we did? Yeah.
I'll take them.
So you're taking the whole paintings, or you're cutting out the canvas?
There's something wrong with it.
No. Are you taking the whole painting with the frame, or are you cutting out the canvas?
Frickin' thieves.
No, I'm not.
Turned into.
I'm talking about,
Really? This is day one shit,
Professor, I
Steve.
don't think these are actually,
This is the professor we're talking about, a known
like,
klepto.
actually,
I'm talking about the protective item.
the protective items I would leave there because they might be actually defending from something coming.
However, these guys are talking. You guys are on the first floor, can determine whatever you want. You probably spend about 2 hours going through the book catalog. It is getting a little bit into kind of a dusk light conditions outside.
So no hidden book
Take a
compartment, no
picture
secret
of them
paneling.
and see,
Not from my.
so-
You didn't really look for secret paneling. There didn't seem to be any there. It seemed to be
now that
fairly
it's
straight
empty.
parody. There's nothing overt.
All right, we've got a clue here.
Hey, Ian, I'm gonna take pictures of them
No, it's
instead.
the same
Put
place.
those in the
We go to the
protective
pantry.
items so I can
You
show
guys
orders
actually
for
decided to
me
go to the
see
pantry.
if
Pantry
there's
test.
You can give me a photography roll, then note the success as photos from Dr. Carl Mintz Manor.
We're going to the pantry.
Okay.
Pantry panda.
All right. Opening up the pantry, it is fairly cool. I mean, there's not a refrigeration unit; it's more like a large ice box. There's nothing that glows with primal energy, from what you can tell.
Yeah.
That doesn't always mean that there isn't any there. It's just
I'll have to add those onto my
It's become much less likely, though.
equipment.
Is there a corpse in here?
there's not a corpse in here.
Is that a question?
There is slightly stale breads, fruits,
Writing paper.
other things of that nature. One side has canned, preserved jams and other things of that nature.
All right.
I'll grab an apple for not too bad.
They're all right.
Hey,
That's
it's
the
so dark.
one thing that is tainted because it's the goat from the woods.
Exactly. You really should
Crab
be eating
apples.
stuff.
Yep.
Mind you, guys haven't eaten for the last probably 5-7 hours.
You guys haven't eaten for the last 7 hours. I reach into my pouch of keeping everything fresh and pull out a sandwich, give one to the compressor, pull out another
What
sandwich.
time is it?
You have enough for everybody?
Oh, hey, look!
Nope, that's why he's a bastard.
You
I'll
guys
grab
never
my
asked.
knife, grab the sandwich,
Yeah,
cut
he
it in
asked.
half.
It is.
Are you trying to grab from him?
Yeah.
All right.
Shit.
As you pull out your sandwich and essentially try to eat it, he puts a hand on your sandwich.
To God.
All right. You're getting in a scuffle with somebody over a sandwich. Give me opposing brawls. Let's see what happens.
Closing brawl. Yes,
Can I disarm him of the sandwich?
Sorry, sandwich.
Hold on.
Yeah, but isn't he already
Okay, so I have an
tried to
18.
grab
He's already grabbed it. Now he's trying to disarm.
Disarm, yeah.
I'm disarming you of your sandwich.
And 4, what do you make yours by?
I make
The winner? Lunch for dinner.
by 8.
By 8. Ultimately, he grabs the sandwich. You try to knock his hand away, but as you kind of move, you kind of twist your hand. He's like, no, I have the sandwich. It'd be kind of impressive if it wasn't just a fucking sandwich, but
And I will cut it in half and give him half.
how does that taste? How does that taste? Half of your own sandwich.
As he gets it back, I'm actively going to curse the other half of that sandwich now.
I'm laughing
Well,
hysterically.
you can give me a religious ritual.
5, 8, 7.
You ingratiating yourself to the group, are you?
My 6.
She's gonna feed it to the cat.
You should probably not interact with the cat.
Pull the sandwich, and ultimately you turn your back, and you're pretty sure you get hit by a small mist of maybe what might be ground up chicken bones and feathers. As Frank's like,
So sandwich is fine.
sandwich is
You're
fine.
still in the steady, aren't you?
I'll eat the sandwich.
No, we've all wandered into the pantry and I find it extremely amusing.
Oh, it's okay, Professor. Yeah.
Well, if they move with
You
the
can make
pantry,
your
I
sandwich
take off
now?
the smoking
I
gas,
have
put it back in the
my
thing,
sandwich.
put the pipe where I found it,
Okay.
and then I leave the comfy chair.
You're taking the company chair now?
No, you leave it.
Your sandwich?
It's roast beef, he said.
It wouldn't fit in the table.
For what?
I bet you
She doesn't want the meat or cheese. She just wants the meat.
The jacket what? So
Yeah.
the jacket pipe. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I like mayo and white, that's fine.
Put it back where I found it.
I give the books back.
I hope it makes up for
Good smoking
anybody
jack. Good bite.
Barton Toucher.
So are we all in a group now?
I think we
You
are.
guys are all in the kitchen and nearby pantry.
So I did find a note by the phone that implied that he was going to be going to a curio shop. Of
There was
sorts.
a note. It seems as though he had written down the address for a Zephram's Cabinet of Curiosities and Waxwork Emporium. It's in Leicester. Was it Leicester Square area of Cranbourne Street?
Waxwork Emporium. That could be a place where a person could store a corpse, or 50 of them.
Easily.
Yep.
You mean 56?
I think we need to go there, or 56.
It is fairly late at night. You did inform Adair that you might be going to the British Museum, but you also could try to find this emporium.
We could split up.
We should go to the library.
Let's go to the
Emporium
museum
during the
first.
day.
Say that, what?
Museum
Sure,
first.
go ahead.
Museum first, then. Sure, I don't care.
Emporium during the day where
We
it's
didn't
less
check
creepy.
inside.
A little bit less creepy, but not a whole lot less creepy.
Might
We're
also.
going to the museum.
Yep.
Check Vince's office.
All right.
I was gonna say on the way there that that one book that we found missing from Theo Montrose. This guy checked it out about 3-4 months ago. He brought it back, but he checked it out.
Okay, it wasn't missing. She had it.
Well, she had
I forgot. Did you guys take a cabbie to Althea Montrose's place, or?
I think we've just been driving cabs.
Yeah.
So you guys have a cabbie that has been waiting outside for you.
Okay.
Oh my god.
That normally gets fairly expensive, but you guys have quite a bit of money, so.
He pays for it.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
No, the woman pays
For
for
it.
it.
Yep. It's
Actually,
progressive.
I think only like one of you has gentlemen, so.
Yep.
Actually, I would be paying for it. Actually, I tell the guy he's dismissed and we'll come back in a couple hours.
So you just didn't knock him out Seal's cab?
No.
in the past.
But if somebody paid me to kill him, I might.
Here's all the money in my hand. Oh, where'd it go? It went back to my home in
Wouldn't that be
Obduro,
fun, though? Put the
Brooklyn.
sigil on your dollars and stuff like that. Like, there you go.
Don't give him bad ideas. Or do give him bad ideas.
I pay the man in bowling.
He doesn't know what the exchange rate is, but he give him like a coin or something, or
Really question. Yeah.
okay. He doesn't have any qualms about the seal.
You can see it's nice, shiny, whatever American dollar gold coin it would be.
Double eagle.
Doubly don't have.
Okay.
Weren't they facing out the?
So you guys can use the phone here to get the cabbie back by the time you guys are done.
Liberia. 30s.
Otherwise, Althea Montrose did have. No, Althea Montrose probably didn't. She probably.
Does this guy have a garage? He's got a pretty big estate.
Yep. For the most part, with the forensics prior, it looked as though he had an early Model T that he drove around.
gosh.
From tracking, it didn't seem to indicate that the vehicle has been here for any period of time in the last 2 weeks, and it currently is not here.
So have we made it to the library?
The guys are deciding where they're
Going to the
going.
library.
Going to the library.
The British Museum,
British Museum.
British Museum.
and you're taking a cabbie there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. You guys call a cabbie. You wait probably 15 minutes. Picks you guys up. You guys can kind of cram into the back.
Those handsome cabs are pretty big. Easy to get on.
Yep, that's why. So what is it? 7 of you plus 2 cats can fit in there. Otherwise, you guys can get back to the British Museum. You can see that most of the lights are off. There are some lights in the front. What is it? There are lights on at the front door. You don't know about the back.
Go to the front door. I'll do the talking to get us in, and then we can go wild.
All right.
Okay.
Let's try to stay as a group.
Sounds good.
Especially you.
You might need to get him.
I got the clue.
The British Museum is fairly large, so you could easily separate into individuals. and-
Thanks, Ian. Thanks.
No, what I'm saying is you could easily get separated from each other, especially given the way that some of the exhibits are set up. They kind of attempt to channel the flow of traffic through the British Museum, so you can easily wind up and missing someone.
Would you mind holding on to this bullet for me?
What is it?
It's a 45 ACP round. Just put it in your pocket.
Okay.
Thank you. So you'll see there's like a rune carved onto the head of it.
You are not implicated in a murder.
Yep. No, the fingerprints on the bullet casing were his.
I've done it before, but because you guys all have.
All right.
All right, you go up to the
Knock on
door.
the door. It takes probably about 2 or 3 minutes. You'll end up seeing this individual answer the front, though. Where are we here?
Security guard Avery.
Good idea, Dad.
Are you worded against Captain?
What?
Captain
Worded
Gilbert
against
Avery.
I don't know what you mean. I have no magic, so.
Individual on the far right.
Nice.
All right.
He's got a nice museum uniform on.
He does a quick head check, and he was informed of you 7 individuals matching your description. He does double check your names against the list that he has. You don't know what's on his list.
Something we can look over to see.
Not really. If you try to look over at him, he does protect it.
Okay.
I tell my real name.
All right.
Jeb.
Thought it'd be less intrusive. Did some investigating here at night.
I'll strike up some conversation and ask him, if he's seen anyone else in here lately.
He says, yes, the other guards members. Can I have your name?
Fine, I give him my name.
All right. Only after giving all the names does he tell you that matches off on his list. He's told to let you have limited availability around the areas. You will need to check with security guard G.U.R.P.S and Dennis Clyde for certain areas that you might need to go through because of the high value of some of the exhibits, but otherwise you can move around the facility. He says try not to get separated, yada yada yada.
I tell him that we're all bonded private investigators, so.
Yes, he's been informed of your how do you put it? Exploits prior to this evening.
Oh, that whole insurance comment? I was just wondering.
He didn't know anything about insurance, but he'll take note of that.
Thanks for adding to the Z
There you go,
guys, I
Jess.
tell you. We head in.
All right.
You go to Mista's office.
Ultimately, he does turn on a series of lights inside the complex. It does look like probably anyone on the outside can see that the lights are all lit up throughout the British Museum. But he says follow the signs and other things of that nature. He points out some of the exhibits and the way to meander around them, and then other areas that you can physically see, but he would prefer you have authorization before going in, so you know what you can touch and what you can't.
Are we cleared to go through back to the offices if we need to?
He says that he has the keys for it. He will be accompanying you to the offices. However, after that, you'll be working with the other 2 security officers.
We should go to the guy's office straight
Let's
up.
go to the guy's office.
As I'm walking, I look through the monocle.
Okay?
Oh, yeah, sure. Do I really need a beer player right now?
You guys have been in the British Museum once prior to this, and you had noticed that every once in a while one of the exhibits does seem to have primal energy attached to it. Some small object, a relic in a case, other things of that nature. Supposedly the moose stone that you guys had come across was sitting in an Atlantean exhibit from the Mediterranean Sea
Yeah, that's
with
what I
other
looked at.
items that supposedly were properly identified, but this object was misidentified. So, as I said before, there are some objects that do seem to have some sort of mystical significance. Nothing as bright as the moose stone, but there are some objects that obviously might be powerful.
Okay.
We go to Professor Mint's office.
All right. Currently, what was it? The office is currently being used by Christopher O'Donnell, who's not here during the night, but he can essentially opens the door, lets you in.
Do you find Mr. O'Donnell to be quite irritating?
He says that he's an irresponsible drunk and he doesn't know how he got the position.
I'm glad you feel the same way that we do.
Do you know where he
By we, I
resides?
mean me.
That's a good question.
You know where
He just kind of stares on you directly.
Carry on.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know where he resides?
I do have that information. I have not been, I've been not told to provide you with that
I
otherwise.
know where he drinks at Sinclair's.
Okay. Could you disclose that to us, please?
This is not without authorization. If you can get authorization through Adam Merriweather, or not Adam, but Adair Merriweather, then he can forward the information for you. Otherwise, the
We could
private
just-
residencies of the other curators are their
Ask at
business.
the bar.
We got
We should ask at the bar, he and his uncle drink
I
there.
think we
I'll
got
just
some
follow
live
Hulk
right
from
now.
the bar.
I'll sit down.
You guys would make
Yep,
a really
I'll-
shitty stealthy
yeah.
group.
I'll start.
I'm really
I can
stealthy.
shadow.
There's like 5 people following us. Like, actually, there's 2 good people following us, and a bunch of people that don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
It's only 'cause we're ready. That's why we're the two good people.
What about
My
those?
stealth sucks.
You guys do really well when there's like a thunderstorm and it's foggy.
Exactly.
Nobody's looking for you.
Can we check for those
go to the
bookmarked
office and start
tomes
searching.
in his office?
You can look through his office for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll check his desk. Are there any locked doors on his desk?
For the most part, yes. The bottom lower left drawer inside of his desk is currently locked. He says that he does not have the key for that. Dr. Mint did. They're having a locksmith come in a little bit.
Okay.
How's it
We'll
holding
check
up?
everything with the monocle.
Fine.
You can give me a perception check. B. You also give me a perception check.
Size.
Visual or just general?
We'll find some music I thought about after
If you were intending on keeping Ben,
Yes.
if you're intent on keeping your detect life running, you'd have to make 2 more rolls.
Yeah.
11.
Also, I need 3 rolls from you if you're keeping that spatial.
By 2, and by get on.
Okay. None of those Mythos man?
Nope.
Manny's there.
Well, you have to if you got your glasses on.
Just these 2, perception, visual.
No. 12.
Well,
11.
one thing that you'll notice that there are 2
Wasn't for that
large.
damn +2.
There are a few objects in here. As I said before, there are various oddities all throughout the British Museum. But inside of here, there are several taxidermied animals. One of which, as the PCs start to investigate around, does have a faint primal energy around it. It seems to be a saber-toothed cat.
Look at it, study it. Look
Yeah.
inside its mouth.
Is it one of those from the IRS?
Yeah.
What's your perception score, Chris?
16.
Yeah, shoot and make sure it's live too.
I'm not worried about being bit. I'm sad now. What are you worried about? Nothing.
For the most part, nothing terribly looks unusual. I mean, there is adequate lighting, but you prefer better lighting looking it over. It does seem as though there is a faint condensation near the bottom of it. However, you get a definitive sense as you're kind of checking in the mouth and you just don't like the situation that you're in. And at this point, you can give me a dodge roll.
Can I do a parry judo?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Yes,
Ultimately, what is about to occur here, and the PCs will get to roll their initiatives,
Beat it by
is
1.
the large saber-toothed taxidermied creature does seem to swipe at you.
Beat it by 1.
Huh?
Beat it by 1.
See, shoot and make sure we
I
stab.
don't have a gun anymore. I got a Colt 1911. That's all I have. And my 5 issued. That's it. I don't use a gun anymore.
Ultimately, you take 11 points of impaling into the upper shoulder. It doesn't get through that jumpsuit, but you're currently locked in a death grip by this creature.
Okay.
You'll end up taking the equivalent of blunt damage, so I think 2 points of blunt trauma. No, it's impaling. I'd probably say 4 points of blunt trauma.
4 points of blunt.
Yeah.
I'll shoot it with the rocket gun.
All right. Now we'll do initiative checks, then go into normal base speed. So an initiative check is double your base speed, plus 1 if you have combat reflexes.
So you'd have a 15 or less on 3d6 to see the attack.
Beat it by 4.
Beat it by 4.
14.
3.
So kind of a cocktail for your son. 10 burns and 3 for
10.
from your
Hunter, what do you get? 3.
success by 3. And then your fingers.
Ultimately, what you see is Jeb is checking out this fairly large saber-toothed cat inside the office. Checks out the teeth, kind of taps on it with his finger, kind of looks inside. It did look like there was some moisture inside near the back of the throat. However, it ultimately bites him in the shoulder. He has high pain threshold, so it doesn't scream out, but he flails a little bit like something caught in the mouth of an alligator. This is kind of a almost 6 feet at the shoulder taxidermy creature, and it does grab onto him and lifts him up. However, you are the one on initiative.
I will
Draw my weapon.
So how come
You're fast. All right, you pull out your weapon. 4 was the next highest, I think. 4. Yep. You got 4. You have higher dex, so you can actually go.
I will shoot it with the rocket gun then. I'm faster.
There. You can give me a fast draw. Ultimately, you'll take the bulk penalty on the weapon because you pull it out fairly quickly.
And you have a chance of hitting Jeb.
And you do have a chance of hitting Jeb if you miss by
Is it an
probably
impaling?
1.
Should I draw the
impaling
pistol
weapon.
then?
As long as it's
Mind you, that G.U.R.P.S can actually penetrate that Jeb.
Can it?
I'll use my pistol.
I think so. It's
then.
like, I want to say, how much is that? Maybe not. Let me see. I know she has a G.U.R.P.
It's 5
rifle.
dice PP. So
At the risk of not killing a team
It
member,
might.
I'll
It
use
could,
the normal
if it gets through,
pistol.
it's bad.
I will draw the normal pistol,
Okay.
not the rocket gun.
doesn't have an armor class.
I don't.
Get you 2 nitro.
So I pass the fast draw by 1.
That's sufficient. You'll take the BLK of the weapon on your shot roll, and then you can fire if you want.
I only got so much DR.
BLK?
Yep, there should be a BLK of the weapon. Should be like a -2 or something. Yep.
-1.
Yeah. So you take a -1 on your gunshot. Your options are you can do a dedicated and get a +1, but you can't defend yourself if something attacks you from the side or back. You can fire multiple rounds with your weapon, and it goes up kind of like binary 2, 4, 8, 16, and those each give you a bonus. So firing 2 shots gives you another +1. They'll have you. Aiming will give you the accuracy on your weapon, and that just takes a turn.
I guess.
Right now, so you
So you
know.
want to brace, you want to fire 3 shots.
And with a pistol, you can use 2 hands to brace. So right now, what's your gun at? Gun pistol?
What's your skill?
Skill?
Yep, gun pistol.
It'll say right over here.
It is 16.
Yeah, if you
So
look
you're-
at the weapon, it tells you right there. So
So you're at 16. The area is well lit. It is a large target, but you do have a cover penalty from Jeb flailing around over there. So you're at a -1 for the bulk for fast drawing.
If I
And
just shoot
then,
at its shoulder region, kind
Yep.
of away from him.
yep, and then you're at a minus, I'd probably say minus, I'd say a -1 because the creature is fairly large. So you're at a 14 out of normal. There's things that you could do to increase that. Like I said, if you aim for a turn, you get your accuracy bonus, which I think is like a +2. You can brace, you can fire multiple rounds, and you can do a dedicated action.
I will fire 3 shots at the shoulder region.
is it possible for you to take a couple
Brace is
steps to
probably
get more of a profile shot?
Unfortunately, no. There's a lot of people in a
So that
relatively
gives you a
small
+2,
office
so it brings
space.
you back up to 16.
Okay, so I need lower than 16, and I'm firing 3 shots.
Yep.
At the shoulder
If you roll potentially a 17 or 18, it might hit Jeb. But even then, we'll have to roll for it.
I've been
I
shot
guess,
many times.
Just for clarification check, I'm shooting behind the shoulder blades, not to hit the bone.
So I'd say you take a -2 on your shot in addition to that to 14, and then you have no chance of hitting Jeb, really. Unless you fail by a bunch.
And I got a 12, so pass by 2.
Yeah, made by 2.
You
The
roll
creature is in
dice,
a...
you roll these.
Yeah.
So you get some another +1.
So you rolled an 11, you made it by 5.
You can give me a perception check.
Which
Yeah,
kind?
Whatever you want to roll. The Cthulhu dice give you a bonus.
They give you a they give you a +1, so it's like add subtracting.
It's just a perception check.
But if you fail, you fail.
So just plain old perception. I right on. Is that
on. They seem like they penetrate just about as much as...
Yeah, good point. Beat it by 2.
You got 2?
You roll a 14, he's got 16.
Yep. Made it by 2. It seems like shots, a little bit of stuffing came out of the top. You're not sure if this is... As obvious as it is, it doesn't seem like it's an actual, real saber-tooth cat. You're not sure how effective normal gun rounds are against it, but there's stuffing interior to it. Then we're at you, Jeb.
Was banishment a verbal or was it a elder sign?
It was some sort of symbol associated with the entity, and then what is it, incantation?
That would be a surprise.
This, in fact, does look like a taxidermied animal, so you're very likely not dealing with a summoned creature unless it's a spirit controlling an animate object.
Gotcha.
Just keep shooting it.
Understandably so.
And you said there was condensation coming from it?
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really get to check. It looked like there was something underneath it near the belly region. However, you were touching the mouth at this time and you got that bad feeling, and you're like, wait a minute, and attacked you.
Can I code it in Foxfire? Is that verbal or is that hand?
That is a hand gesture. You can give me an intelligence check.
Beat it by 2.
It's this might be some sort of animated taxidermied creature or some sort of body hopping spirit, either which might not be necessarily shaken by illusions.
Okay, then I will
Maybe intelligence by what?
by 2.
Oh, that's whatever you feel like doing.
Okay. Can I fast draw my Garu knife?
You can.
Or Tremere, Justice. 11.
I think that was from my tablet then.
You witnessed me shooting the stuffed animal and
Beat it by 4?
and I shot it in the body.
My fast draw by 4.
Okay.
And then I will try to stab it with my Tremere knife.
Okay.
Is it glowing?
No.
So it's not a spirit. Beat it by 8.
All right. It doesn't seem to protect itself. You do stab it in kind of the upper shoulder as you're still flailing about. You do see stuffing come out of it.
Still going, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't seem
Is
to
that
be
your
affected.
spirit name?
Yeah, it's not spirit.
The bolts.
What did you make your base speed check by?
By 3.
By 3?
Made it
Yes,
by 3
nice.
as well, so
What are you guys' relative dex?
14.
14?
13.
13? So you're up.
I will draw my adamantine dagger and move forward.
Okay, you can give me a fast draw, or otherwise you can just draw and move.
I'm drawing moving. So
Okay. Then we're at Hunter.
I don't think I have fast draw.
You can default, despite what the book says, to other types of fast draw. It's even possible to get a harder difficulty of fast draw, and it's just a generic fast draw.
It's -2 from the things, right? That's what he tells.
Okay.
So what is it to fast draw?
You can take
I gotta move anyway, so I can just have part of my movement, right?
Yep.
So basically, I draw my 2 dwarven war axes and I move up to it.
Okay. Alright. I suppose those are on your back. I didn't realize that, but you guys carry a lot of weird shit with you, so...
I have it inside my trench coat.
Okay.
What did you draw?
So,
I pull out 2.
I suppose that's my fault. I just had to realize that you're dressed like fucking Blade. So there's a reaction penalty to NPCs because I assume you guys look like standard, like, mundane investigators.
It's a trench coat.
You're all a bunch of freaks.
They're on the inside.
I'm
The axes are on the inside.
Alright, and then, what is it? You made what?
my one.
Or one? It's your turn at this point.
I'm actually not wearing a deep one anymore.
Well,
I'm
you're
gonna take
weird.
out my outfit wand.
With or without the
Okay.
It's on my belt.
Alright.
Let me see yours.
That's what I do.
Captain Avery also pulls out his sidearm. Shit, no. They wouldn't have given one.
He's got a Billy
He
Club.
Maybe the Billy Club.
He pulls out a billy club and gets into the fray.
Blow your whistle! Blow your whistle!
That'll make him stop. Say halt again.
Back up.
It's not his fault, it's Parliament's.
Yep.
So he pulls out his billy club and tries to get in there and see what he's helping.
Mix it up.
Mix it up a bit. He does seem to be fairly courageous. B, it is now your turn. For the most part, you saw that, some rounds went into this creature. Jeb also stabbed it in the shoulder, and it does look like it's made out of like stuffy interior, like a taxidermied.
Are my
saber
goggles
tooth.
on at the moment?
I would say yes, because if you remember, you came into the room, both of you saw a glow from.
Is the glow acting any differently?
It's faint.
Jeb's getting attacked.
It's more so than normal. As I said, when you came into the room, you could definitely pick out that one particular stuffed saber tooth looked weird.
Is it a full-size saber tooth?
Yes, it is 6 feet at the shoulder. It looks like it damn near would have bit Jeb in half, but it didn't seem to get through that jumpsuit.
Is the whole thing moving or just the jaws?
It looks like it was kind of crouched up, perfectly still. However, when Jeb was looking around, he said that there was some moisture near the stomach, and then ultimately put his hands on the teeth and looked into the mouth, as he told me. He's like, wait a minute, oh God!
I pull out a G.U.R.P.S.
Okay.
No, ray gun.
Alright.
Pull out my ray gun.
Prototype ray gun.
See all kinds of people crowding around for Moya.
And I actually do it. I fast draw it.
Okay. You take the bulk penalty on the weapon.
Minus 10.
I rolled a 7. I got a
5.
So I don't think it's going to have a bulk of 4 in a pistol, so I'm going to succeed.
No, it's very likely -2.
I'll shoot this thing in the... How much is a head shot?
The head's
5.
like on.
You're gonna take a minus. The creature's a +1 size category, but there's 3 people that are kind of up now towards it in melee. So you'll take a -4 on your shot. You have a much more clear shot towards the back of the creature. Anything kind of abdomen
the
lower.
guard,
You can take the shot
Dusty.
at the
Yeah.
head, but that's going to be tricky.
So,
I'll just shoot the back half wherever I can see. I'm not going to try to.
It's a -2 for the back half because there's still other
And
people
then
moving
+1
around.
because it's large, right?
+1 plus large, yep.
So I got a -1 there.
How many shots, I should say, also?
Just one. 11. Someone hit it by guns, pistol. I hit it by 6. I hit it by 5.
You will see it does look like the round over-penetrates, however, it does smolder from the back end. It's very likely that a full barrage might just rip this thing in half.
But it doesn't seem
Mind
to
you,
slow it down.
it might also rip
shot
into the
Next room.
lacquered coverings of the board. Or,
I'm
Oh,
fine.
and,
I just wanted to see if it slowed it down.
my character update, I don't know if you got it. My speed is a 7.
yep, I have that on the update.
I did more than Hunter.
All right, so now we're in normal initiative, so the professor would be first.
I think
Like,
just
can
go
I
for
even
it.
Abba this thing with everyone else?
It's very likely you would
I'm
just
trying to
stick
restrain
everyone
myself from my
together.
magic uses. I've got some paradox I've built up.
Get up there and
So
aim
you
it in
cast
its mouth, so
spells?
I can't.
Jeb is
Well,
currently
crappy.
in its mouth.
Build up paradox. The more paradox you build up, the
Already
harder
in
you
Shoot the
action.
weapon so the
you
jab is
step on
stuck in
time
its mouth.
fast,
That'd be awesome.
Already
slow
in
it
action.
down.
when people
Basically,
are
it's
away
the way
from
you
it, I'll
control
Abba
magic people.
You'll take an additional 4/1 trauma, and the creature will try to force you down to the ground, Jeb. You get a strong inclination that there might not be a lot you can do to prevent that from happening.
What about Scarlet? Can she prevent that?
No, no.
Not mentioned.
Wait, they let them
Chops
bring
up on your
cats
back
in the
and
museum?
They bring cats all the way. If they let some weirdo with a trench coat and 2 dwarven axes in it,
The axes were concealed in the trench coat.
he's
not
also
like blood, they're not
got
sticking
he's
out there.
also got a large map scroll case,
No,
correct?
I don't. It's in my tablecloth, but I wear it on my neck like a scarf.
I've got
Some
mine
sort of
for-
rejected Doctor Who concept. He's the 15th Doctor.
Charlotte doing it or Scarlet doing anything?
For the most part, she seems to be back towards the prior end of the room.
Puddin's like this.
Puddin's on the front there. Puddin seems to have almost no reaction to events ever that happen other than getting wet. So gunshots and other things like that, Puddin doesn't even remotely react.
We only had to get her wet to make sure she wasn't dead.
What you need is a roast beef sandwich to tell if she's dead or not.
Okay. Whose turn? Mine?
What is it?
Normal initiative?
You can oppose it, either an escape check or a strength check to not get pinned down to the ground.
Could I throw out my deflect
I think
harm
he goes first always.
and kind
No, I
of
mean,
keep it away from me that way?
Try its jaws open.
I made the best.
Why don't you like judo?
Not heavily, it's already on your body at this point. If it attempts to swipe with another arm, you might be able to deflect that. So you could defend. You could get a +2 for actively defending yourself on that roll if it does try to swipe you with the side hand.
And I can't break away from.
It's the first pass.
You feel it's very likely going to out.
It's going to bury you to the ground.
You feel it's much stronger than you are, but you might be able to escape through decks.
Ooh, escape artist? You got that, don't you?
Yeah, I got slippery.
Aren't you flexible too?
No.
So Slippery gives you a bonus to escape.
It's only in your dreams that you can put his knees behind his ears.
Aren't you talking about?
Can I try to cut one of its legs off?
With your dagger?
Yeah.
Possibly the front, it'd be difficult. It's not your turn yet. This is a defensive
You
maneuver.
did. You
Okay.
totally did.
I'll try to escape then. Can I burn fatigue?
You can if you want.
How much does that give me?
It'll give you a
So
+2.
apparently during one of the games where this, I think it's the
Dude!
Black Hawk.
New sheet!
Who has the Black
Yeah, I
Hawk?
know.
Was it
I printed that
Yeah.
off.
Chicago Blackhawks. Apparently during the Blackhawks game, one of the guys
Straight up.
fell
Escape.
apart with, got messed up.
Well, no, he needed the other way, and I was just like,
Ultimately, it just forces you down to the ground. It doesn't seem like it has much DR protecting it, but it doesn't seem to have any vital locations that you've found thus far. So, damage reduction. I mean, you guys tear into it and it takes the damage, but it seems to be some sort of stuffed monstrosity. From there, we're at Dusty.
I'm on its flank. I'm going to try to chop its front foreleg.
All right, there's a slight chance on a -2 that you'll hit Jeb. The suit might protect it, but those are pretty nice
That
axes.
assumes I miss.
Okay.
I'm going to spend fatigue to really chop the hell out of it.
Okay. Good to know for the critical failure.
Boom! It's not there.
All right.
Well, actually,
It's a
16.
whammy.
That's
What's your?
It's not 17, it's 16. Is that a critical failure?
That's not a critical failure.
So I only missed by 2.
2. What I said would hit him. And you burn fatigue.
I did.
Because you don't miss.
Do you want me to
Give
roll
me some damage roll.
This is Armored Advisory 3, I might add.
Oh yeah.
Can I roll randomly to see where I hit him?
What do you find that?
You're
Yeah.
hitting Jeb with a security guard.
He's heading. He attempted to go for the front
It's
arm
2
on the
points,
side,
correct?
and the creature is in the Jeb's mouth and is flailing around. Now he's pinned, so he goes for it and ultimately comes down.
It's 2 points for the damage,
happens.
for the fatigue, or what?
You get +2 to your swing, but I think the axe itself is like a +3, isn't it, or something?
Well, it's total. I got a total of +4 with all my things, so it's 6. So 11 points.
11
Advisory
points.
3.
What's the cutting DR on that?
20.
20. So that turns into 6. So 5 points of Armored Advisor 3 cutting. You can give me a random hit location for Jeb.
Back of the head. So you got a 13 there? 13, I don't know where.
Left leg.
You want me to pick it?
Is that on my chart here, left leg?
I think 13's groin on that one.
13 is groin on the new chart.
I catch you in the butt cheek.
However, you do have combat reflexes, Jeb, so you're not going to immediately be neutered. You could attempt to deflect harm, but you do know that
really
those
leaning
types of
into it.
axes could penetrate, deflect harm better than normal. You're going to be at a -4 because you weren't expecting Hunter
judo
to...
parry?
To jump you in the
Not where he is right now.
Just take it.
Oh my gosh.
Catch you in the left butt cheek.
Take it with the
You're at a -4.
Case went fatigue.
Not for a deflect harm.
Just a random one.
Deflect harm would be at a -4 also because you're taking the penalty because you weren't assuming Hunter was going to attack you. It's only the last moment like, that's not going to hit the creature. My boys!
Again, I should be swinging, so it's coming in the back.
You should be, but that's not what your rolls indicated.
So I could do an acrobatics and try to
So
move.
most likely, since his head's here, his feet are here, the monster's head is here, so you came back this way trying to get towards the legs, and you sweep up through near Jeb's thigh.
It picked up its legs, son of a bitch.
Could I try to acrobat my way to roll, or
You're currently in the mouth of the creature, so you'd have to try and escape, which is going to be at a penalty. Your best bet right now is deflect harm or
You just need to roll dice.
deflect harm or somehow otherwise shutting Hunter down.
Just roll low.
Yep.
You're good at deflect harm.
deflect harm?
Okay.
Like the guy that we
Jinx Hunter.
I lean into it.
Instantaneous Jinx.
Do I have any boosts going on right now?
I would say you have a +1, not your normal +2.
Okay.
really guy who argued for me.
You made it.
7.
Oh, I forgot my
It's
plus
minus
on the dice,
4.
so I missed one.
So when he rolls dice over there, and he rolls a 1, he knows he gets a bonus 1, so he just pulls the dice away. And he rolls a 1.
Beat it by 2.
You made it.
Beat by 2. Is that with -4? Okay. That provides 3. It does penetrate. Ultimately, you do shave off another 3 points of damage onto it, though.
So you only take.
So you take
It was 11 total. Right? So it'd be 8.
11. So it
You
bumped
did
up to
DR6,
or
so
was
two.
it bumped up to 9? So 2 cutting to the jewels, which will be multiplied to 3 damage. However, it has armor divisor 3, so it counts for 9 for.
So it gets through my
It-
20?
It gets through your 20 because that 20, remember, with armor divisor 3, because he has an adamantine weapon from the Dwarven Kingdom.
I'm sorry that I just cast.
In this
surgery.
case, magic trumps technology.
Yeah.
Can't we regrow it?
No, we can make it out of wood.
We've got a prosthetic twig.
So,
How much?
so you created 10 points of DR with your deflect harm, and or not 10 points. What have you? 9 points of deflect harm, and you stopped 11 damage with the deflect harm and the armor. 3 will get, or is it 2 will get through? It'll turn into 3 because it's cutting damage, and that will be enough to cripple your groin. You only take 3 damage, but the thing is, it's a very fine precision cut, and it goes up into your hip region.
Okay.
So your
Okay,
leg on the
vasectomy.
left side would be crippled.
Okay. And how's that add to the blunt?
You don't take any blunt trauma because it penetrated DR.
So what happened to his junk? Does it depend on which side he tucks?
Depends on where it curves.
I swing with my other hand now.
I'm down by.
Rapid strike.
Commando.
No, what? I know. How does that add on to the blunt trauma that I've already received?
Oh, so that's different. Just
Okay.
Don't panic.
So
for your
3.
death checks, it all adds together. Otherwise, it's separate hit locations.
Okay.
So the only time you add all that damage together
but I only
is when
hit
you're
on
doing
those.
consciousness and death checks.
So 3 comes through, right?
3 comes through.
Okay. So all right.
Hit it
Roll
on
the
the
minus 10
nose.
to do anything with that.
Okay.
Huh?
Guard minus 10 next round.
Why?
So move its leg.
Okay, oh, you have to have to
Yeah. That was bought a long time ago when I lost my arm.
It's not a really good hit. You can roll for half damage.
Just roll and then divide by 2.
It doesn't seem like it's overtly defending itself, but it was a terribly good swing. There's a lot of flailing going on.
9, so 15, so 7 points. Armor divisor 3.
So 9, the 9 would be. That's enough to actually shear off the front arm.
Okay.
Arm divisor.
That's what I was going for.
Yep. He got it the second time, Jeb. Consolation prize.
Yeah.
Now it tips over and you get buried to the ground.
Yeah. You had a 50-50 chance.
So, from there, we are on to the next individual.
Call it tripod.
We are at Erickson. Looks could be Barton. Barton, I think you have higher decks.
You have a 7 speed,
He's a 7 speed, but lower decks.
14 dex, 7 speed, and
15 decks.
Yeah, 15.
Somebody got put down one order.
then we'll think about, bringing real characters to the game for us.
What'd you do with that 500 points?
Throw my knife at the creature's head.
Okay. The head is a minus the skull or just the general head?
General head.
Okay, it's -5. The creature's big, so it's a 4.
Hunter will feel bad about hitting you.
There is an additional
Oh my
-1
God.
because of the
We always
rough
joke
area.
about it,
How
but it never
much
really
do you have
happens
to miss
until now.
by
And then it
to hit
happens.
Jab?
So, what modifier am I seeing?
It's at a -7 right now because there's a bunch of
That's Francois.
there's a bunch of people in Malay all kind of like getting up in there, and you're like, yeah.
I'm gonna luck this one.
You don't have to lock it. You can roll first.
Yep. then-
Yep.
Wow.
See how you
Luck.
do.
Luck just has to be used before I tell you what the outcome is. So if you dick up your roll and say like, well, wait a minute,
Hey, that's
redo.
an issue.
So I'm at a
It is,
-7.
yeah.
I'm sorry, that was insensitive, and I didn't think of Jeff.
Can you
I got-
siphon primal energy?
9. That would hit
off
you.
something?
Missing by 1
so
is
it'll be the
not
luck.
good.
Huh?
Luck.
Luck would was it missing by 1 in that particular circumstance? I said is going to hit one of the 3 people that are up there potentially.
So I'm lucky. Okay.
Aren't you? Dusty didn't luck,
Did that work?
Yeah, you're good.
That's because I don't have it.
except for the one
Pass
you
by
got
2.
from Elvis.
Wait.
That's right. You said I don't have it anymore.
That was from last session. You guys visited him again.
He made it
So I
by
got my
2.
luck back?
Yeah, but he didn't use it. I already said the document that things happen. You don't remember from session to session. I
You
can't
never,
help
you never told us we got luck. So everybody knows you got luck from Elvis. When we went
Didn't we have luck from somewhere else?
One use for the adventure.
2, pass by 2, so knife and skull.
Is that what the -7 that you received?
Yes.
All right, roll for damage.
How do I do
Slip
so?
times
So look at your knife.
See, I thought we got luck on the last adventure because there's some other unrelated thing I
So
realized.
then-
Sure, it was
I didn't
a
realize the
You
connection.
The Elvis.
You didn't actually buy a
Now I
knife. So
know.
then what you'll do is you'll look at a thrust, and it's
Okay.
1D.
1D.
You can burn a fatigue for damage too.
How?
Say,
You have fatigue points. You can burn them. The only thing is, if you get low in fatigue points, your character gets tired. You run slower.
So, how is damage calculated? Like, what does a fatigue give me?
No, not
Another
Plus
die?
2
plus 2
damage.
damage. So plus 2 to your d6.
or 1 per die, but nobody's
So
that
plus
strong.
2.
So 8.
Okay. So 8, it goes clear into the creature's skull. There's no, you don't even think there's actually a skull inside of there. There's probably foam or something else. It just sticks right up to the hilt and the side of it. And the creature's still flailing on Jeb. A little bit of luster has been lost from Jeb's eyes as it looks like he's sustained a groin injury.
He's trying to hold back, like puking.
They're all cocky at the start of this. I got my armor for the serpent people, and look, I got my super dwarven axe.
I do.
Nothing's gonna go bad. I'm burning fatigue on this bitch because I'm the dude.
Exactly.
Looks like we cancel each other out there with our super
No,
armor.
we didn't. I'm still really happy with these axes. They cut through anything.
Yeah.
You use the word cocky.
Wherever
Why,
you're gonna
There you go.
why do you keep on doing these crotch-related puns?
All right, but yeah, it looked like that would have probably killed an individual on the street, just flat out dead. But all right, Erickson.
I don't think it'll do any good, but I'll pump a couple rounds into its back end. And that's the only opening skill, right? Right to the head.
That-
The security guard.
That's the less. There's less cover for people regarding its back end.
All right.
I don't think I can really do anything else to this thing.
I hear you.
I'll
Your beam gun shred
Tremendous
I'll
cut in his
brace.
suit. It's gonna be a little airy there.
Target the rear half.
He's not telling us all
Is there an abdomen that costs more money?
So you try to tape it up.
No, abdomen.
The only problem you'll have is, well, after you deal with the horrible life-threatening injury you have,
Oh, rear leg?
but the material is very resistant to sewing.
I'm sure that they could use the same system, the same material that you did for the power suits. That sort of gives you that ceiling.
He said resistant, he didn't say impervious. That's what he said.
I'm sure if you hit a nail hard enough, things will through. It's only $20.
He should use a glossy cod piece there.
There you go. You're right.
There you go.
He told me he wanted to be Jewish.
Well, here's your first step.
Yep.
8, 13.
What character's Amish?
I made it by
That's right, I forgot.
there's
Oh,
2
How many shots?
Oh yeah, I never went back
good
to
shots.
2 shots?
You were corrupted by the English world.
Yeah, not really. He was born in farm.
You had to do your walkabout.
Yeah.
Isn't that when you're
Roman
Spring up.
Dedicated.
going back?
So I made
Bunch
it.
of
This is called gambling?
That was
bunch of
so I made it
Amish
my
in the edge of my
hit rear legs by
town.
what did I say? 2.
They're lower than the grandparents.
How many shots were you
See buggies going by.
I said 3 shots. 3 shots.
I needed that going to school.
I
You gotta
know.
wait, like,
So it's
there's
plus
no
3,
passing
so
lane all
what
throughout
am I
the
checking
time, and
against?
they're like,
My recoil?
Recoil.
Don't care.
Yeah.
No, I mean GPS.
They're doing their thing. You gotta respect them, man. They don't have
Very
fires.
fast.
They don't have super
Yeah.
No, just the one shot and then you check for
Yeah.
recoil.
Well, it's
I
also
think you made a
cool.
re-
It's like, we
I made
reject
my
your
recoil
ways,
straight up,
English.
so-
What about this
I
penicillin?
made I made it by 3.
Please tell us
The
more
recoil
about
straight
internal
helped me,
medicine.
2 of them will
The world
hit.
goes to shit.
You don't make the recoil because it's a
No, they're
minus
the people that we
1
enslave
for the
that
back
skills,
half.
but they can't
It's much
fight
harder
back.
for the front
They
half.
do have good marketing
It's a minus
skills.
2 because it's still small in the room. Or not small in the room, but
They would.
it's hard to get an angle on it with everyone moving. And the creature's large, so it becomes a minus 1. The front half is like a minus 4.
That have an ability to fix things without having to.
So what are you firing at it?
I have guns, they don't.
Okay, so roll for damage.
At Walmart.
Yeah, they shop at Walmart.
And they're pacifists.
They're guys who have like
10 points on the first one,
instant slavery, he said.
and 14 points on the second one. I'm shooting whatever leg is closer to me. Rear leg.
You shoot the rear leg, and you look like you broke the back leg. There seems to be like kind of a wooden dowel that kind of comes out of the fur and stuffing. It doesn't seem to be able to support its weight on that side, but it doesn't seem to be that heavy. Where are we from here? Then we're at Ben.
I'm going to attempt to jump on the cat's back.
Okay.
And,
He's riding the tripod.
Wow, what? That's a Jeff
tell you
move
that-
right there.
Tell you to siphon primal energy off.
so I'm going to attempt to jump on it and then try to cut the head.
Give me a brawling.
There it is.
By
They said something over there. It's not my
It's
time.
gonna keep on going.
4.
It's gonna keep on going. You can keep on cutting it off, but it's still
For the
gonna
most
have a
part,
reason why it's alive.
you can manage to get onto the back of it. It is a bit of, you kind of climb it up there, and it's a bit haphazard, but you do manage to get back up there.
Okay.
Back at the sucking primal energy. That's it.
It is your turn, Rice.
Do you even have riding?
I do not. I'm not riding it, though.
You're doing fairly well just a moment ago. You're like, it's not getting through my DRs.
Fuck that. I'm gonna throw up my deflect
The
arm
good thing
again.
is that it cuts so cleanly, there's hardly any pain.
He has high pain threshold, so otherwise he probably would have been unconscious. If he didn't have high pain threshold, he would have taken double penalty for that hit location, and he'd be at a minus, I think, 6 this turn. So high pain threshold.
That's right. I tapped him again, just little nut tap.
Deflect arm.
Look how cleanly the blood flows off of the knife, or the axe. This is great stuff. It's like Teflon.
Since it had water in it, do you think I could remove the water from it? That's possibly given it its life.
There was slight condensation. It wasn't that heavy. But you can give me an IQ roll.
Hunter chops off dick, still takes prom.
10, 13. Straight up.
Straight up. Given from what you've seen from it so far, multiple people shot it. It seems to be made out of dead inert material, which might be able to be broken down readily easily with those matter manipulation
chopped
bombs.
off by Hunter. He's like, where's the buds?
It happened, he was trying to save me.
Yeah.
Can I fast draw the gloves and put them on?
Oh, if you don't have them on, no. They're fairly tight gloves.
But they rip real easy. That's why I take them off in between.
Understand.
It worked.
And I probably can't cut the symbol into the creature as it's flailing.
Day one, the first time you saw
That's because he
it.
ran.
Not the
I'm not
first
saying it's
time.
impossible. It's just it'll
But
get
that's
multiple
because you
turns
screwed
on
me
you.
with the
Yeah.
zap gun where you're
I'm
like,
gonna deflect
I
harm.
want you to be bait, so we have a
Pluses.
hope, and you're like,
One still.
It doesn't even function. Why would I
Plus
grab
one
that?
still
Ready.
on deflect.
Period. It didn't even look
Exactly.
ready.
It was a bluff.
Yep, it didn't look ready.
You were supposed
You
to
still for the rest of this particular encounter, you have a +1.
I highly doubt
And
the
instead
hyper-
you're like, no, it doesn't even work.
I
12.
highly doubt the hyper
Beat it by one.
intelligent
Yeah.
extraterrestrial being
You have a
involved
small
for
field
anybody.
up that you can try to block something
You
in the
didn't even
future.
try. That's
Uh,
the
They
thing.
hated you
Otherwise,
before, why would they choose you to be
Captain Avery puts his baton in the creature's mouth and starts to kind of wench it off of you, giving you a little less pressure on your shoulder.
I guess that would make way too much sense for my party to do that.
Yup.
I don't know. It seems like the only thing he can do, and the logical thing to do, but I don't know. He doesn't have dwarven axes.
Yeah.
Is this the NPC that's helping us?
Yeah. Captain Avery.
He's the only guy
He
with
doesn't
a
have.
club.
He doesn't have any kind of weapon because it's a British museum. Even if he was in a British police officer, he wouldn't have a gun.
He's not even a
so
real cop.
he's the real cops don't really have. They have guns back at the department.
Yeah.
So he's using his baton to
Wedge its mouth
wedge
open.
the mouth open off of his shoulder. He's handling the situation fairly well, but he might be just amped up on adrenaline, given there's a saber-toothed monster.
Did he do a fright check?
I've already rolled for that, yes.
Alright.
This is mage work, right?
He must have seen something in that museum.
All right, and
Probably
here we're
only
at
one
Steve.
bedroom.
All kinds of fun up there.
It's like Night at the Museum for him again. He's like, oh, damn it.
Like a really shitty version of Night at the Museum, yeah.
Yeah. I just kind of back away and give everybody more room to work.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm watching outside the room to see if anybody's trying to sneak by.
I came back for you like 4 times.
There's moments where you're.
You only take 1 point of blunt trauma. It does look like Captain Avery's baton starts to snap in half. You can hear the wood just giving way.
That's all right.
Huh, the second time wood
There's a
shot
knife
blew
right
up,
there
though.
for him to pull out.
Ouch! Ouch! All right, we're back up to the professor.
Everyone cleared out now.
No, there's still a bunch of people in there.
If anything, we've gotten closer.
Cipher energy
These three
off of
people, these 3 people, along with Captain Avery, are all up next to the creature.
Or on it.
He's on it, yeah. He's under it. He's on it.
But, yeah.
Now you're
At this
nerfing
point, I
my
can't
other
do a
cast.
deflect harm.
Kind of like a Sesame
Not
Street
really.
where Bad Sesame Street over. Underneath, on top
Can
of the
I do a
side.
deflect harm in case someone gets Jeb again?
It's going to be a little bit farther away from you, and it's going to be at a weird angle from you're normally used to because it's not coming at you. But yeah, potentially.
Potentially.
Yep. Now you're psychologically prepped in case Hunter decides to take off a leg. You're like, just watch what Hunter's doing. Do I want to deflect this or do I want?
Portion the axe.
So it becomes a free-roaming projectile at you. Yeah, that's exactly what you want.
Made by 6.
Okay.
Can I make it? No. I'm not gonna make it like where they can hit through it because what if Hunter on that side goes?
Goes through,
I want
yeah.
to make it safe enough to actually do something for Jeb.
You can create a
We've already
limited.
skipped that
You can
point.
create a limited field around him. The creature's already within inside of it.
I know, but in case anyone else decides to
Yeah.
take a shot.
You know, if B fires a laser gun, that's not going to stop anything.
He'll stop some of it.
Yeah, with his 20 DR, it's impenetrable. I guess.
Actually, I think it's 10 on burn. So.
Ah,
Yeah, 10. Well,
Okay.
10 damage, I don't have to worry about that.
Hunter.
I'm praying for all ones.
When I do, what is it, conduct primal conduit, that siphons out primal energy, correct?
Yep.
Do I have to touch the object that has the primal conduit, or
Not necessarily, no.
does it make it easier to touch the object?
A little bit, yeah.
So I'll place a hand on the creature. If I can, do I have to make a roll to do that, or?
I would say no. It's primarily focused on Jeb right now.
Okay. And then I'm going to try to do a primal
Can I
conduit,
take
and
a picture of you riding it?
I suppose I have to channel the primal energy somewhere, or do I just chuck it into space?
You could just you could pull it out and just let it evaporate.
I'll put it into my other axe.
But an axe.
That's a little bit more difficult than evaporating it in a combat situation. But
All right, I'll just evaporate it then.
mind you, you're not sure how much is there to begin with, so
I just evaporate it.
Oh.
Yeah, I did it. I succeeded by. So I got a 7, so that'd be by 5. And I didn't add my 1 for the power investor. So
Okay.
I don't know if I get it.
you get this with this situation.
So then I make it by.
Actually, for this situation, you get a +2.
Okay, so then I would make it by 7.
Okay. For the most part, you felt 2 points near the rear of its body, maybe even sigils. You don't physically see them, but when you start to start the incantation, it goes fairly quickly, and it feels like you broke whatever was back there. There wasn't enough energy to really collect into anything. You're looking at like a tenth of something, but you'll notice that the creature seems to seize up and just stops.
Okay. You were correct.
Push it off.
Try to pry the jaws open.
Ultimately, Captain Avery continues. He gets the jaws off you. He pulls you out. You push the creature over.
Bind wounds on my balls.
You can't push the creature over, Frank's riding it.
Draw a picture of the new Obduro group.
I will pull my knife from its skull, just so I have
You
that.
can jostle it away.
Well, I bind my own wounds.
You have high penetration, so yeah, you can do that.
So Captain Avery, how often do things like this happen?
He seems to be still in kind of kill mode here a little bit, and I don't know. I secretly think that the creatures are going to attack me in the middle of the night, but I've never had my paranoia confirmed before.
Were you thinking that particularly at the point in time when the creature attacked?
No, I think that every night.
Okay.
You know what? I think he's that damn drunk. This just reinforces what I just was thinking about that Chris O'Donnell.
Really, I'm not sure how a drunkard would accomplish
Oh, that trickster.
with some sort of. This does in fact seem to be a taxidermied saber-toothed cat, but I'm not the investigator here, so I will lead this conundrum to you.
Beat my
and
mind
we
wounds.
will.
Could we get his house address? I think it's critical to finding out about the cat.
Yes,
Yeah.
I will get the information.
You might
Thank you.
step.
Thank you.
Do I still have power investiture going on?
No.
All right, beat it by 2. Bind wounds.
It takes some time. The wounds will heal up.
Okay, do I? I'm just gonna go completely, just get it all blunt.
There is, you do have a dex penalty associated with that left leg until you just kind of stretch out. There's new connections there. Ultimately, you ripped into a tendon, disconnected it from the leg, and you're pretty sure it's fine. It takes you about a minute. You bleed a little bit onto the ground. I'd probably say you're probably about 2 points down from blood loss that can't be repaired through bind wounds.
Okay.
But no naughty bits are on the floor. So you're okay.
I would say that your axe went fairly up the thigh, and then right into the hip joint. And then
Good thing I didn't hit the femoral artery.
All right.
you probably did. He started bleeding pretty badly thereafter. It was only a few seconds, and then he used an incantation to bind over the wounds. So otherwise, you guys would be sitting here with cloth and like, oh my god, he's gonna die. We need to get him to the infirmary. But magic solves everything.
Teleport. He's
Can I
there.
take
Fix
a
it.
picture?
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly the kind of mental prep the surgery doctor needs. It's like, we're teleporting! And it's like,
He used to dealing with
Can I
things.
take a picture of Frank riding that thing?
Huh? Sure, you can take a picture of Frank riding the saber-tooth.
All right.
All of you guys, however, are...
Go to the locked box. That's right. Wait, is there anything else that's glowing like from the monster?
Not really.
Go to the locked fucking drawer and just break it.
All right. You take out some sort of implement, maybe an adamantine dagger.
He can too.
Yeah, so can I.
Yeah.
Tremere knife.
You break the lock. It looks like there's a 38 revolver inside of there with a speed loader and 2 rounds. This is an illegal weapon. It shouldn't be here. There also seems to be some sort of charm amulet in the what is it in the Hunter's pocket.
You're looking over my shoulder. You cut my nut, and then you take my.
There you go, Hunter.
I hand you. This is illegal.
Otherwise, while the rest of you are inside, you can see that there is something leaking from the bottom of the saber-toothed taxidermy creature.
Oh, I'll take a look.
They would turn upside down.
Is it red? Interesting.
Looking over, it does seem to be some sort of mixture. You can give me a chemistry or a diagnosis. Anyone can in the...
I take the charm.
Wow.
Hunter feels a little guilty for chopping my balls.
4.
So I guess quit breaking my balls, Hunter.
I don't feel guilty.
I thought it was very appropriate given him like, I'm not going to fail.
Exactly.
All right.
Chemistry by 7.
I would do the same
Both of you guys
thing
can
given the
determine it does look like it is a mix between, I
I'll be
suppose,
honest with you, if you were trapped underneath there, I would
decaying,
probably would have done the same.
what is it, rotten flesh and blood coming
I'll-
from the bottom.
I'll cut it out.
Ultimately, there seems to be a mass that is somewhat preserved inside of the creature. It seems to be a small figure that seems to be jammed and roughly would be the stomach of this creature. And it does look as though there is a cotton and stuffing as though it was forced down this inanimate thing's mouth at some point or forced down. this inanimate creature's mouth.
Okay.
The individual taking a look is pretty decayed. Where I suppose you guys, it might be Dr. Carl Mint because there's a very similar smoking jacket on this man, and the build seems to fit.
Is his wall down there?
Looking through, ultimately kind of getting in the juices of it. It does seem as though there's a wallet there. There's a picture that is distorted because of what the hell is it? The body breaking down and the chemicals kind of leaking in all throughout his clothing. But it does seem as though this might be Carl Mint. The picture seems to be matching up.
Is that the guy whose house we were in?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we
And the
found the
books you
guy.
don't have to get back now.
Yeah.
Like
So,
you're gonna give those
We should,
back.
we should determine if you had any surviving relatives and if there was a
Yep.
will.
I think we
It
should
did
go to
seem like in the
curio
house,
shop in the morning.
you'd been told that his wife died probably about 10, 12 years ago, but it did look like he had grandkids.
You know what that means, right?
The
Fox
grandkids
would go
probably
there
already have
with the
children
fake
of their
title
own,
and
so they
take
may
over
be
the
adults
estate.
somewhere.
Build a basement.
He's
I
really
had
had
a
books for the
legitimate
public.
title, A, and B, that was a crazy priest who built the basement to the area.
You leased it out.
How
You
did they
built the
shove
basement.
a
I did not
guy-
build the basement.
You signed off on it.
Your
Work order.
signature on the work order.
You're not sure.
These three papers that
I would
made
say
them
with your
sign
forensics, it
Oh,
looks as
really?
So
though
now you're pleading
at some point in
I
time
didn't
this
think it was
creature
out in the swamp. I
You know what
didn't-
that
crushed
means?
it
I'm
and
just gonna
managed to
rubber stamp
fit
you
it
as
down its
illiterate.
throat.
I can read.
And then someone
Well, you should
put
have read the
rock
same as
down
an
there.
animated.
Yeah, it was cool.
probably
It was
just
cool
the
as
stuff
fuck.
Kill the whole town.
I did not kill a whole
It went
town.
through the
I
act
killed
of
a
swallowing this
town.
person
I don't.
to put it in its stomach,
Be
but of course,
killed.
as
Should
the
at least
organ
nut up an
change
organ.
ends up in the...
Frog killed the whole town.
I did not kill a whole
Or Ethan
town.
Daniels.
A whole human body would normally not be able to fit through a saber-tooth's throat, but given that essentially this is just what the hell is it? A fake skin. It's not taxidermy because none of it's really real. It's a facsimile. It's a stuffed animal.
Daniel's dead.
Daniel's voice
It just kind of stretched and it looks like it was forced down by
Signs
you're not sure if the animated creature or somebody else.
Yeah.
And no one smelled this.
Surprisingly, no. A lot of these things smelled mothballed and what the hell have you. A lot of these seem to be what does it smell mothballed, but it can give you a forensics roll.
Cat's cat lady jab.
That gives me a 9.
forensics,
Well, I
I
know
guess.
that passes.
I did it by
So,
6.
by 5.
I could our next
By one.
girls, newsletters.
Forensics, right?
Like,
A lot of the taxidermy creatures around here, along with some of the other artifacts, are very musty and have a strong smell to them. But actually checking it out based on your suspicions, it does look like some sort of formaldehyde or other agent was used to mask the odor and possible, chemicals breaking down and seeping out of the creature.
So, almost as though the body were prepared as one of the 56.
Maybe. I mean, it's not an area you'd normally check, but you can't imagine it would be. You can't imagine that this body would be good for very long. It would have to be used pretty quick here because it's already gone pretty bad.
So
I think we split up the
formaldehyde.
tide table.
I just think
I
he was
guess
removed because
I
he was
take a
honest.
skin sample.
To get the
put it in
person
the
that
bag.
wanted to get into the museum into the museum.
Yep.
We need to do some research
Wait, do
on
we
where
have
this thing came
microscopes?
from. Maybe it was donated by
Check
This
the
microscope.
pest-
This
We don't need to
microscope.
do
I mean,
any of that. It was
I'm not-
here,
I
they
don't-
enchanted it.
being so.
did you did you get
I
a?
just want to check
We need
for
to go to.
self-roasting.
As soon as
I would imagine that they would at
Captain's
least
back,
have something like a 20 to 100 times optical microscope.
I feel like that
proper
could check for
variation.
human
Hunter,
cell
you
bursting.
said this thing
I
Is it
checked.
possible the physical ward is
Reference
still
the
here?
bookmark.
No, it was enchanted.
Position here.
And you could look at the back of it.
That's what you said it was?
For any rolling.
Okay.
Depending on how much time you guys are spending in here, again, research some of the materials that are in the room.
I'm gonna go to where Hunter said he felt a ward and take a look around that area that's tiger, like see if there's a ward anywhere.
You can give me a
Yeah.
scrounge.
I can give you a
I'm
scratch.
gonna finish stretching, walking off the old.
Give me a
Getting used to
surgery that
things.
thing back together.
You immediately after that, it's very he started bleeding pretty profusely on the ground. He immediately started incanting the blessing of Bast to bind the wounds. Otherwise, it's very likely he could have died from like a severed femoral artery running down the leg because it came up on the inner thigh and went into the hip.
Stretching it all out.
Walk it off, I tell you.
Old Chinese injury, this is.
For the most part, there's 2 runes on the back of this
Looks like an
particular
old
creature. It looks as though you
Dwarven
can give me
injury,
a
that is.
thaumatology or a symbol drawing.
Okay, which one should be better?
Look at it, just
Psychology?
Note to self:
Different, slightly different information.
Okay.
Hunter gets an equal or lesser value. than
Thaumatology.
Yep.
Oh!
What are you rolling?
Make mine by
I'm a 3.
4. My thaumatology, right?
Two dice.
Drawings.
12. Comes a 6. Thaumatology by 8.
Professor is sore by the fact that your hatred is frog.
And simplify by 1.
It
So
might,
neither one of them by what?
I chopped you in the
Small
junk.
We're still about the
maybe it's by 8 tomatology by 4, and it's good running at 5.
Both of you, I would say, between the two of you, would be able to think that this is possibly the runes that animated this particular creature, or essentially this stuffed animal. And it does look like it was purposely drawn. It couldn't have been drawn that long ago. It looks like it was drawn in kind of some sort of, you'd say, very rough, kind of oily mixture. You'd estimate maybe within a month or so it's been on here.
Okay.
Maybe it could have been on here for much longer, but given that I suppose it's not incredibly dry, you'd imagine it was sometime within the last month.
We should check the rest of the museum.
With you said you made 7?
8.
8? The spell, you're pretty sure, is a simulacrum,
Think of the apartment.
Holocron.
and you believe it's
If she thought there
set
was
up in
two
a way
cultists here,
only to cause this
in one
entity
office.
to
There might be another
animate
office here that might have
during, outside of sunlight.
I let you guys know that.
Okay. I'll Professor take a picture of the room.
So it very likely wouldn't have any kind of magical presence during daylight hours, meaning it would look like a normal stuffed object. But somebody could very likely find the body.
During the day. Just started
This thing was set up as a trap at night. There's probably other things in this office that we need to look for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Use your
Well,
glasses.
use your glasses.
Glasses, goggles,
Monocle.
I'm thinking we should definitely check out the curio shop tonight then, since that was the last place he went.
Probably that will be our next stop.
And if they're
You
only
end up in
animate
the
at
gut
night,
here. I
Yeah.
bet you this is something they'd sell at a curio shop.
I think it might be.
What can I label?
Potentially, yeah.
so do we want to split up?
I'd
half
say
into
picture
the
of-
curio shop?
Since this is merely a replica, there's no historical value to it, and that would be a reason that they couldn't sell it to something like a cabinet of curiosities or an emporium.
Yes, I made it by 2.
Okay,
Does
good.
it have a museum tag number on it anywhere?
Is there
No, they would not be on this.
also maybe there might be a bill of receipt in the office?
There could be. It wouldn't be in this office. It'd most likely be in whoever purchases these things. So maybe Adam Merriweather, but looking for yourself, you'd be going through potentially years worth of. You don't know when it could have been purchased last week. Could have been purchased 2 years ago.
Okay.
We don't know.
Or they could have assembled it here with their experts.
We don't know if Christopher O'Donnell practices magic, but we know that J.R. Merriweather
about to go in.
did mention he
Matter
does.
manipulation spree. Just fucking get
Why don't we
rid of
ask
it.
we need to go to Christopher. Walk this place we gotta go to.
Every night, you would have seen this thing come in, and you'd probably know the scuttlebutt about it.
There you go. When did
They'll
the,
know how long it's been here, and they'll probably know whether or not it's bought.
Good
He says
idea.
it's been in the office for probably about 7 weeks now. He says it is part of the back catalog that Carl Mint was looking through. And he says it's not unusual for him to look through objects like this and determine whether or not they're still valuable to the museum and if they're going to be sold off to private lots and other things of that nature. They do have rotating exhibits, and sometimes they move them between different museums, but other times it gets sold off to the public.
Christopher's the guilty party. We should be going to his house, getting confession from him.
Possibly because we're going to guys.
Curio shop first.
I'm more into the curio shop myself.
Yeah, curio shop.
I've been here, but we still don't know where his car is.
We don't care about his car. We care about the cultists who are trying to bring back the Black Bull. The cultist that's going to do that is Christopher.
Well, my question is,
Yeah.
I won't ask you here in front of the security.
Security guard's not here. He wants to get the address.
He's back by now.
Oh, yeah. Can you step out for a moment, sir? We have
He
some
will.
private matters to discuss. Thank you.
I walk you over and go. The question is are we willing to use whatever it takes to make him talk?
The only reason I had to be for is because there was innocent people there, and you guys told me to turn it over to you guys for the interrogation.
The only people that have issues
I said no in the
is anyone that has pacifism cannot hurt innocence, would not be able to, nor would be able to condone knowing that somebody is doing that.
I don't know.
He could be guilty as all hell,
If anyone's interested,
but he could just be some dude that you guys are breaking his fingers or teleporting his
That's
leg
my
to
fear.
Peru.
It could be a pansy, it could be a ruse.
we could,
It could
get
be
him-
a stooge they put in here so that somebody can work around him. easily because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yep. But the problem with
But if that's
the problem
the
for
case,
two
then
of you
he would
is
know who put him.
later on he might be the big baddie, and you're like, well, I don't feel bad about it now. But prior to that, you don't know, and until you can confirm it. What would really suck is if you never confirm it, because then you can never clear it from your conscience.
You have
His
really good
name
interrogation
is
skills.
Derek
I'm gonna grab a water, I'll be right back.
We don't have to start
And he
breaking
drinks at the
fingers, though.
Sinclair, and he's the
Or we
assistant to
just
the
hit him with some
mayor.
truth.
Can't harm.
He
I
said
say.
that
So
his
I
uncle
still
spent
think-
his
that's not
information.
I still think it'd be better to go to the curio shop first to get clues before we lean on him. Because as soon as we lean on him, we can't really let him go because he might go talk to someone, or we have to follow him.
If he's guilty, he would
Ties up resources.
If he's guilty, he's going to end up with his head cut off. He's going to end up in my tabletop.
We just
See,
want
I
to
feel like
cut
there's
him a
better
little.
ways of dealing with that.
If he's a cultist, he'd start with
That's the best way to
interview.
focus. You know,
With your axes.
Yeah, well, however I kill him, I'm going to kill him.
well,
I
you
mean,
can-
I'd probably just snap his neck and less bloody that way.
Okay,
Oh.
if it's possible that he's a plebe in the whole thing,
Yeah.
that he doesn't have any magical knowledge.
Yep.
What can we do to rock him to his core?
truth grenades. We have several. I was about
You
to
start
say.
with an interrogation,
Why don't we just
Yeah.
go to
and
the
then go to an intimidation.
Yep.
No,
And why don't we just go to the truth man?
Truth
Yeah,
can
I
kill
have that.
people.
He's a toxicologist. He
You have
can
the
say it.
antidote for that?
I do.
See, I believe him.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you believe him now?
I believe him lots of times.
Hunter, you don't believe him.
Yeah, I do. He's a
You're
toxicologist.
gonna blame
No,
him.
he is not a toxicologist.
Oh,
She crawled out of the swamp.
Who's
Either
the
one
guy
of my toxins
shooting?
are
Who's the
bad.
guy shooting things with blowguns with toxic venom coated on it?
Exactly.
So you guys got your
Not
things
you.
organized. You got your
No. I wanted-
duffel bag to put over the guy's head. Your your bucket full of water.
I thought they're gonna take
Water
a
burning
plastic
is not
bag
torture.
and tape it around his head.
Yeah, whatever.
I wanted to cross-reference those books to see if they're actually here on the list.
Give me a research, and that means you guys will be spending some time here.
I will help. I'll assist you.
Where are we going?
We've got to
Yeah,
finish
researching?
off here.
I say we should go check out some other offices.
As long as we're here,
Yeah,
let's do
and
the
double check.
research that we
Yep.
can. Yeah, I'll aid you.
Made by 8.
Man, I should roll those dice, but yeah. So
All right.
10. Research is.
Pull out a barrel of pickled herring. Anybody
I
care for
rolled
some?
Heather by 7, so I helped her by 3.
Give it to Scarlet.
All right.
See if she eats it. While you want to.
I offer pickled herring to anybody.
Give
So
one
I
to
got a big
Scarlet.
jar, but I have
No.
a big
Take
keg
a
of
pickled herring.
I pulled out of my
One for Scarlet, one
tabletop.
for myself.
Where did you get a pickled herring?
From him.
I keep a keg of pickled herring in my tablecloth.
Okay.
You see, I've got 7 forks that are on the
I
barrel
take the
lid.
spoons.
Nope, it's got a fork. You don't want to drink the brine. Just spear the. You can also around the barrel and spear it.
Yep.
Delicious.
It is delicious.
So what do you make a
Tastes
research
like
by, you
deep
said?
ones.
I did it by
Put
7.
that
I
keg
helped
away. I
her
pull
by
a keg of fresh
All right.
water.
So altogether, looking it over,
Put it in my flask.
it does seem like ultimately you have to check Interior's museum, and ultimately it takes probably another 2 hours as you guys are here. It gets late into the night, but you can reference that pretty much all the books that I would say all the relevant books that he had checked out were here on property. The only one that's not is the one that you picked up, the Sierra Alta. All these books supposedly that were related to this event at Stonehenge or another location or these bodies, everything's still here. Nothing's missing. All the material, all the ritual notes, yada yada yada, is filed away neatly, card cataloged in the British Museum.
copies. He has to.
Or this is probably a ritual site. Is this a shallow area?
You're not sure. You need somebody
I
to
sensed it
read
once
the.
before, didn't I?
When they're large ones, they seem to distort space. You're not detecting that right now. Give me a roll.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
He's sensing feelings.
He has an indirect way of doing it that's not nearly as good as the direct way of doing it.
He's gonna use the sense out into the outer world as well.
Okay.
That'd be better.
You did lock it on.
You would say that London has a much lower, I suppose, barrier rating than a lot of other modern cities, except for the modern New York now. It seems as though London is steeped in history and ancient, not ancient, but a lot of culture here, and a lot of it makes it weaker, as opposed to other cities where it becomes harder. It seems like newer structures, modernization, other things of that nature kind of affect the spiritual world underneath it, and London is kind of still steeped in mystery and is not a barrier. So normally, it's the boonies that are weaker, but London's actually pretty weak to begin with.
Okay. Mental note. This whole area seems like a shallow then.
But you wouldn't say to the effect of actually performing a ritual site. You'd need a powerful shallow.
Okay.
I would say you've come across one before, inside of Peru, on the mountainhead.
Yeah, but it's still one of those they said it was.
You've never been there? Potentially.
I thank the captain for the address. Good man. Saw him get slapped on the shoulder.
He frankly doesn't know what to do. He wants to inform the authorities, but of course he can't legitimately tell them what just transpired here because now he just has a stuffed animal and a dead body. He's going to wait until you wrap up your investigation, but then he's going to call London Yard and tell them that they found a body inside of a stuffed animal. He says it fell over, it spooked somebody.
My hunch is that he was murdered and the murderer shoved his body down the creature's throat.
He said, but now we have gunshots along the far wall and things of that nature.
That would be other people.
Yeah. We might
He says, but he has to explain it.
might want to
I
contact...
give him the 38.
Yeah.
Here, just a second. Bam, 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 and I give it to him.
I thought there were 2 shots.
Nope, there's 5 more.
5 more now, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Provided nobody has good forensics at London Yard. They're like, that's weird, because, the original bullets were here, but all these are on the floor.
Nope, they're in the carcass.
The carcass, yeah.
Because it was laying on the floor.
Yeah.
If they get their yarn out and they draw the lines, then they should get to win the prize.
Follow that under
You know that the prize is finding out that the security guard is lying, right? You're going to jail, mister!
It might be a better idea to give him more.
I'll teleport you out if that's the case.
Yeah.
Just hang on to this.
How about we just get rid of the dead body?
He
A
said-
bullet. I'm sure
he is going to say,
Let me just put this tattoo on you.
Yeah.
he's going to inform them that prior investigation company had gone through there. He's going to give the reference material.
That's fine. Here, yell this for
I
me.
mean, if you have anything to get an order, but he's going to tell them the truth because he doesn't know, well, not the whole truth, but the relative truth, the things they need to know. But beyond that, I mean, he can't really lie about the guns here and other things of that nature.
I love how he's just random with shot bullets, Hunter. Makes everything so much easier to explain.
It does.
Random
You wanted
bullet
some
holes.
forensic
You
evidence.
just say they were
I gave
American
I gave
investigators.
you forensic evidence.
Oh my god.
All right. So what's our next stop now?
Shortly
Let's go to the
thereafter,
cultist.
however,
His
you
apartment.
guys find
I think we just went to the house.
Curio shop.
Oh, the apartment. The
Curio shop.
Red herring. Leave the red herring alone. You just ate herring. You don't need any more.
Okay, hands. Curio shop versus apartment. Curio shop.
We're
Curio
here,
shop.
we're here to stop a major incursion by.
shortly thereafter,
deity.
2 more of the guards
They
show
come
up.
running up.
They said the first time they were on the other side of the building, one of them was in essentially the second floor in the opposite wing. The other was in the basement archives, and they believed that both of them thought that the old building makes noise, but the second time they definitively confirmed that those were gunshots.
Yep. The gun is sitting on the desk next to Frank. I look at it and I kind of look at Frank.
I 38 in my holster.
Captain Avery will confirm with them his story about what has happened, and he does give them the cliff notes of they found the body. They do seem to be surprised.
It's okay. They're looking at the one that's on the desk. And now they're looking at you.
What time is it in the evening?
Close to about 11 p.m. right now.
My only suggestion is we remove all this from here and have the police find the body someplace else.
You know,
So
he's
you're
already
upset
got-
with me because
Captain
I shot
Avery will
bullets,
tell
but
you that
wants
he
to
is
move it
familiar
too.
with investigation techniques. He's pretty sure this whole damaged area right here, the blood spatter, everything else, is going to say, there's a body over here. They're covering up something.
Nah.
We'll just leave it then.
Here's how I perceive what happened. We came into the room. One of us,
Just drunk or thought the saber-tooth tiger was attacking him.
Jeb thought the tiger was attacking him in the shadows of the night. He screamed. We thought it was jumping on him. We all fired at it. Discovered the corpse inside. That's how I perceive what happened. But,
And he cut it to pieces.
yeah, it was
Captain
John.
Avery will go over that story as well. However,
Now you're
the
rehearsing
security
it in front
guard,
of the other two
the
guys.
security guard Clyde will at that point kind of go through it and be like, "Wait a minute, yeah, that's right, that's what happened, right?"
Yeah, yeah.
Captain
That's how
Avery
I
looks over at him.
perceive-
He's like, "Yes, that is what happened." He's like, "Wait, did that actually happen, or what actually happened?" He's like, "No, that's happened. That's what happened, and we're moving on."
It's going in the police report.
He seems to ask a few more questions, and Captain Avery takes him outside, and you hear him like, "You just understand me that this is the story that we're providing to the police." And he's like, "What happened? What did they do? Did they kill the professor? Did they kill Dr. Mint? Mine accessory?" It's like, no, we found Dr. Mint. He's been dead for some time.
We discovered the corpse.
See, where are we going next then? Or are we going to bed?
Should I use my intimidating stare?
Unfortunately, everyone, there's like 3 other people with intimidation. You can call a vote and see what people want to do.
All
However,
right.
sometimes it's a bit like
Who
hurting
wants to go
kittens.
to the curio shop? Who wants to go to the apartment?
Yeah, I'm your
Jeff.
face, new guy.
No, I'm good.
Thomas?
I'm good either way. Let's go.
It looks like we're going to the apartment.
That's where the action's going to be.
Now,
Crack, crack, crack.
before we go in there, truth grenade I think is the idea we've been going with. However, instead of wasting a truth grenade, I actually do have a single dose of the stuff made up already. I just go.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm good with that.
Probably be a little easier than gassing an entire area.
What's wrong with just
Mistakes it for
interrogating him
zombie
normally?
dust.
Because it doesn't involve pufferfish venom.
Because we can just jump straight through all of the rigmarole and get right to the...
But we can never wheel it back. Once you've blown powder in somebody's face, it's not like you can put them in a chair and lean on them. It's not like you can use standard interrogation techniques.
You could still
No,
use standard
it also
interrogation
does act
techniques.
as a powerful anesthetic. Anesthesia?
Anesthesia, yeah. Before I
You
do,
could still interrogate him and ask questions. And that's the whole point. He has to tell the truth now. So you could ask him a million questions to see if he trips up or not.
Yeah, but what
Just
if we
shouldn't
go
have
to
to
the
threaten to
apartment
break
and
his
he's
fingers.
at the pub?
well, then we'll wait till he
Can
Can you
comes home.
steal crap from his apartment and wait for him in the night?
Yeah, we ambush
And
him
then
and hope
did
we don't
that?
kill him in
Yep.
the
To
process.
To compare the difference and see what he was trying to cover up.
The truth serum doesn't...
Blow dust in his face.
You guys really should just all dress up like Batman.
I
to the
don't want
point.
to look like Batman.
Where are
I feel
they?
like you're missing out on a lot of
I
information
still
by doing
look
that.
like an
Just sleep.
investigator.
It doesn't impair his mental facilities. All it does is allow him to tell the truth.
But
Allows him
sometimes
or
seeing how
forces
he's
him?
lying could be more telling than what
forces.
truths he tells.
If you think you can learn something from his lying, I just want to know what he's doing with the black gold so I can go kill him all.
Yep.
I feel like we should question him normally first.
You know
Are
what,
you, do you have
teach him,
any
start
problem with
him
I'll
this?
let you take a
apartment on
swing
fire
at it,
before it gets
and
there.
we're gonna
Intimidate. So
Okay.
Intimidate.
So you guys are going to the apartment complex. It's actually not too far from the museum. He only probably lives, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes away from here.
So before we go up there, just curious how this is going to go down. I'm assuming we're going to knock at the door. We're going to rush in. There's going to be a very scruffle, a little bit of a
He
scream,
lives in
maybe.
an apartment.
I know, so we got to be a little bit on the down.
It might be a better idea.
Just
to
a little bit on the down
Yeah.
low.
Try
So when
questioning
you
him
throw the
normally
rock
first,
into the
then-
window,
Well, he already-
I got him to agree to that.
silence
So,
it.
well, let's see if we can butt us in first.
That's never happening.
You know, you
What's
see
your
that
plan
when it
B?
does.
I'm still
Plan
Okay.
B is going
All right.
Hunter's
Your plan
idea.
is to get invited in. I'm
Yeah.
just
Okay.
drafting in your wake. I'm drafting. Frock's got it, I say.
All right,
He's going to get invited in.
guys,
Think
get a
we've been
cab
able
from
to-
here to the apartment.
Wait.
You know,
The guy who crawled out of the
Can't we just
swamp
walk?
is
The
going to get
crime we're
invited
about
into
to
a
commit.
British
You should walk
curator's
there.
apartment.
Why?
Have
Drive
to
there
look.
and then we tell the cabby to go.
Walking will take a little bit longer.
We take the cab.
Thanks,
2 blocks away. We're there.
This isn't America. I can walk in front doors of places.
You have no idea how much back covering all these agencies had to do for you guys on fucking Adventures MI5, Nathan Dweller. There's all kind of phone calls that come back into Obduro where he's like, no. They weren't in Peru at that time. No, I don't have anybody by that name here.
Father, are you?
That was part of the mayor's special task force in the region.
Oh yeah, that. No.
Father,
we're
are
not
you?
doing
Gonna take
that.
off my pants and try to rudely sew my cuts in my just my normal pants that are over
The
my.
back of a cab.
No, we're not getting
You
invited.
guys are trying to figure out where you're going, so.
We're
Why the fuck are you?
You guys all pile into another cab.
Oh, yeah, I do know.
You guys arrive at a
No,
location.
I'm not piling into another cab. I don't walk there.
Okay.
See?
I'm
I'm sitting on the stoop of the fucking
gonna
British
get there well
Museum
after
right now,
everything's
discussing
happened.
how we're gonna get
You're
there.
gonna go in a cab.
We're going in a cab. You don't want to be left alone, do
I
you?
don't care.
Fine,
not
I'll
going-
hide in the cab.
We asked the
Hide
guy
in
to
the
close
cab.
his eyes so our companion can crawl into the cab and hide.
I'm in the stealth so that they only see these guys.
He says it's going to cost you extra.
Let's give him an extra buck. I just want to see
Charge
it.
us as though there's 7 people in the cab, but really there's only 6.
All right.
There, Professor, your secrets have been kept. And I do
Professor
say,
Frank was never here. He walked.
We all have a good chuckle.
Now the cabbie knows Professor Frank's name.
Yeah,
He knows he's a
geez.
professor and his first name's Frank.
Yep. And he was carrying a cat.
The clues are coming together.
This is not a normal cabbie, you know that, right?
Is that a
Can I
tweed
stealth?
suit you're wearing?
You can stealth, but you're going to be stealthing into a packed cab.
I make room for
I'm gonna,
him.
hide.
Hide.
Like,
It's
my
okay,
head
it's probably
over
not
the
my
cab.
5 driver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Wow. I try to make sure there's room for him to sit down.
Okay, we're gonna clear. There's no one gonna be sitting here.
Nope.
We're just gonna clear some space.
Yep.
We're just going to leave these duffel bags underneath the coat
Yep.
in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're helping.
That meowing noise.
Yep, that strange
Disregard it.
meowing noise. coming
There's
from the
another
duffel
cat
bag.
in
Yeah,
here.
there's
Yup,
cats.
it's stereo.
This sounds like an overweight cat, though. It's got a wheeze to its fur.
Let's just get on with the
Yeah,
adventure.
let's go.
Why do you
All right.
try, right?
Did the cabbie crash because of all the
Why did you want to
distractions?
not be in the cat?
No, he's getting paid like 2 fucking gold. What is it? American double
If
eagles.
he's gonna go
He
up
doesn't
there
really care.
and try to get invited in, I don't want to be associated
Which is
with
eccentric
the only black guy
foreigners.
in London.
That's the only black guy in London.
How does it feel now to have your one true friend turn on you?
In this era, there's actually probably
More
2
black people.
more
Like
black
5.
people in London
Like
than there's
5.
like
There you go.
in the
There's
city.
5, and I'm the racist.
I can patch you up someone who's really dark indie.
True. It could
Yeah.
be.
What with
But leave it to that
what
whole
with the
incident in
American
Glasgow
accent?
for your name to be
I know
spread
what
around.
that
There was a
accent is. That
pirate
could
in
be from
Glasgow.
Utah,
that-
part of the.
You get yourself
Yeah,
psyched up.
American.
You're on deck. You're gonna go up, knock on the door. You're gonna get us all invited in.
All right,
I'll
so
put
you
on my
guys
glove
ultimately reach the destination. That's the address. You don't know if that's it for sure. This apartment
Gloves.
complex isn't high end
You look like
for the most
ladies'
part.
white gloves.
There isn't like there isn't a doorman or anything
You
else
look
like that.
ladies'
That's
green
good.
gloves.
That's good. We've gotten past the front door.
Yep.
Stealth.
You're
I'm
missing one.
stealthing.
I said there's a doorman. You guys are still getting out of the cab.
Oh, sorry. We're still getting out of the cab. Apologies.
You guys get out of the cab. You can give me a dex check.
Everybody or just the person that's
This hunter.
It's me.
Yep.
I'm gonna succeed
For how much?
by 3.
Why is he?
Ultimately, getting out of the cab, you're not sure where you tripped up or anything of that nature. You end up skimming the top of your head on the doorway coming out. However, you damn near brained yourself. You look back, nobody's near you. You're pretty sure somebody set you the fuck up.
Close.
It's a fat cat.
No, as long as you don't touch the fat cat.
Guys,
All right.
I'm looking around with my with the sense selected. See anything?
Are we even now?
The standard individuals that are here.
I didn't do it. That wasn't me this time.
This time. Let me retroactively say that every time I say it's not me, it is not me this time. I'm not saying that just because now it's not me and prior it was, but in fact, all times it is not
Let
me.
me preface by saying, I will say, now we're even.
Okay.
All right.
I don't think I could ever get
Yes,
back my balls,
So are
but
there like secret hand gestures for I'm gonna stab
with the blood.
team member in the back or something?
Oh, that's one skill you want to pick up if you don't have it is gestures.
Gesture allows you to communicate simple phrases and general positions,
That right there.
things of that nature, by using your hands and quiet. There may be limited usage of it depending on how loud the group is.
Already
Like,
that.
he's signaling to me that there's a man behind the door, and like you're saying it out loud. I am saying it out loud.
Already that dose of venom I have, or
Okay.
the truth serum I have in my hand.
Do you even know what he looks like?
Wait.
I hope so. You
Hey,
drilled him
yeah.
yesterday.
Hey, we're gonna wait on the truth serum. Cool the jets.
All right.
He's
I
got
stopped.
this. He's on the
The
lead.
front door does seem to be locked.
Reading it.
We're
It
just
seems
all
like
draft.
it's a simple lock, but it does allow multiple access to probably 3 stories worth of apartments.
Just let Frank do it. He's the lead. We're
I
drafting.
don't have a.
Strap.
I can pick the lock if you want.
That'd be awesome.
Good enough. You wanted to
So you're
invite
gonna
us.
pick
Isn't there
the
a buzzer
lock
or
to be
something?
invited in.
There is, but then you know they're coming.
It's a lock
Yeah.
on the building, I believe. Correct?
Yes. I'm going to reach in my bag and grab my gas mask and just fucking put it on at this point in time.
Yep.
Why?
That's
Sure,
gonna be
nothing-
that's gonna be a minus for
nothing-
him getting us invited in.
I did it by 6.
Nothing alleviates suspicion like a gas mask in pre-Great War Britain.
That's right.
post-Great War.
You got
Post-war? Oh yeah, excuse me.
you got 6 white people with a black guy walking around town.
This is
And he's
Really,
not
that's the
carrying
most unusual.
baggage.
I'm pretty sure it's like Blade over here, and you guys cat carrying, and
Really?
Just a trench coat.
It's
just a trench
the
coat.
lock is fairly simple. You can
And me
get
wearing
into
a
the
gas
complex.
mask is the least of your suspicions
Oh,
there with
so
a
I'm
cat
looking
and a
at
babushka
I'm looking
walking around.
look on the thing. What apartment number is he in?
He is in 207.
207? Okay. 207?
Alright, you got the cover story, you ready?
Yeah, cover story.
I bet you he's
Still
at the
talking to him.
Cover story. I kick in the door and a flash him in the face. But yes, there is a buzzer where theoretically you could.
Like a buzzer would be pretty
Yeah.
advanced for this area.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Might ring
there's
a
not.
chime or something.
I would say there might be a chime button or something like that.
We want to ring it and see if it
No,
opens the
it's
door.
late.
It's surprising.
It's
Just
late.
lock up
Nobody
there.
ring it.
Lock-
and
lock-
What
lock
number
up
is
there,
he?
knock
Go
on the
in.
door.
207.
Quietly.
Start going up the stairs.
Yep, go up there, knock on the door.
Talking too much.
Knock on the door. There's some rustling.
I'm stealthing.
Close the eye. What do I see? Sitting behind the door.
You're pretty sure there's a life
I'm
signal.
stealthing too.
There is a life signal
see
on the
that.
other side of the door that is getting closer to the door.
Okay, I'll look over.
I'm
the
using
door.
my gangster swagger.
All right. You see a little light flicker from the lens hole in the door. What the hell do you people want?
We have some information on the missing doctor. We just found him.
Why didn't you tell? Was it Merriweather?
Talking through a door. You know,
Yeah,
this is
that's-
going way back.
Yes, because you guys are weirdos. This is a reasonable response. He may be a cultist, but this is a completely reasonable response.
Well, we've been tasked to personally relay the information to everyone interested. We've been close, so we have found him.
Well, I didn't know him. I started work after he went missing.
Okay. We did also find some other information regarding how he disappeared. Can we come in and show you something we did find to see if you have any idea what it
What?
could be?
No, I don't have anything to do with this investigation.
We know, but there's,
Aren't you dealing with Mary? You know, talk to Merriweather.
we found
Do you hear what I'm saying through the door? Let me clarify. Talk to Merriweather.
Matter manipulate the door.
There's an
open.
individual on the other side that's like, shut up in the hall.
I'm gonna touch the door with my gloves and just get rid of it. Just fucking get
All
rid of
right.
it. It's
So he
just
puts on his satin gloves.
Get rid of the whole door. Just the doorknob.
find the doorknob. That was 1 6 by 7.
Right. The doorknob seems to rust, and then
I push the door open.
just
he seems to push back. What the hell's wrong with you people?
See, I should've just
Are you
taken the door.
psychopath? The door isn't open yet.
I put more strength into it.
No.
Strike
No,
check.
it blows back in his face.
I'm waiting for it to open.
All right.
We're here to question you.
I get a strength roll on or something.
We're going to beat you off.
oh,
We think
jeez.
you're a cultist.
Success by 8.
All right. You start to push the door open and easily manhandle him. He screams, "Somebody call the police!"
Hand over
At
the
this point in time, you can give me IQ roll, I suppose.
I'm just gonna stand outside the door like this.
Yep.
And this is why
So it's bad news, huh?
Okay. For the most part, you lean in and blow it. The guy stumbles back into the room.
Why'd you have the gun?
What the hell's wrong with you people? What are you doing?
Why did he have the gun?
What? He starts to stumble towards the kitchen at this point.
No.
No. Grab him, I'll help
You
grab
can
him
give me
from
an
the
HT
chair.
roll.
I breathe deep. I succeed by 9.
All right. Ultimately, it's fairly light in the air, and he kind of blows it, and it's still kind of wafting. There's not like circulation in the airflow. So a few seconds pass, and it's still kind of particulate in the air. And then you're like, no. And then you're like, oh yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yep.
It's in the
I
eyes.
let my lungs filter it.
All right. The rest of you can kind of see his reaction and back away from the pan of fucking glitter that he blew off into
I
the
did
room.
not go in.
I know, but you guys are in the
I'm gonna-
area.
I'm gonna
I'm assuming you're all
look out.
creepily huddled around the door.
I love it. I want to
put my hands on
That's
the
what
guy.
I was
You
standing
said you were
on.
backing away from the door. I understand.
And
Yeah.
I
I want to put my hands on the guy.
You put your hands on the guy.
You're not going to the kitchen to get milk and black dog.
What the hell are you?
What's your connection with
My
the
eyes! This is burning my eyes!
See,
What
that's
the
why you
hell
get a
is
gas
in
mask.
this?
Gas mask
What
will
are you
prevent the
doing?
burning of the eyes.
No, it's
Are you?
It's a truth serum, isn't it?
Are you even in?
And you laugh at
Are
me.
you even real investigators?
I learned my
Yes.
lesson
Who
last
sent you?
Answer my question. Why did you have the gun?
I don't have a gun.
In your office drawer?
I don't have any drawers in there that have a
Are you
gun.
associated with the cultists of the Black Dog?
I don't know what the concept of the black coat is.
What's your name?
My name is Christopher O'Donnell.
Is it working?
Is it working?
It should be. It's the stuff that
I can't feel my eyes.
Okay, so it the zombie powder?
I can't see anything!
I'm just going to open
It'll go away shortly. Toxicologist, don't rub them, don't rub them.
Don't rub 'em, yeah.
I need water! I need water splashing my eyes! I'm going blind!
I'll go into the kitchen and get a glass of water.
Where am I? He starts just kind of touching your face and touching the wall and touching behind him.
I'll just grab a cup.
What do you know about the occult?
I don't. Vampires don't like garlic or the sunlight.
How about the saber-toothed
They
cat?
have to be in a casket to
hell
move
up.
over the river.
Shut up! Shut up!
Werewolves don't like silver.
I put my hand over his
Ghouls
mouth.
are dead people.
Put your hand over his mouth.
You already did.
Now listen to me, I'm taking my hand off. What do you know about the saber-toothed cat?
Really?
They're extinct now. It depends on the genius that you're looking
slap
at.
The one in the
They have teeth predominantly in the top fangs. And
I slap him again.
what do you know about
well,
the
they
one
wouldn't be fangs. They would be
taxidermy-
incisors, wouldn't
Incisors,
they?
yeah. What do you know about the taxidermied one in the office of,
Your office.
yeah, your office?
It stands at about 6'2" at the shoulder. It was made probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think, by one of our experts.
What are your experts? Which expert?
There's 2 people that do taxidermy.
Alright.
Okay, hold on, we got
So,
something here.
okay,
We're getting information.
I'm going to enter the room.
He said Simon List is the antiquities restorer, and he knows the most about making things.
You need it
Okay.
3 or 4 weeks ago.
Simon List,
I
3 or 4
think
weeks
so.
ago.
Okay.
I think so.
Who is the other person?
Alicia Porchu is a Euro-Asian historian.
Torchwood.
Keep it down.
Gotcha.
Alright, so, you have a list?
Can I sit him down in a chair and sit another chair across from him?
Can you give me a diagnosis?
I don't know if I have it. I don't
I'd
have
like to
it.
keep a lookout.
I've got it.
Diagnosis.
This is a bad situation. It's going pear-shaped quickly.
You can see that his eyes are extremely red. It looks like he's having a reaction to probably the puffer venom that you have in this freaking truth serum dust.
Okay. I'll go grab some water. So
I did
you're
it
getting
by
his eyes
7.
out.
All right.
You're gonna give him the hand.
Can I just ask him the
No,
question?
you're getting his eyes.
Okay, I want to. Just, did you
He
lie?
seems to be at least partially blind at this point. He just kind of vaguely looks off in your direction. For whatever reason, he stopped resisting now.
Excuse me. What lies did you tell when they questioned you yesterday?
Who questioned me? You people before? You weren't here yesterday.
No. Them.
The Obduro group.
I don't remember any
Yeah.
particularly lies.
Okay. I think we're good.
My diagnosis wrong?
That would have been the question
It looks like
to
he's
start
having a
off
reaction.
with.
It's not unusual. Like, you know
know,
that stuff
Judge
affects a certain
Cultus.
percentage of people. And he probably got a good amount of it in his eyes and has been rubbing it in.
I'll start irrigating his eyes out.
All right.
See, but he
I'm
might
gonna go
not
into his
know
room.
he's a
There might
cultist.
you can start
You might
irrigating
have
his
someone
eyes
in your
with the
hand
first
and
aid
a little
check.
plot going.
Otherwise, there might be permanent damage to the cornea of his eye.
So just asking if he lied to you would have been better.
I'm gonna go
than
to
asking
But if he doesn't know that he lied, then he wouldn't be able to answer that question
Oh.
either.
if he wasn't willfully lying, he's probably not
Alright.
involved enough that we care.
You can irrigate his eyes for the most part.
Yeah.
Exactly, which would be why checking out the curio shop would have been.
Do you have anything that can
Totally unrelated to this. Curio
I
shop
do.
is the guy who's dead in the belly of the cat.
How many rooms is in this
I'm
apartment?
keeping.
Probably 2.
The bedroom and the main room?
Yeah. Well, I would say there's a storeroom, there's a main bedroom, there's a kitchen/dining area,
Like a
and then
kitchenette?
Can I do anything to help him cure this guy's blindness?
well, definitely irrigating right away. If you
So far,
had,
we transported somebody into the
I'd probably
ocean.
say you could find
And now
something
we
in
blind any guy. That's possible.
his kitchen that might be work a little bit better against some of the oils in there, maybe even
Yeah.
pour like normal milk.
Okay.
And
His
Mr.
eye.
Glasgow.
Stuff like
We've
that.
done
I'll
that.
suggest it to help.
He definitely shouldn't rub it. He shouldn't touch it.
No,
Not today.
He should have it checked on in the morning.
I'll make sure that I'll.
It's not unusual.
Yeah, I know.
It's like I'm gonna smear what is it? Car grease. Well, mayonnaise wouldn't be that bad, but like car grease in his eyes.
Now, does everyone have a spell to like erase his memory, like Men in Black?
Would a heal help?
Yeah, like a sense. Yeah,
Binding wounds, not.
mending spell.
Theoretically, you could break down the compounds in the toxin on
even
his
tell,
eyes.
Don't even tell him.
I could, yes.
Look, I melted his face. Will mending help that?
Who told you to do this, Frock?
You fuckers.
I'm going to walk off into the bedroom.
In
this
fairness, you suggested it. Normally, the shit they blame on you is completely absurd. This time, it is in fact you.
It was exactly right.
This is a legitimate frog.
This is a legitimate fraud. I'm not
Circular rooms in the
Okay.
apartment. So.
I'll stay with the victim. Which is
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
go
calling
back
you.
outside and guard the
We
door.
should go before the police show up.
You
Yeah.
think?
We do have a lead though.
We've got a lead.
You mean the same lead we had before?
No, different
No,
lead.
it's differently.
I'll go into his bedroom and
Coming out to the main room, it seems like an adjacent apartment. You can see that the latch is still, what is it, that chain link latch? The individual's looking over, however, quickly shuts the door, and you hear something slide when you enter the hallway.
What do we have the
We
other
need
one?
to leave.
Yeah.
I'm walking down to the front.
I'll check his bedroom real quick with the monocle.
Yep.
Nothing overt kind of pops out at you.
Okay.
It's a bit disorganized. There could be something here.
I tell him not to rob it, to keep this cold compress filled with milk on
Yep.
it.
You want me to break down the compounds? I will.
Do you do just the venom?
I can try.
Have you used your luck yet?
Me?
not.
No.
That will go horribly wrong.
Otherwise, the
Melt
individual
guy's
seems to be
face.
very pliable.
Hey, you didn't
He
do much better
holds the
than
compact
your question.
there. Says, yeah, his eyes still.
Had to do something.
He tells you that it burns around the edges, but he can't feel like the tissue immediately adjacent to his eyes, like his eyelids. He can't tell if they're open or not.
I'll look and I'll let him know if they're open or not.
Right. He can see a little bit of color at this point. It does seem as though his eyesight is returning, but he definitely can't go back to work for at least the next 3-4 days.
You're a mage.
Or I should say, cast any kind of ritual acquiring eyesight.
Yeah.
Well, since they didn't give me an answer, I just walk out the door back down to the cab.
Yeah. I'll have to go back.
We let the cab, we cut it loose, so. I'm down there hailing the cab.
I'm on the stoop without my gas.
I grab your hand and be like, let's walk a ways before we hail a cab.
We'll walk it. That makes you feel better.
I do let the guy know he needs to irrigate every hour.
Yep.
And
He seems to be listening intently.
Yep. Oh.
I call Nathan Dweller next chance I get.
Probably about 3 minutes away. You guys are walking, I'm assuming heading back to Althea Montrose's apartment complex from here.
Yeah.
I
I just thought we should walk
Move adjacent to
walk
block or to make
away
it split up
so
into
that
groups.
we're not seen taking a cab away from the apartment.
They said
Professor, are you going to teleport us back to Althea Montrose? That'd be the easiest thing. Sure, if I'll pursue it. Huh?
No.
No? Okay. Does anybody want to get teleported?
Nope.
Are you going to do it?
Yeah.
Nope.
I'll go with.
I'm in. Nope. I want to get off the street. I went horribly wrong. Curio shop.
Yep.
Okay.
I waste one. I'm letting you know right now. You're wasting it.
I think, yeah.
I'm about to get arrested.
Hustle, hustle, hustle.
Me? No, I didn't blow anybody things into anybody's face.
Have a gas mask.
You're an
They,
accessory.
they don't recognize my face. I had a mask on the entire time.
That's true. But you're with us, and I'll tell the truth that you won't recognize
All right.
He was blind.
You guys continue to walk. You debate whether or not you're going to teleport. You continue to walk past it. Shortly thereafter, I would say about 3 minutes, 2 police cruisers pass actually by your group heading towards the apartment complex.
Walk faster.
How much further?
Remember that group we saw a couple blocks ago?
Wild.
I wonder if they were involved.
So I'll get our story straight.
Why
There
are
were
we
3
still in a
people.
group?
I'm not. Put out the circle, please.
teleport
That'd
now?
be a good idea.
Yes.
You can teleport us now, Professor?
You're the better teleporter.
But you need the practice.
I'm just gonna keep walking because if they all teleport, I'm fine.
Do we have a teleport system
your
in
ass
her
back here.
apartment?
I don't know if you guys.
No, I'm not going to.
I don't think you guys set one up.
No, we didn't.
It's all right. He's seen it like for a day.
Come on, Professor. You can do it.
No, don't think so.
All right, well, let's hurry up and then find a cab. Find
Yeah.
some other means to get where we're going.
You guys take a cabbie.
Yep.
Head
I
back
say
to-
we tell the cabbie that we want to go like a few blocks away from our destination.
Sure.
That's a good idea.
We do that.
Yep.
Yep.
Do that.
And we walk to her
You're
apartment.
assuming that they can't ID this bunch of miscreants.
There's 7 Americans.
Exactly.
And the
Led
black
by
guy.
a
I'm an American. He was our leader.
and a very tiny, pretty woman.
Yeah,
So we spend the rest of the night, wake up in the morning, go to the curio shop.
that's the plan. Yeah.
We'll take watches.
I was pretty
Are there any
excited.
abandoned
I do feel like I
apartments
need
in
to
this
rest.
facility?
I think it could be a restaurant that's out for us too, my lord.
Could be.
What's his description? For
Hey,
us?
but there's very few of us who he will know.
Yeah.
He saw all of us the previous day.
Otherwise, you guys will get back to Althea. Or is it,
Except me.
you guys were going directly to it, or are you going a few blocks away?
Couple
We're
blocks
gonna
away.
go-
I'll
Oh,
walk
so
there.
you give me up, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that there's a clear evidence trail that connects you to the group. No one has to give you all.
We
I
might
call
want to.
Nathan Drawer from her apartment. I let him know what happened.
He'll tell you that old pufferfish venom that was it Daniel had.
Yep. Blow directly into the face of the suspect.
He said he thought that Daniel was the only one who knew how to make antidotes for that.
I think that Daniel and Frock collaborated on a few things. Or maybe he left some manuals of instruction of how to do these things. Without
He's so
regard,
innocent
Frock-
now.
Well, he does say,
What?
I can't make those judgments out in the field. I do
Oh,
trust
look at that.
newbie to make these types
Oh,
of
you'll hear him
decisions.
call. You'll hear me.
He'll try to clean up anything that happens, but
Yeah. No, I was
The
there.
truth is slowly coming out
I
without
thought
the
it was a good
venom,
idea
huh?
at the time, and it wasn't.
If it
He'll
isn't
try to
the
kill
case,
He was a
then
prime
it's a
suspect.
he'll try to clean up any kind of repercussions from this. Hopefully, though, the individual won't be blind or anything else of that nature.
Right. So he's going to need doctorial help. Maybe you can have a on-call go there
So
and
what
treat him in the
happened?
morning.
I learned this from Daniel.
Give you a phone number. This is for the MI5 team that's on standby.
That's
We
why
informed them
I
of
got
the issue of heavy particle event at Stonehenge. So I'm just saying.
I'll pass along to Nathan Drawer in case he needs to go up a step.
B. I learned this from Daniel when he was under the influence of his own truth grenade.
Well, there you go.
So
There's
yes, they
information.
collaborated.
Otherwise, you guys, I'm assuming, stay at Althea Montrose for the night.
Yep.
Not 10 minutes later, you're called by Agent Ace from MI5.
Uh-huh.
He says that they have a APB out for your group. He says specifically Obduro, Brooklyn. Apparently, London Yard was looking into an investigation at the British Museum, and somebody came up immediately matching your description in a nearby location. And dear Merriweather said that you were staying at Althea Montrose's
The
apartment.
cops are going to be here shortly.
He stopped that from happening, but he would like to know your side of things.
I tell him straight up what happened. We had our prime suspect. We were 98.7% sure. He was the lead, and he was the head cultist, and we were wrong.
He assumed as much. He brought them into MI5's medical wing. However, he would like you to
Tone it down.
tone it down a bit.
They said
What's-
we like I was French.
What's our next lead?
Well, we do have. We got two. We have the Curio
far,
shop,
we're
and we have
batting
those people, those two that put the animal together.
And let him know what our next leads are, in case things go horribly wrong for us, so he can try to pick up the pieces if we're all dead and try to stop.
He'll tell you that that is not, in fact, his job. He'll do what he can, but yeah.
My other person is the Eurasian lady.
All right.
The one with
I thank
Eurasian
him for
studies.
The two who
interfering in
The
our
other one.
behalf.
Not the first name he did, the second name.
We'll try to make it. We'll try as lightly as we can.
So I guess
I got
some
like
of us
lucky.
will stay in the apartment then.
I guess we can stay in the apartment.
Yeah,
We stopped the ADB, right?
Yeah, stop the ATV.
All right.
we are not the criminal Americans you're looking for. I feel like in the Mummy, the Americans.
Yeah, the Americans that all die. Sweet.
I'm just now imagining like Batman and people following him, walking him back to his own Batcave. Like, oh, it's underneath Bruce Manor. Oh no, you think he's the same dude? I don't know, he's about the same build.
You never see them in the same place twice.
Yeah, that's weird.
Weird, yeah.
All right, so you guys are going to the Obduro London division, or
No, we're staying here
Staying
for
here
the
on
night, then we're going
Montrose?
to go to
Let's
the.
do
Wait,
watches.
wait. I thought some of us were staying here for the night. The others were going to the curio shop.
No.
The curio shop is
We
closed.
always
Yeah,
stick
there's
together.
that split up and die thing you keep trying to do. So.
There's this thing called sleep that we
Yeah,
really do need.
because sticking together really went well, and there's just more targets to hit with axes.
Yep.
Yep.
I was just one doing one.
We never split up. Otherwise, it leads to.
That was Jeb's
three people
fault.
here
Jeb's
fighting.
fault should have never been in a position
people over there
where
waiting.
Hunter's swinging axes anywhere near him.
It's the first time I've ever hit one.
It's all just a blur. Everything tints red.
Intentionally. Or by accident.
I never intentionally tried to.
Intentionally shot my arm. That's
true.
But you want me to test
He doesn't remember that.
It's the first time I've hit someone with my axe. I've hit
Oh, if
people
one of these
multiple times with my
specific. Like,
fist.
no, this is a new axe, not the old axe. That's the first time I've ever hit anyone with this one.
This is
Yeah,
probably
difference
dirty,
is-
right?
Clarification.
Just need to ask people to move.
Yeah. Or just remove the saber tooth from my shoulder.
We did it.
I have to say,
The
he was
captain was
trying.
The
trying.
captain was the only one.
It didn't look like he was trying to swing at your groin.
But who killed it eventually?
I really don't know.
But
I did.
for whose ingenious thinking?
You did have
going
those
Maybe the thought only occurred to you as that axe was moving into your hip.
So
You're
maybe
like, there's got to be a better way.
I'm your muse.
Did you axe the head off or something?
No, suck the primal energy out.
Suck primal energy.
So you guys can stay here. One thing is, you guys can order food over the have somebody deliver. It's
It's
London,
late at night,
so
so
what do you guys haven't eaten yet?
we'll get rations.
There's stuff at her
I
You
house.
have
got fish and
rations?
chips
I do.
delivered.
Yep.
Yep.
Me too.
We've already had food,
Delicious.
yeah.
So either mark off your rations or eat the fish and chips.
Eight
Oh,
chips.
I do
Chips.
examine it with my goggles to make sure it doesn't have the goat milk in it.
Nothing looks unusual.
All right.
All right, are we going to the curio shop? We'll turn the investigation over to Breton. We'll let him take a crack at it.
Yeah, shit, I'll buy fish and chips.
Ooh, Brett. Ooh, the new guy.
New guy,
I thought his
yeah.
name was Branton, or am I?
Or Thomas. Whoever
No,
wants
he
to
made up a new
step up.
name.
What?
You called him Bristol. He called him Breton.
Oh, Barton?
Barton.
Okay, sorry.
Martin? Okay, I got it listed right.
I didn't hear what you said. So.
I said either one of you will put you on point, and you can take over the investigation and lead us to the next lead, and successfully, to the best of your ability, navigate us
If
through
we're gonna
that.
order fish and chips, I'll get some raw fish.
The rest of
just
us
to
will
get
draft and support
Yeah,
your
that's easily
efforts.
done.
So you two decide who's
Scarlet.
going to make the next step.
Wouldn't seem to be already looking at you as a question
What
in
does
place.
put it on?
You two.
High or low?
I know
Put it on fish and chips.
I'm debating between the two primary needs.
Puts a
We have
hand on your
curio shop,
face.
one personnel
Alright,
at
then
the
I'll
lab,
get fish and chips. Then
What was the second lead?
Hand in your
personnel at
face.
the
more fish and chips.
library or whatever.
The taxidermist that made the saber
hand
tiger 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Right, and
was
then I
that,
get
the
one
curio
for
shop,
me.
right?
And
Nope.
if I don't
Or
want
the
to eat
curio
any
shop.
of it, she can have
There's
it.
also
His hand in your
there's
face.
a
Alright, you can have
secondary
half of
given
it.
to the taxidermist.
There's a secondary taxidermist.
So,
She's
yeah.
a Eurasian study person.
Her name came up twice on our
Okay?
the first day of investigation and then this time.
So there's kind of like 2 leads. The taxidermist at the
Thinking taxidermist. How about you?
museum or the curio shop.
I feel like curio shop will just find dead bodies if anything. Taxidermist might actually do a cold.
Taxidermists might find dead bodies.
Well, that's always a possibility.
It's a taxidermy shop. So
Yeah,
yes.
and the body was preserved with formaldehyde.
Taxidermist
So
and wax museum or something, I believe.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking taxidermist since his body
Don't
was
forget
preserved with formaldehyde.
Cabinet of Curiosities.
Yeah, and wax museum.
And wax museum.
I should almost have to make a roll on that one. No, that's fine right now.
So
Eventually,
the guy's
the
body.
I'm
curiosities.
thinking we can, if we hit the curio shop, we can probably, if it's not a valid lead, we can probably knock it out in 90 minutes.
You don't have to rationalize anything to it or try to convince us. One, I don't
Why
know
not?
which one of you two is actually the lead.
I think we're just
You know, co-lead?
co-authoring.
Okay, so where are we going?
So I'm thinking the
We just
curio
looking for a person to
shop,
blame
it's
if
been,
something goes
it's been
wrong.
hanging around. I want to know why.
What peanut gallery?
Maybe we can pick up a car there.
Mitt
Maybe
was
they can do
there.
better, but then we can let them run it off.
Mitt was there.
It'll go
Why did he
horribly wrong, just like it
die?
always does.
And it has to default back to.
Okay.
And it does look like he was preserved
Brandon,
at
Brandon,
taxidermist.
Anything to do with the saber tooth or anything else.
So run to the curio shop in the morning.
So does fatigue go away after we sleep?
After 10 minutes, you
Yeah,
get one
after
call
10
back.
minutes of resting, you get back your fatigue point.
Or
Do I
five
get that
if you're-
dex back from the stretching? And
Yep, you eventually get it back. So what do we got?
We're gonna sleep, post guards, wait for the morning, and then go to the curio
Hit
shop.
the curio shop.
I recommend one of you decide who's going to step up and be the lead to the question game.
You want? I
Could
can
be a tennis
intimidate.
match.
I don't know. what
I'm
happens.
last to wake up from sleep.
Diplomacy is a good skill
I have
to lead
diplomacy.
things off, and then followed by interrogation. Interrogation doesn't have to be you sitting in a chair and me questioning
Yeah.
you. It can be you're across the counter and I'm over here.
You're
trying
so
to drag
optimistic.
information
I say pufferfish spinach.
He's a
It
good
worked
cop,
so great last
bad
time.
cop.
So great.
But intimidation is a good last resort, I have to admit.
Well, that's what's up. You're so optimistic, B.
This is London. London
Well, I'm not
people
much of an
expect
interrogator, so, but I am a
That's true.
diplomatist a bit, so.
Well,
You have. What's your diplomacy at?
I thought.
I'll order food for
13.
breakfast.
Was that?
I'll order
What's your
food for
diplomacy
breakfast.
at?
me,
I'll ask them if they have any
probably
lox or
50.
salmon.
50.
Should we have them play good?
All right, I look
good
at
cop,
Scarlett. Salmon today.
and then one of us
She's
plays
alright.
bad cop.
All right.
Do you have bad cop skills?
No.
So you play good cop, I play
Already
bad
a
cop.
So you
on
want me
your
to do
face.
the lead in and then
Yeah.
Does that sound
Okay, that works. She is primarily
He's ordering something. You want to order something?
Are we ordering
So you
again?
play good cop.
Breakfast now.
Yeah, it's like
Doesn't
you
work.
eat have it like twice a day. It's ridiculous.
What is? What
I
is?
already took a poop yesterday. That's what those biology happening.
Why I
It's
gotta pee every couple hours? What does? What do you want? Little
So-
salmon?
put the hand on your face.
2 salmon?
Nothing.
So is
So
it
1
morning?
salmon.
Yes.
I can play guitar.
One whole
I can play
salmon.
guitar.
Paw on your face.
Okay, then that's what I'll get. And I'll get something for myself, something
I can still play
light.
their guitar.
Because if we're gonna do some stuff,
And I play
don't
better.
want
Yep, good idea. I'll grab some. I'll order something right as well.
This hand tends to stay in one place. Instead of being all over the place, like usually that's just like this.
So what's your range of motion going to be? Have you told you yet, or?
He doesn't know what my final range of motion is, and right now it's like 30-degree arc, maybe less. I can show you an exercise.
He will not be able to be engine capper with that arm. With that arm. Stuff he uses left.
Well, the shoulder will still work, right?
It should, unless I have rotator cuff, which I don't. Curio shop, here we come. Taxi ride. Lots of fun.
Probably like 9:30, 10 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
We stop off about a block before it,
I guess.
so we can check out the backside to see if it's got anything
Do you need
funky
a,
about the backside first.
Do we see a Model T? Or how popular are Model Ts at this time?
Very.
They're an older vehicle, but they're fairly still popular. I mean, vehicles didn't come out too long ago.
Is there one north within a block?
So here's my range of motion.
Not from what I can tell. No. Well, there would be Model
Almost. So if
Ts
he does
parked within a
this,
block.
this is slow.
And around back.
It's like the
is
stranger
there
all
anything
over you.
I'd say it's less than 30 degrees.
Anything unusual around back? Stuff built up or anything?
And no infection, right?
Not overt. There's a loading
Yeah.
dock out the back of the
Paint
Emporium where they most likely would move objects, but the British Museum has a loading dock area too. You can find that the Emporium is closed for renovations. It should be open, what is it, in probably 2 months from now?
No, it's not gonna be open.
What's next? Next stuff.
Do we?
Primal flare list to see if there's anything funky here.
Is there a big crowd of people around? Or?
It's 10 a.m. This is surrounded by grand cinemas and other very prestigious
See if there's anybody
buildings.
inside there, Frog.
Oh yeah, I'll close my eyes. Take a
There's
look.
a fair amount of
Laser
people.
goggles.
And
not gonna make a
Primal
scene.
Flare would
I'm not going to
Closing.
possibly freak out.
Uh, sense life inside the building.
I've got good knowledge. I don't have real working knowledge of what the spell does, even though I got it. So
shoots out a magic glowing ball of light. It explodes over an area. Shows you stuff. So
I'll use my monocle.
It'll freak them out. Okay. And I'll get a lot of paradox.
Albert,
so I'm not gonna do
the building is fairly large. It has 2 stories. It's not as large as the British Museum, but nothing particularly. I mean, there could be, but they'd be farther in. There's nobody next to a door or a window.
Okay. There's possible in there, but we can't tell because of the range of the spell. But there's no one overtly by a door or window.
Okay.
And not the range of the spell is visual.
Oh, okay.
So if somebody's on the other side of a door, you likely can pick it up depending on their life force. But if somebody's in the middle of a room, probably 20 meters away from you, it's on the other side of some wooden object. It's hard to tell.
I'll use the monocle.
I think it's
overtly, I would say nothing terribly unusual that you can see on the outside.
I think it's interesting that this place is closed down.
Yeah,
Let's go around the back way.
we are in the back. That's why I was going to do the primal flare here.
How long,
So,
like the note, how long did it say it had been? Like, does it look like it's been up?
Well, you know that he went missing about 2 weeks ago, and the note looked... You'd imagine that he would have used the notepad sometime after that. So you don't know. It could have been weeks ago that he made the note.
Did you
The
hear
note
that?
on the curio shop.
I heard somebody
Saying-
scream
Oh,
inside.
the sign? It's hard to tell. It doesn't look like it's old.
Did you hear that?
There might be people in the nearby
There's
region
scream
that know more. I mean, you're not a local.
I don't know. I heard a scream.
It's in your mind.
I heard a scream. Listen.
I listen.
You hear a scream, fright check.
Barely screams.
Tell.
I think you heard a scream.
so Thomas,
I don't mind breaking into
would
places.
the
Miracle-ear?
would your vision devices work better if we looked at the front window and is the front window
You
blocked?
can't decipher any noise coming from interior because the
Outside noise.
main road in front of this building is fairly readily occupied.
How about... I don't know. This is the last place that Dr. Mint actually had broke down and visited.
I don't mind breaking into a place.
All right, that's all I needed to hear.
So from the back, we just follow their lead. From the back,
As I said, there's a back door and there's a loading dock in the back where they'd most likely move exhibits, similar to like the British Museum.
Visually exposed. I mean, there's a lot of traffic around it.
There is a back alleyway, and there are a few apartments that somebody might have a visual sight of. Doesn't look like anyone's in the window. Any kind of noise somebody could probably hear. Just around the corner is one of the main streets running through the area, and there's grand cinemas and all sorts of entertainment. It wouldn't be unusual to see somebody like come in the back alley and drop something off in a trash can.
I'll look up to the.
Nobody's looking at the moment, but it wouldn't be unlikely that you guys sit here for 10 minutes and somebody will see you.
Real quick.
Go up to a back door, be it a side door. Personally, I'd prefer a walk-in door. I'll try to unlock it.
Okay. Give me a roll on that.
I rolled an 8. I did it by 7.
The door, it's a good quality lock, but 7's easy enough to bypass it. Off in the back, there seems to be a lot of supplies back here. You can see, I suppose, large chunks of wax blocks. Various, I suppose, oddities, like stuff that you would... There's a lot of stuff here, but not like tasteful stuff, kind of like your circus kind of stuffed animals and other things like that. You even see signs and sigils about see the creature from the deep, the two-headed mermaid, the alligator, the meteor from Wisconsin. Let me see actually.
Lenses.
Checking the life round.
Lenses.
It's actually a little bit thicker in here. Everything's a little bit brighter. That's not unusual. Some old buildings are like that. You can give me a perception check. You can give me a perception check. You can give me a perception check.
Can I just look around and give you a visual?
This is what I'm describing. It's in the back. This is for something else.
Beat it by 3.
2.
9.
Sorry, 3.
I got 3.
9.
9. I can take you over here really quick. Or if you don't want to stand. Share the information.
I'm just going to tell everybody anyway.
There is a morbid resonance attached to those wax blocks and stacked in the far corner. There's probably about 21 of them, and they're each probably about 5 feet, probably about 3.5 feet by 6.5 feet by 3 feet.
Dead bodies.
I let you guys know. It could have been rendered into blocks of fat.
Or they're inside.
Or they could be inside.
Don't they need the
I'll walk over to one of the blocks and see if I can get a little hole in there to see if anything's inside it.
Digging through, it seems to be a good chunk of wax. You'd actually have to really cut into it to find it.
I use matter
Okay,
vision.
hold on. The life glasses, can they penetrate the wax?
Yeah, I would
Bodies are fresh, they may still have a residue of life.
looking in there. What do I see? My own thing. Nothing that might detect life.
How about if we just have this guy cut into one with an axe?
That's what I was doing.
The reason we might not want that is because right now,
You said that you found morbid, right? That was the residence. Morbid is associated with death.
Yep, sorry.
So there's no evidence of life. Correct?
So, yeah.
Not
So,
for me.
I'm going to cut in deeper into that.
There's evidence of
Cutting in deeper into the object, essentially you take your dagger and cut into it. Ultimately, you do reach a hollow cavity, which it seems as though some sort of mat material, along with, you would say, formaldehyde and other preservatives, have kind of sealed this, kind of like almost like a juicy bubble gum, where there's like a juice in the outside and bubble gum on the out. And there does seem to be a body in here that's essentially zip-locked up in preservative chemicals. There's a faint amount of life now through the wax.
So, how about we kill the bodies, at least a few of the bodies, so they can't do the ritual?
Might be. Are they still?
Kill them
They're still
more.
alive, or?
You're pretty confident they're dead, it's just they haven't decayed.
Well, we got.
them.
We
It's
do
kind
have,
of a form of mummification.
The issue becomes, if you bring up a good point, we'd like to be able to do it so they can't tell
How
that
about we
it's
call
the
in MI6?
Well, so they would pull these away and take them someplace and
Problem solved.
but that
Well,
No, the problem's not solved because the people that are doing this are still out there and they can still gather bodies.
yeah, they can still hijack a school bus and drag it to.
So, do we want to put an ambush
Stonehenge
here
and kill
for
them.
anyone who comes back, or?
Let's do some more investigating. And
Yeah, let's
probably
do that.
Searching the rest of
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
do any of you have like a spell that lingers and like detects people or something?
Technically, the goggles can do that. Life sims can do that as well.
Guys, looking now throughout the
It
building.
depends. The simulacrum didn't actually detect very well, but you guys saw it faintly.
Now that I'm in the building, do I sense any other life forms, like more strongly?
No, not really. Not at least within visual range of you.
Okay.
I'll use the monocle to do a scan of
Same shit.
passive waxing, or just pop my head into another room and just sort
How
of.
about the super ear too?
Yeah.
It does seem like there are a lot of exhibits further on into the complex that are currently being resorted, and actually things do seem to be, what have you, being rearranged, and new exhibits are being put up.
Okay.
Otherwise, it seems as though there's a cabinet of curiosities, a lot of strange objects, some of which that are glowing. Otherwise, there's a lot of famous British and European wax figures.
I stay away from the fucking wax figures.
Yeah, good idea.
Any more of them life essence or detecting with goggles?
Yeah.
The simulacrum didn't show very well, assuming it might be something similar. If it's a guy, you're pretty confident you'd be like, that's not a mannequin, it's a dude over there.
Yeah.
Nothing like that from what you can see.
Okay.
The entire area has a faint hint of possibly alchemical processes that have been going on, and you imagine that you should be fine, but you are technically breathing some of the stuff inside of here. And the whole area is relatively lit up. It'd be hard if you came across something of a similar light pattern, because it would be essentially looking at somebody that's slightly above normal body temperature in 100-degree weather.
Okay. Now that you guys know that the chemicals are
And the same thing with
mildly toxic.
the monocle, correct?
The things of the monocle, that's the image of the monocle, but there are objects within the curiosity exhibit that are brighter than the ambient.
Okay. I look at them without it.
Can I look at those curiosities without touching them? Like mythos, thaumatology,
Yep.
occultism, anthropology?
Yeah, you can give me a mythos. So I'm assuming you guys are heading into the major section of the...
Yeah.
This is the main floor. You do know that there's a second floor, and also there's a downstairs basement.
Oh, it's always fun in the basement.
Do you want to go top, bottom, or bottom, top?
I don't think you guys ever went to the basement in the other
We
facility.
did not, no. Let's start in the bottom floor, and then once we take a look around here, we'll go to the basement, then we'll head to the second floor. But, would you like to read those
Do we
first?
just want to chop all the heads off the wax mannequins?
Nah. Let's
I
just
don't
start
think
attacking.
so. I don't think we don't want to let them know we've been here yet.
We probably need to move.
If
these
they
wax
all start
blocks
moving
and
like
hide them
zombies,
under
it's
damage.
on you.
Yep.
Okay.
Give me a second.
So we can
I
assign
crank
that
out my
light.
thing. Put on the flamethrower. Flamethrower versus wax mannequin, I win. You want to put on your flamethrower?
Sure, why not?
All right.
Take out my little
Keep in mind this whole block's going to go up. But the wax zombies won't get us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sure no innocents will be harmed.
You know,
Good
we
call.
could, Pete,
I take off my flamethrower.
Pete, don't you have a
They'll have time to get out.
Pete, don't you have a blowtorch in there somewhere?
No.
Oh,
You're
You
gonna
have a
let
ray
him
gun,
harm
though.
you're gonna let
That'll
him
light
use
them up, too.
flamethrower?
What?
You're just gonna let him harm all the innocents
Put the flamethrower away.
So what's your mythos by?
25.
based on your
Do you have
idea.
naturalist?
Me?
She's the rocket gun. I'm going to blow
No,
her
I
up,
do
too.
not have naturalist.
I do if you want to place the customer.
Yeah, then I'll
Yeah,
ask.
it's not taking it
Give
off.
me a naturalist roll.
I like flamethrowers. I gotta work.
So, what happens if we get a critical failure with the flamethrower?
The tank
By two.
blows.
All right. Some of the objects you come through regarding these curiosity objects. There's two shrunken heads. You think they're real. There's a horn called a unicorn horn. You actually think it's a narwhal tusk. There's a stuffed baby crocodile, a stuffed muskrat, a stuffed dodo bird. They look real. There's a selection of coral specimens in a long case. They look real.
Okay.
There's a dusty skeletal hand attached to a lacquered wooden board. It looks real. The strange thing about it, though, is it is glowing pretty brightly.
Ooh.
There's a glass jar of formaldehyde containing a weird newt-like creature with 6 legs. It might be just some sort of mutant. Looks normal. There's a large skull labeled Triceratops skull uncovered in Devonshire. It looks like a rhino skull that somebody's epoxied ox horns to.
What kind of
What
horns?
was the line?
Oxhorn. The
Ox horns?
Ox
The,
horns, okay.
the hand was going.
Yep. There's an ostrich egg. Looks real.
What is the hand labeled as?
The lady of the lake.
This is the hand of glory, but
Executioner's hand.
executioner's hand. Okay. Anyone know what an executioner's hand is?
Something that kills.
Not always.
Mind you, a fair amount of these things are not labeled correctly.
Okay.
Take it with
There are
us.
some things that say unicorn horn. You're pretty sure it's
I know.
not.
Okay.
What is it?
Take it with us.
There's a bizarre
leaving
little
the magic
statue of
things.
carved wood. The statue appears to be a squat, hunched, muscular man with a fish-like face.
Oh.
This actually seems to be a legitimate carved deep one. It's slightly mystical.
Not a too deep one, but a hybrid, right?
A hybrid, yeah.
And it's carved, not.
It's carved out of wood. There's an immense stuffed wolf in rather poor shape labeled The Beast of Salisbury Plain, shot by F. Huffington after a fierce battle. It actually looks real. It just happened to be a particularly large specimen of
I pull
English
out the
wolf.
knife and start cutting off its head.
Don't.
All right.
Don't, Crystal, stop.
You get over there with your knife.
It's just stabbing.
Stopping him, reaching over there.
Were
stopping
you
him.
attempting to stab him when they talked to you, or what do you do? The knife
As soon as I see him
Fine,
pulling out
stop.
the knife.
Right, yeah.
How is he over there when we're looking at it? And
Because
others
all of you
doing
guys are
shit?
in that room, and nobody else is saying anything, so they could be looking over your shoulder for all intents and purposes.
I don't want him near me after he touched my cat.
That's why he's over
He's
there.
over there.
Well, then get.
Yeah. Must.
Let's not mess anything up. The executioner's hat.
I only look at the things that are glowing.
Let's all gather around it.
I just
He
wanna see the
jumps
things
off
that
and
are
tries to
glowing.
strangle.
The hand, that statue, what the hell happened? And where's the other one here?
Any more stuffed animals?
There's a couple more in the facility, but nothing.
You said the unicorn horn was glowing?
No, it's a narwhal.
No.
Oh, it's a narwhal horn.
There's a large dried shark jaw. Looks real. There's several jagged hunks of flint labeled Stone Age airhead. Or was it not airhead? Axe heads and assorted tools. They actually look fake. What is it? There's a ghastly dried creature with a monkey-like head, withered arms, and fish-like torso, called a mermaid, and you're pretty sure it's just cobbled together crap.
Yeah.
There's a glass case filled with odd beetles that don't look unusual. The only other object that is glowing is a wooden box containing unusual metallic rock labeled Meteor. Landed in Roxton near Banbury, 1915.
Wow, I really don't like that.
Interesting. All right.
Is it strong, moderate, or weak?
I would say the meteor fragment is fairly strong, so is the hand. The other object is higher than ambient.
What was the other object?
A skeletal hand nailed to a lacquered board.
I thought you said
Take
the
a
hand
nail
was
out.
strong.
Don't take a nail.
They're talking about the light coming from their.
Just round them all up.
They seem to have strange monocles and other things of that nature that occasionally you see weird blue light coming through. You don't know where the light's coming from.
not.
There's no light in the front, and then just when they move around the back, you can see the light coming through the lenses.
Yeah.
And they seem to determine light.
We
that.
talk out loud. Oh, that thing's glowing over there. You know, the hand's glowing. And
Do you have any thaumatology or?
I don't think so. So the hand's glowing and the box is glowing?
And the
the box with the meteor.
And the what?
The box is not glowing. The light was coming from the meteor object interior.
Does thaumatology help examining to
Was there
determine
food
what they
there?
are? Or...
Yeah, it was a carving.
You need some way, possibly bees goggles, to determine
So
thaumatology.
if I pop
Oh, the deep
primal
one.
flare, then I'd be
That would allow you to everyone to make a thaumatology.
I'll throw it.
Okay.
Phonology, folks. Roll them if you got it.
So it'd be by 6 without the power.
By 8.
Right. Ultimately,
Thaumatology.
he uses an incantation and summons a ball of light. Everything in the room changes color, almost like a UV light. And now you can see 2 of these. Was it 3 of the objects are glowing? Everything else is glowing,
9.
but not as much.
Well, 5 out of 14. It's 9.
You're pretty sure that there is a summoning. There is a strong, I suppose, dimensional resonance or spiritual resonance to the hand. It even has a small, I wouldn't say small, a moderate amount of quintessence stored within it. The object itself, the meteor fragment, it seems as though only a small segment of the core has that light attached to it, and it gives you. It doesn't give off any kind of resonance that you can see.
I do.
How about the card deep one? What's that? Resonance or
A mild resonance. It is affiliated with, I suppose, an aquatic and spiritual resonance, but much less so compared to the other 2 objects.
I made a thaumatology with you.
You get more information regarding, or you get the same amount I gave B.
Okay.
what did you make yours by? 9. Okay.
So. Alright.
Well,
So.
there's nothing else up here. We'll keep on.
Yep, go downstairs.
Select those things.
Okay.
You have to.
But
You guys can go behind display and.
Before that, is there any sort of alarm system on that before you touch it?
Area shop. I don't
Yeah.
know. Did anything go off? Nope.
Okay.
The British Museum might have alarms. This place looks a little less
Sophisticated?
sophisticated.
Okay.
If it wasn't an alarm, it would probably be a magical alarm.
It's got gas lights over there.
Yeah.
I don't even have electricity.
I was just saying, it could be a pressure flip too. Alright.
So, should we
we're going
call
downstairs.
MI6
Not yet.
and get a trap set up?
We can do it ourselves.
There.
Let's head downstairs next.
I agree.
Yeah. I'll lead the way downstairs.
You shouldn't be making these choices. You blew last place to investigate.
Yeah, but these
I'm
guys are
walking
late.
around with rocket gun drawn, so I don't have to
Okay.
make a quick draw.
Oh, that's
Are
acceptable.
we going downstairs?
Yes, we
All
move
right.
downstairs. What's that? You might. Get your suit on, though, so you should-
Yeah, that worked great. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm walking
better
in the back.
Rocket gun?
Chop
Nice.
some sharp mechanics. Sharp.
I'll take up the back.
Okay. Heading downstairs, you ultimately come to a large wrought iron door that seems to be locked. You can hear various bubbling noises coming from behind it.
Anybody find a key upstairs?
No.
No?
Oh, I pick it.
Did we search? You said there's stairs, right?
Your stairs heading up and down. Yeah.
Okay, I'll
Is there
get
anything
on the
behind
stairs
that?
up
Yeah.
so that if there's water or melted wax.
Is there anything behind the door lifelike?
Not that you can tell. A wrought iron door would be exceptionally good at
I don't want
locking
B to
it.
get melted. I go back down.
Wait, we heard water noises?
Bubbling.
Like an underground spring. You
I
know.
put my hand on your
lab
shoulder.
equipment
Ian.
possible.
Well, there were deep
I
one
leave you?
things upstairs.
Probably bubbling wax.
I'll
Okay.
pick the lock.
All right, you
If
can
there
lock
is a
that.
lock.
Yeah, there is a lock.
Make sure it is locked very quietly. Try to
Yep.
I take my
As the
wand
PC, the
out.
PCs have been opening doors, moving down. This one, you come to the lock down here. You check the door and it's locked.
That high?
by 3.
It takes you probably about 5 minutes. It's actually a pretty decent lock. But eventually you manage to open it up. There's noticeable scratches on the exterior that somebody's picked the lock, but
Oh yeah, that's fine.
the door pops open.
Backless stairs.
You guys can smell various chemicals down here, but it does look like there's a large, I'd probably say, probably 2,000, maybe 3,000 gallon vat of wax that's curing down here.
Are the stairs backless, by the way?
No, they're not.
So they might not have enough bodies yet.
Yeah.
Bodies could be melting down right in that
Yep.
thing and whatever.
Well, they were like sarcophagus.
Is there any obvious ways you can turn the heat off on this?
They can have laid out little
If you
blocks
turn the
ready
heat
to
off
fill
on
with
the...
wax.
I don't know. I mean, is it how big is it? It's a large
So
vat?
everyone moves into the room.
It's super large in those.
So,
It's a fairly large vat. I mean, 3,000 gallons sounds like a lot, but it's actually enough where you'd be able to. It's larger in diameter than this table would be, but it's not enough for like a car to fit in, really.
Okay. Any life in this area?
There is a faint amount coming from the wax. Not so much that you'd say maybe it's animated, but you can't tell because the other thing didn't show a faint amount of life.
Yeah, there's something in that wax.
Beyond that, you can see that farther in the back, there's various bodies stacked up, and there's other kind of, I would say, wooden mannequin kind of dummies for somebody to put
Can I
wax
take
onto.
photo? Take photo.
Yep. But strangely enough, some of the lumps of wax in the back are on blocks of ice and other things of that nature.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Do those look like life?
Coming over, there's a faint amount coming from it.
Grab my gas mask and walk
yeah.
around. Is there a table where they've been having paper? Is there a table with paperwork on it?
You just stand at the door.
Ultimately, there's not a lot of paperwork down here, but you can find that I suppose there is a strange amount of equipment that you would almost see at a mortuary rather not than a wax emporium. It does. Some of these wax blocks could be finished mannequins, but a lot of them do seem as though they are proper, I suppose, medical disposal bags.
Is there a name of a hospital on the bags or a mortuary on the bags?
The bags seem to be general bags, possibly left over from the Great War.
Okay.
You could get something like this at kind of a curiosity shop or like the equivalent of a Salvation Army.
Okay. All right. Oh,
Is there any other doors down here?
No, the room is fairly large. What the hell is it? You can give me a scrounge. We're going through some of the paperwork. There's not a lot though.
Do they usually bubble the wax when no one's here?
You're not sure how a wax
Is
museum
there any way
works.
to turn off the heat?
Looking around, there is like essentially a natural gas valve where essentially you can shut that off. Yep.
Scrounge by 4.
The wax still kind of bubbles, so you imagine eventually it will cool down and solidify.
Unless a deep one just pops out or something.
Scrounge by 4.
same.
No, it's not. There's about that much
Unless we
space
were to, like,
between the
reach in the wax and scoop and fish through it, we wouldn't know if there's any bodies.
Pretty sure
There's
it's
not.
body.
What's that?
I don't think there's
They
any.
did show
I
life.
don't think so. They probably pour them off into something.
They did show life.
Is there a
mold?
Is there a mold here that's the size of a 3x2x6?
That was found upstairs.
Yeah, you'll probably find some sort of kind of squared off bathtub that has a similar size.
Okay.
Does it have like a bung that you turn to, drain it or a tap?
There's not a drain that leads into the sewer system. There's a larger nozzle that can be repositioned from the vat and drop into this area. It does look as though they probably have a blowtorch or something for melting up spots of wax, and I would imagine there's a large drain somewhere here for dealing with the wax that spills over. I wouldn't imagine that too much of it would go down the drain.
Yeah, well, I guess our next place is
Cover.
I just meant to drain it out of the container.
He's standing by the door, by the way. Just so
Yep,
you know.
I'm aware. So far, it looks as though there's a very what is it? There's references and notes to various things. You can give me an enigma to try to put it all together.
Yeah. Okay, write this skill down. Enigma.
Beat it by 5.
He could take
It's
obscure
essentially
clues
deduction. You can take a series of what look to be possibly related or unrelated clues and try to fit them together in a possible scenario.
Okay, sure.
Murder, She Wrote. If you, yeah, or Sherlock Holmes or
6.
things of that nature. Made by 6, made by 5.
That's not surface.
They're very...
That's really good.
Between the two of you, this is a possible, mind you, you're not sure for certain. Based on the clues you've come across, and this may change if you find more clues, but it seems as though possibly the individual who runs this emporium, it seems as though you find a lot of billing information, standard business stuff, right next to the body. So it doesn't look like there's like a disconnect between the running of this place and this down in the basement, how it's working. There seems to be administrative stuff left down here, like, oh, happenstance, like, oh, I've got to finish paying this check. Oh shit, did I check on the bodies? There's also what seems to be a timetable ticking down to about 2 weeks from now, in a couple days. There is currently what is a list of 22 prepared blocks and 13 in processing. There are notes about essentially talking to some of the procurers about getting a few more around London. There's nobody's name written down. There's no phone numbers that you can see.
What about a shipping address?
There's no shipping address. I mean, the Emporium gets supplies from various locations and odd curiosities. You're not sure if the antiquities are related to this particular operation down here. You don't know where the bodies are coming from. You guys can go through the bodies, but I'm finishing up your enigma a little bit.
Well, they're putting that together. I'll go through the bodies.
You will find a few items that do look like they've transferred between here and the British Museum at some point, but there's no... The documentation would be signed off by an Adam Merriweather, or a Dare Merriweather.
Here it is.
Do any of you know if the British Museum is doing a waxwork exhibit or anything?
They got a whole bunch of kinds of
But,
stuffed things and
stuff, but waxwork specifically.
we didn't go through their stuff. We went to that guy's office and
It's a
said,
big
"Let's go."
place. And the guy's office was big enough to have a stuff.
Otherwise, some of the notes
set.
seem to indicate that, where are we here? Seem to indicate that there's some sort of larger operation with people with individual jobs, but nobody's mentioned specifically. However, you will find the name for the curator, it was not the curator, but the owner of this establishment. You're not sure if the person that's dealing with these notes is connected, but there's a high likelihood, you think, based on your enigma.
Okay.
The owner's in block 3.
Never know.
It could be somebody could be signing off the checks and making sure everything
Out of
goes
curiosity, what skill, I believe it would be forensics, possibly linguistics, would we use to do handwriting analysis between the handwriting we see here and some of the samples of handwriting we've
I
seen
think
from some of the
writing
curators
is an
and
actual
stuff?
skill. That would be
writing
it.
is a skill, but it actually be under linguistics.
I've got linguistics. Can I make a roll on the writing we see here to see if it's familiar?
You can, actually, I should roll that for you.
I have a 14, I believe. Double check. Yep.
You specifically haven't seen his handwriting.
Okay.
I mean, it could be somebody's left hand, but it's too legible.
Yep. I'll
It's
let
too
you guys
well
know what I
written.
think. Handwriting doesn't look familiar.
Do we have a name of the owner?
What if we put a bullet?
Gregory
The
Winthrop.
sigil. Instead of one of the ball
Well, he's the curator here, and at least the checks are signed in his name from the last few weeks.
If he has checks, he has an account.
And
We
then we're
can
far
talk to a
away,
banker about what this
They
guy
know
looks
you're
like.
and we don't have to be right up on the floor.
In theory, that might be a little bit difficult. Depends on how suave you are, and it definitely would be difficult with a large group of people. Like, we want banking information.
Or would this be something that if we were to contact my spy
They might have this individual on file, but he might have never committed a crime prior to this, and they
This
might
looks
not.
like you're
I mean,
holding it
a lot of
super
people
tight.
don't have a
This one
finger-based
looks a little
record
more-
until they actually go to, was it prison or something, or arrested for
We'll
something.
take down the information, the bank information. Is there a phone here?
There's a phone here.
Do you want to draw a sigil and put it in the one that we already opened?
Before we do that, we should probably clear the building out to make
Oh, yeah,
sure.
we will.
So,
We'll
Suggestion.
finish up and then we'll call NY5 from here and have them.
We can still go to the second floor. It could be an apartment up
yeah,
there.
that's what our next
What
stop
else
is.
is left in the basement? Is there another half of it? Or?
This is a large area, and you haven't actually gone through any of the 13 mannequins down here. There's framework for mannequins, but a lot of the body bags sitting down here give you a feeling as though they're probably not wooden mannequins inside.
I'll go as they
check
were
'em.
putting all the Enigma stuff together.
That doesn't give me forensics, or even diagnosis, but forensics would be preferred.
Find out where they're harvesting the bodies from. 7.
Forensics by 1.
Yes, that would be 5.
Looking through the bodies, a lot of them look like they've been cleaned up post mortem. A lot of these people seem to be like riffraffs, possibly mentally handicapped individuals, hobos off the street. Nobody looks
Aren't
of
we
any kind of
missing
significant.
50 ex-prisoners from prison?
Yeah.
313.
There was a mass.
Associated with demons.
You're not missing. MI5 has said that.
I understand, yeah. They've got a cover story.
By 2.
313 people were missing from
37 missing from asylum
Dartmoor
previously.
prison.
Yep.
They're just poaching them
Diagnosis by 2.
However, it looks. I suppose the odd thing about that is, it looks like they're still collecting bodies here, and if you had 313, that's more than enough.
Or even the other 37.
And with the star formation, they could have essentially gone as soon as they had the bodies. This seems to be their limiting factor right now. So if they had 313, why wouldn't they start it already?
Okay.
So the other missing bodies may just be the Glocky zombies. They want more Glocky zombies.
Yep. Need diagnosis by 2.
Question is, why haven't they just killed a ton of people and done the ceremony? Why do they need the secrecy if they're going to summon some beast that can cover their act anyway?
Because you're right. After they summon it, then they're fine. But it's the lead up to doing it. If you start killing people, then you're going to have the police show up at the apartment as you put the pufferfish venom in the guy's eyes. You know,
Well,
and you're going to get caught on victim number 6.
Well, I actually,
Oh, no, the
if
Ripper
they're
got
gonna
pretty
run
far.
on a scenario, why don't they, use a toxin, put a whole bunch of people to sleep, truck them in a bus, drive them up to Stonehenge at 2 o'clock in the morning when nobody's paying attention.
I don't know the.
Look at our
relevance of
victims
the
here. They're all
methodology.
like homeless people. I mean,
Why-
this is
why
what they've
no?
been doing. They're slow rolling it.
They're slow rolling.
What
it
else
to
did
that
I find in the?
But is there? We've got this time point out that's about what 2 weeks and 2 days out.
Yeah.
Can't you look in the records and see if they catch for one person every 2 days? And so that's
Because-
their timeline.
I don't know,
If
is-
Obduro knows about
is it
these
2 weeks, 2
cultists,
days?
these cultists know about Obduro.
You-
and,
the only
other
reason that you
investigators that
think
might
2
catch
weeks,
them,
2
so they're
days,
gonna keep the utmost secrecy.
in the
because
timetable that they have here.
these bodies are as important
They're
as
over
how many
half.
cultists you
You're not
have
sure.
to do the power.
You would
within
feel
the
as though
ritual
that's a
skill.
general
Yeah.
estimate.
So they could go early or late.
That's what you get from the Enigma. It looks as though they're going as soon as they have possibly the bodies, but it does look as, frankly, if it wasn't for the fact that you were tipped off by Omar, who is detecting heavy particles from the future, all of
Nobody
this shit
would've
looks
known.
legit.
Okay. So
Althea Montrose would most likely die
How close
sometime
these-
during the sleep, and
How
then
close these bodies have to be to Stonehenge? Just have
they have to be, based on the ritual you saw at Althea Montrose, they have to be relatively preserved so they can be burned at Stonehenge. And the process takes like 3 or 4 hours.
Not in this game.
It's not something.
You listen to these guys. You guys
There's a lot of shit that can go wrong in the first 4 hours, so all of it has to be very subtle. Nobody has to be asking questions. It has to happen at the right time. Any small thing can interrupt it. So that might be one reason that they didn't just take a bunch of people, but maybe they could have accomplished that.
Like focus on the
Inside
dead body.
bodies. Not the one.
Is embalming fluid flammable?
You do that, you use multiple.
Okay. What could I, in theory, use instead of embalming fluid to make the bodies not flammable?
Why wouldn't we want
Flammable?
Water.
Unless they can detect.
Don't think
You can
so.
inject water into the whole thing if you want.
Water,
to.
like I would imagine, like something like olive oil or anything else like that.
Olive oil would burn.
Burn it. Yeah, yeah. You
It's
spill
not hot
it.
enough.
Yeah.
Especially if you got burning the wax around. I'm just thinking about, I go into that body inside that wax core.
I would say just injecting water into
Engine
the whole
oil?
building. That,
No.
Engine oil will eventually burn too.
Yeah.
Why do you want the
Oil
bodies?
will eventually.
Well, I don't want them to know. I
Burn
want,
without
Wants like to screw
I
them
want them
in
to
by
think
one
they
body.
have enough bodies when they do their ritual.
How you know
There they are.
burning's gonna be
Here's the
easy?
bodies. Let's fill the corpses with water.
Well, you stick dynamite up their ass, and then when they go to burn them, all of them explode.
You know.
Because that will kill them.
Aren't they already dead?
Well, you
No,
guys,
these bodies are. Well, I mean,
the people,
They are
I think
dead.
he's talking about the cultists.
the people, at
So?
the thaumagerie What would happen if we stuck, 10 sticks of dynamite in every one of these corpses?
Or what if we actually had the symbol of
And they did the
disintegration
ritual.
with the wax melted on the inside in a
That's
container?
actually not a
and wax
bad
fills it
idea.
up?
No, it might be a horrible idea, actually. That's why I'm trying to game storm it here, Let's...
But just before all this, we have all these bodies preserved, and we have the curator who was not thrown in one of these. Why? I mean, doesn't fit the pattern. Probably from the same people. That's got to be a big clue.
Unless he was killed in the museum and never left the museum.
Possibly that's what I think. They killed in the museum.
But someone had to animate the saber-toothed tiger to eat him.
Yeah,
I
we're
agree.
pretty sure the two people that put it together.
The taxidermist.
From your Enigma prior, you get a strong inclination that there was a decent crew of people that were all doing a small job here. He lists not anyone by name, but specifically groups of people that are collecting, they're prepping, that are essentially doing 5 or 6 different tasks. And each one of these are small groups of people. So it's not, you're pretty confident it's not 2 people.
Does anything imply that they're killing them off when they're done?
A lot of these people seem to be stabbed in the back, or it looks like they have indications that it might have been poisoned by something they ate, like soup from a soup
This
kitchen.
is
Or
where we get a stone that's already got the reverse carving of the mood disintegration. It's where the wax melts into the carving. It disintegrates the wax. Well, it makes an explosion because it fills up the canister and it explodes.
Disintegration never explodes.
But disintegration doesn't explode.
Well, didn't they have the problems with it of exploding when the canister was filled?
No, they had it. They had problems with it disintegrating only the compound that it came into contact with. So it might disintegrate all the wax and leave a body.
But if the body didn't burn, because you're using the wax to burn it.
What's the formaldehyde? The embalming fluid.
Right, too.
Can I use my gloves to disintegrate the body with inside the wax without touching the body?
Be pretty tricky, and you'd have a hard time confirming it, other than getting a couple people to pick it up and shake it.
I mean, we could try it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's assuming they're just going to light the wax on fire.
How deep is How deep would I have to put to touch it? Just my finger.
You could make contact with the wax itself and theoretically do it.
Okay.
I mean, the gloves don't necessarily have to. The difficulty is vastly improved to make a physical connection to it. The wax should be sufficient.
So what's our plan? Are we turning this over to MI6?
The first thing we're going to do is going to clear the building out. There's someone standing upstairs going.
I do think we need to go upstairs. Okay?
Yeah.
And eventually, we have to decide: are we going to try to set a trap here, see who shows up, and start whacking people?
I was asking the people in charge of the investigation.
No, but
All right. Yeah.
that's my thought too. Do we do that? Do we get MI6 in here to take these bodies away and process them, or just remove them? Will that solve the problem? If we don't stop these people, they'll just continue on in a
Or-
couple weeks.
We could put a sigil inside the wax and track the sigil from a distance where we don't have to be around. And once the wax gets to a location, we can teleport to the sigil.
Yeah,
How about
but
all of the above?
We
How
do
about
that.
just
If we could get MI6 to put people on Stonehenge to watch it 24/7.
You guys specifically asked MI5 and the Ordo Hermes to keep an eye on Stonehenge.
if we did the sigils, aren't there people who can detect that? Because the dear Merryweather is a spellcaster.
Theoretically, I mean, that ability, the glasses that you have, in even the Dwarven culture was fairly basic. So, yeah, you'd imagine that similar individuals probably have a more solid foundation of thaumatology, where they would know a lot of the basic spells like that, and they probably could detect it. But they might not.
We can look for ourselves. We can try to put one of your symbols or teleportation things in one of the bodies. And look and see how obvious it
The
is.
professor had an idea.
Yep.
Maybe if all else fails, what we could do is make it look like a wax fire broke out in here. In fact, no one was attending to the boiler, and it would burn it down, make it look like nothing happened. That might screw the ritual up. Go to Hell Plan, bring it out there, but we can make it look like an accident.
That just delays it.
Yeah, but
Well, let's check out the third floor.
or the second floor.
We
Yeah.
finished
Can we disintegrate a body? I feel like we should do that before we go up in case they kill all of us.
There's a lot of you.
Yeah.
The
Let's
problem
get
is
upstairs.
I'm pretty sure I can get best
they've
get 2.
got
Especially
33
when
I've already had my injury for the day.
We could incinerate one, they've got 32.
And if they have one less
And,
than
to be honest with you,
56,
that's
though,
the
they're
first time I've been
screwed.
hit.
So.
But
in
they've
my
got 2.5
7-7.
weeks to take
Yeah.
down everybody they can find on dock.
But
So
if they
I
don't
think if they're
know
one
the
short, they'll
body's
find the
gone,
weakest cultist.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking.
if they don't know the body's gone and they start the ritual and burn the
That would be
wax,
the only thing.
then I think they're screwed.
That might
So,
be
I feel like if they don't know
Anyway,
it's gone.
upstairs we
That's
go.
valid.
Let's go upstairs for now. We'll take
Yep.
care of the body later.
Yep.
In one of the wax cubes, in theory.
Yep. What's on the second floor?
Heading up, well, heading up to the first floor. Can I get perception checks?
Visual or just perception?
Visual.
5.
11. 5.
2.
Can I still yes?
6.
2.
5.
6, so by 10.
You get a bonus.
Actually, don't forget
for,
your
5.
Five.
Do you have any memory or
6.
photographic?
6,
Yes.
17
five?
would be 11.
16 photographic.
No.
So 11.
So you with a 10 and
11.
you with
5.
you with 5s and the Edict memory photographic. I think all 3 of you. I'm going to start to head up to the second floor from the first. You would notice, you 3, as you're moving through, you have your flashlights out because it's kind of dark in here.
Yeah.
Where did all the extra wax come from?
No, actually, there's
Where'd
3
they go?
missing. What is it? Section, the wax exhibit being set up, the House of Horrors, is missing was it,
Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper, an executioner from the French, was it Revolution, and Attila the Hun.
So they
I'll,
animated wax
Son of a
zombies.
bitch. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure gone bad.
Yep. I was thinking more wax first. Take out my flask, open it up, ready for it.
New movement.
Wax
Crap.
So that people know there's 3 missing until Jack the Ripper execution.
So cutting off their heads doesn't sound so bad now, does it?
We'll get to that. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. They might have gone upstairs, or are there any
If
doors
they're
open?
truly made out of wax, they may have left footprints. Let's go over to
Yeah.
where they were stabbing.
Or maybe you can track them with Did they glow underneath the?
Put on my gloves.
Okay.
Grab my branding iron.
Yep. I detect life. Do they seem to like? Is there like a life or?
You're not sure. When you came through, you're pretty confident. You looked at the 3 of them, and they didn't glow higher than the ambient.
Okay. Well, of course, in the ambient.
Yeah.
And
Beautiful.
partly because you're not really detecting life.
Okay. All right.
Alright, let's try.
Let's try.
Yep.
I'll start slowly heating up the branding iron to a suitable temperature.
What are you planning on doing?
You can give me a roll on that.
He's got Brendan there with the disintegration ability on it.
Luck that bad
So
boy.
he can melt it into something.
My luck, not Elvis luck.
Tracking straight up.
If we're only tracking, we're only tracking.
You guys
Is
give me
that twice
tracking.
over?
You check and do.
Yes!
I'm tracking.
I did it by 12.
I don't think I even need to
Each
do
time,
anything.
1. Wait, unless I'm getting a boost right now.
Not right now.
By 1. What are we
But
tracking?
Tracking until the hunt.
Tracking by 5, 11, 10. By 1.
All of you can tell that
By 5.
exhibits had various footprints, or not footprints, but the exhibits had shoes on and other things of that nature. It does look like they have moved recently. There's dust there. The rest of the area, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of flakes of wax that you can see or any footprints. Everything else is fairly clean. With the 8 and the 9,
What? Sorry.
B, I would say that there's a faint, almost indetectable ambient light heading upstairs, but the rest of it kind of breaks off into this particular area, but there's multiple kind of exhibits.
I think they're upstairs.
Alright.
Alright. We'll head upstairs.
You guys took the stuff in the curio cabinet?
Yep.
2 of the items.
3.
2?
3 of the items?
You could take the statue.
Just the glowing? things?
Yeah.
You took those, right?
Yeah, they're all in my carpet.
You took the big wooden statue.
It wasn't that
So
big.
Bigger than 6x6.
They're small.
Oh no, it's only by big.
Oh.
That's what I thought.
So I did my manipulation by 1.
Well,
That's enough to start to get hot.
Okay, that's all I need.
well, upstairs we go, I guess.
We going upstairs?
Go upstairs.
Go
Go.
upstairs.
Open the door at the top of the stairs.
Anybody want to volunteer to go first?
I
will.
Okay.
I put
We
it
gotta-
on my back. Because I don't want to get
I will,
attacked in the front.
If we counter
Well,
one,
put it.
most likely
Keep your
fall
eyes
with
open.
it.
In case they try to attack us from the back.
Okay.
You get 2 of them.
I'll
Sign
keep,
has to
I'll keep an eye on pudding.
brawl to try and tie it up. I don't got any wrestling skills, but I'm a brawler. So.
I'm going to throw Hunter's name in that hat.
I'm not going to brawl something that you're going to
Why aren't we just having him go with the axe?
into your arm. Boom! I'm gone.
Hunter! My bad.
How far can
Great
you get
pistol
that
on.
flame
That's
in?
more than upstairs.
What's the formation heading upstairs?
He's first. Anybody want to be second?
I'll go where I'm told to go.
Jeff second.
I want to be third. I don't want to be. Who's going to be last?
I don't want to be in front or back, in the middle preferably.
I'll hold up the back.
Okay, I'll go second.
I'm behind Professor Frank, keeping an eye on pudding.
First, second,
Last.
third, fourth, fifth,
Third,
sixth,
fourth.
seventh. Sixth, seventh.
Heading up the stairs, it ultimately turns off to the left.
And I'm watching behind. I'm walking
The
back.
stairs are fairly close to the front main doors, and you can kind of see light, and you can hear people on the outside. It's fairly well insulated, but gunshots, of course, like anyone outside can hear that.
How about rocket
heading-
pistol shots?
They probably hear. They might not be able to identify what it is, but if it sounds like fireworks are going off in a wax museum, somebody might call the police.
Or the fire department.
All right, that would be fun. Like, Attila the Hun attacked me, so I shot him in the face. We're like, all right, buddy, let's come down to town.
Got one room for you.
That does sync up with what Jeb said at the museum about the saber-tooth tiger attacking him.
It does fit up as a delusional story that you're building.
Well, I never said anything about once it was done.
That's what the cross interrogation will say. Is you were saying shit about some saber-tooth attacking him. Heading upstairs ultimately turns off to the left. It seems like there are 5 different rooms up here, and it seems like there's a main room off to the side, and you can see that there's a nameplate for this Gregory Winthrop, immediately off to the right up the staircase. Then there's 4 more rooms past that.
Life anything?
No, not overly.
Monocle.
I will say on character, very, very astute observation.
You would see that there is what appears to be some sort of ward on the door to Gregory's office, from what you can tell.
Is it any, I can't see the symbol of the
Maybe,
war.
well, you're at the staircase right now.
Okay.
Not even in the front. He's in the front.
Okay. When I get closer, I'll.
This is just long.
That'd be supposedly Gregory Winthrop's office.
I'll let you know there's a ward on it.
Moving up to the door, you can give me a
Symbol drawing?
was it symbology?
Symbology or symbol drawing?
Symbol drawing.
Bye, 5.
This on yourself when you tried to pass it out. Dude, I'm pretty sure his skin can deflect bullets.
Yeah, that's the.
The rune isn't visible normally. It seems to be some sort of correspondence effect. When you get fairly... Actually, you haven't been rolling for that, so I'm assuming you don't have it on.
No, I was trying to convince him.
You can give me a roll now.
No, we're not attacking. So you're not completely stupid. Yeah, well, we could be
15, so
we could, but we might
by
not
10
survive.
without the.
From what you can tell, it looks as though the rune might be connected spatially to another rune at some point, and if one's broken, the other one's broken. It might trigger if the door's open, it might trigger if the light's on fire, you don't know specifically how it works.
If it just disappears, is it going to trigger?
Doesn't matter.
If the other,
Car, otherwise I'm driving.
if the other one moves,
Circuit that's going to break.
Get in the car!
the other one, it could physically be moved theoretically, but if it's whatever its triggering condition is, that would break it. If it's being moved or...
But if they're spatially linked, are they sharing the same touch point? So if I get both of them at the same time,
You could, but it's most likely the other room is set up to something where it disappeared, and that might be the indicator.
The bums and shit, because they have like special skills.
The wall, you'd imagine just drywall and some studs.
I vote we break the wall to get in.
Is there any other symbols or sigils that I can detect with my monocle?
Not with your monocle. But, like I said, iron doors and other things of that nature block small rooms like this. If there's something really bright, it'll show through the material, otherwise it usually doesn't.
Is everyone okay with breaking the drywall down to
Why
get
don't
in
we,
next
why don't we
door?
try different
Not really
rooms?
drywall.
You might connect through different doorways.
Except plaster. Yeah, plaster and stuff.
Even by the way, I want to be careful because two of the waxworks that have become live tended to like women. B.
They tend to like women.
Yeah.
Jack the Ripper, like, what if these
He liked
are the
whores,
guys...
B. They're saying you're a whore.
No, he liked going after women.
He did.
But what if these are the three that are attacking people?
Doing the bidding, yep.
They're very good at,
Late night showing at the Wax Museum. Come alone.
I think they're just guardians.
Maybe, you don't know.
I think that that's how we've been getting so many.
Yep.
What was the upstairs like? Was it just the hallway with one door?
No. It comes up, L's off from there, and there's 5 rooms attached to a long main corridor.
I go down to the next room.
Should we check all the other doors? Before we go
The
through
next
room?
door is locked. There's no indicators of what it is specifically.
Pick. 9, 10, 11, 10, bit of 5.
Right. Opening up, it seems to be a photo lab, along with what appears to be, there seem to be workbenches and other repair tools and other things of that nature. Looks like some of the exhibit pieces may be modified or fixed. There's a photographic catalog of particular objects in old exhibits and things of that nature. There's even what looks like photos for newspaper print that may have been in the newspaper for specifically publicity and things of that nature. From what you are aware, this place looked like a fairly, what the hell is it, a fairly popular locale.
Okay.
Given from some of the exhibits, there was a lot of neat looking things if you didn't know about the dead bodies and what have you.
Keep going unless there's
Next door.
obvious spots for people to hide in this room.
You didn't see.
Okay, good enough.
Off to the right, it opens up. It seems to be a bathroom. Just nothing unusual that you can see offhand. Mind if you want to search any particular room, like in
We
depth.
open every door to make sure there's nobody standing on top of the toilet.
Well, we open every door if it doesn't have the signal thing on it, right?
Maybe we should too. We're double checking if it comes through.
Probably allowed to go through the back door.
Inside this room, it seems to have storage and film reel. It seems as though there's a large projector. There's lots of film reels labeled here. It also looks as though there is some control boxes for possible lighting mechanisms for the shows downstairs.
Okay. It's a projector room, okay.
Any obvious places where a person could try to hide behind some big crates or something? We look there.
Potentially, walking in, looking around with a flashlight
Maybe behind the screen
doesn't look like that.
downstairs or something.
Awesome.
Next one.
From here, it looks like it's a file catalog room. A lot of the not dressers, but the cabinetry is locked.
Let it be for now, at least.
Where's the last room?
Checking on the last room, it looks as though this room is specifically for possibly altering the faces of some of the wax exhibits. There's a lot of painting equipment in here, photographs of people.
Anyone that we know.
Well, it looks like there's a lot of famous, depictions or paintings of like Attila the Hun or other
What
images
about,
that you've
if
seen
they're Merriweather
downstairs.
or any of us?
Looking around, there might be some of the catalogs, but what's up, and you can see with your flashlight, nobody that you know of.
Alright,
Well, there's fine painting tools. You can even see what looks to be some sort of Neanderthal-like individual with a spear that's currently being constructed. Just kind of a head and then a wooden frame underneath it.
So if you had a disguise key you wanted to fill out, this would be a good place to do it.
Oh yeah, you can make it like a fairly excellent disguise, given the time period.
If anybody's got it, just point that out.
Well, guess what? One anyone?
Do.
Oh.
Do that.
Kids back in New York. I really don't need it right now.
Anyone think we should go back to the adjacent room and kind of go through the
Symbol room.
Yep. But by the way, since we do have our Hunter and I do have our adamantine objects, we don't have to break through. We can just kind of cut a door.
Cut a door, disintegrate, all kinds of ways to get through.
Can you disintegrate the size of the door? Or could you teleport? Oh yeah. Teleport.
It's all made out of the same stuff. The whole wall's going.
Yeah.
And that's attached to another wall. That's
Which is
probably
going.
attached to the floor.
Yeah.
Which is probably attached to the building.
If you take it up, you very likely could destroy the wooden frame of the door, then the wooden support beam, and the studs in the wall.
This is Mew.
The floor, the ceiling, the building, the block.
Yep. So let's just kind of hold with our adamantine.
So I could do it. I don't recommend doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's let the chopping engineers go front. Let's have some beam gunners back behind.
I'll go to the adjacent room, put my dagger to the wall.
Have somebody shim under that door so that if they decide to rush out,
We're not doing the door, are we?
No, we're
No,
doing
we're
it.
doing the wall.
The wall
No, but he's
next
talking about shimming the door. The door actually opens inward.
No, I'm not talking
If
about the
I
door.
still shim enough hard under the door,
Yeah, but it would be difficult.
it would be
It's
difficult.
like pitting in your door.
Yeah.
So I
So,
pity the door.
Go into the adjacent room, adamantine dagger wall.
Yeah, you guys essentially find two of the studs and work between probably have like a 2.5 foot gap between studs and start to cut out the drywall in between.
I'll stop it right here. They don't have drywall in this area, they have plasterboard.
And slats.
Plasterboard.
Slats and plasterboard, yeah.
I don't think it would be a significant
No,
difference.
this makes it that much easier now.
Yeah.
It's messier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I let him work.
So, both of you guys can give me initiative checks.
I'm letting him work. So
You give me an initiative check.
it's a 2.5 foot area. He's 3 foot.
He's a big guy.
11. So I rolled by 3.
Just train.
I rolled a 3 in my
I'm dropping
initiative.
about a hole, but I can't see through the wall.
You have combat reflexes, so you can give me a -4 defense.
4 altogether.
4 altogether. Yeah.
No,
So,
But minus
black
1
guy.
due to the.
but then what's your initiative?
My initiative is effectively a 15.
Then you made it by 11?
Yeah.
He made it
That
by
look wasn't
11.
good.
Oh, you made it by 11?
Yeah, I made it
see,
by
that's
11.
what
Oh,
was
okay, you told me.
confusing. You said
I thought you, yeah, I made it by 11.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, ultimately on the other side, when you cut into the other section and you get to the last part and then you kind of start to pull it out, you see what looks to be Attila the Hun with a large prop axe. Come down at you.
Lean into it.
Good.
However you did with 11, you will get initiative.
Okay, so I can go first. Or should
I would, yeah, do something.
Yeah, I'm gonna step back.
Don't
and,
block with your face.
I'm gonna step back out of the way and take a swig at my flask.
What's your flask?
We'll see.
Fire breeze. Yeah.
I would say you can't get the +3 for backing up because there's people behind you. There's a file of people behind you.
You got a whole breach
But you
head.
can burn a fatigue for dodging.
I will burn a fatigue.
Right. But excuse me, it's your turn first.
Okay, so I'm gonna breathe out this fire. I've been holding it still.
You can give me a. I don't think you have the skill.
I don't.
But you can give me a dex check.
Good dice rolls beat up the skill any day.
So by 8.
Okay. Essentially, takes a swig on this. What is it? Small container and blows out flame. It seems to go off into the room fairly good, and it gets the side wall pretty well.
That was structure going up.
You're not sure. It's only been 1 second, but does it? It might be magical fire. You don't know. It's, so you can give me a minus. Give me a -6. You can burn a fatigue. Spin it back up. Unfortunately, you can do acrobatics.
You don't have acrobatics. No. But I'm gonna
Poor
burn a
Rex
fatigue,
figure.
so-
He was so innocent. He was just doing his job.
Ah.
You're still the hunt guy, huh?
Well, just burning a fatigue light give me.
In fairness, he may or may not have killed anyone in his lifetime.
How much
He was
does
just a
burning
guard.
fatigue
He's an
give?
alleged mass murderer.
Yep.
How much does
He
burning
misunderstood.
fatigue
That's what he
give
was. It's not the real Attila.
2 plus 2.
That's right.
So,
He's a character
I was at a
actor.
minus 40.
Practicing his role,
Minus
stand still.
6.
Be stand
Then I made it dead on.
Made out of wax.
Whatever.
He didn't want to be made. Never wanted to be made.
You had the choice to become a total horn.
Did you roll an
That
11?
was actually
I rolled an 11 minus with the plus 2. I have a. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
Jib's like a thing.
I did roll under that by 2, but no, I would have missed it there. Never mind.
I would have found it impressive if you got a 17 dodge. I'm not saying it can't happen, so the PCs can do
So I
that.
just get hit. I didn't.
Numbers you're throwing at me are
Yeah.
sometimes extremely good, sometimes extremely poor, and not necessarily accurate.
Okay.
What about your serendipity?
I will actually blow my
Except you
serendipity.
have to remember to word it correctly.
I'm blowing my serendipity. As he swings, he hits. Is he's like, is he swinging like kind of like this?
Yep.
He hits the top. The top wood beam and hits into the wood beam. Yeah.
Right, ultimately you end up taking 2 blunt trauma into the right shoulder. It seems as though his semi-real, semi-prop axe hits kind of a top supporting beam, and the head snaps off, and he comes down with a broom handle into your shoulder.
Okay.
He seems to be on fire now as he slowly kind of moves through the hole.
He wants to
We're
give you
in
a hug.
standard initiative. We've got Frank.
How did the professor get so quick? How does this make any sense?
Professor's always been
Good.
quick.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. I withdraw my comment.
It's her cat. It's
Boy, you got vilified on that one there, buddy.
There we go. Yeah.
I already have my wand out. Can I get an Abijah on that guy?
It's a 1 meter diameter. You'd probably get several people.
Cast deflect harm on us. Can I do that, but have it permeable so that they can...
Yeah, but the guy's about to just walk right through it.
But there's other people behind.
sounds like you need to make a dark gun.
Oh.
It's done.
Quiet.
My radio's
You
down.
could theoretically make it strong enough to stop him
better.
from coming through it like that. But given how the group is scattered, it's going to be very difficult.
Can I just do deflect harm? Who's
By the way,
in
how
front
expensive are
there?
the rockets for the
Him and then there's a bunch of people next to you.
Then I'll try to do deflect harm in front
assuming first
of that
one.
door then. In that door, so I don't know if I can attempt to make it strong enough where he can.
He's currently in it. You have to place it right in
I
front
save
of
some
Frank.
of the rockets. Then
And the thing is, if he moves forward, then he might not be able to pull his hand back.
yeah, I saved
You can just ready your ass.
You owe me 20.
Then I'm gonna...
It's kind of like you're trying to set up a wall in between like 4 inches of people, and the thing is, if he gets caught on fire and jerks forward, then he can't move backwards. So he's like, my face is burning. Ah!
Okay, then I'll ready an action to do it when everyone's, out of the
Deflect harm is really good against projectiles, but it's really hard to do for melee stuff. But if you're going to get cut in the crotch anyway, it's fine. We're at Hunter.
I'll just try to do a primal conduit and just read any energy that I siphon off this thing into space.
Okay.
Just the immediate space. So that's 3, 9. So I've got it by 3 without the power.
If you do that correctly, shouldn't that be 8 on the dice?
10, so it's 9.
Something's building. It's a little bit difficult when you're dealing with a moving target. It's working.
It's building.
Branton?
Does
Yep,
he
Branton.
does he take
You give me a perception check.
Mark, perception check. Visual?
He's in charge of minusing from his DR.
It's blunt trauma, so it doesn't really do much. So,
Yeah, the blunt trauma still get through.
yeah, so it's
But he took crushing.
yeah, crushing won't, but blunt trauma does. One trauma.
No, you don't. Excuse me. You'd only take one trauma.
Yeah, one.
It would be.
I'm not
It would be
worried.
technically 3 points of. Was it crushing? Which
Yeah.
would just be 1 point.
9.
You're fairly confident. I mean, there's shit happening up. You saw Attila the Hun, and then he lit up on fire, and he's like, ah! Like some sort of what is it? Futurama holodeck character. You could have sworn, though, you saw somebody in a cape looking up the staircase, and you looked back down, and he slipped back down into the main room.
I will
You're fairly confident he had a top hat and a switchblade.
He and I are in the back, and I'm watching the same way he is. So can I have a roll at some point too?
So we saw Jack the Ripper.
They both stated too that they had their
Some
guns out.
weirdo in a Phantom of the Opera outfit.
You're gonna have to
What do we got, Steve? Is that a whammy? Is that a whammy over there?
Phantom
I
of
don't
the
know. You tell
Opera
me. I've
also
got a
likes
freaking
women.
5 so far.
I'm sure you won't have any future luck-related rolls in this combat against horrible minions.
We can get chased out of this room at any time.
She's got Elvis's luck still. Just
That's
Your
only
guys'
once an adventure.
Yeah,
in your guys' benefit,
only
you
that
did
one
have your guns
Brazil
on. You were
one.
playing it down the hallway, right? So
Yep.
you shot the guy. You should be able to get a shot.
I did it by 14.
You will see this individual as well.
Can I have shocking now?
On your initiative, no. However, on your initiative, you could.
I will shoot him with the rocket gun. $20 down the drain. No, it's 60, isn't it?
Well,
3
depends how many
shots.
shots you're
What
going to
happened is that when I
It's
was
slightly dark in that direction. You guys have probably a
do.
flashlight
At
in
least
the
2.
area.
2 gives you a plus 1.
and so we could
What's 3 give me?
Another shot. Firing 3 if you meet the recoil means 3 shots hit him instead of 2.
I told him
I'll shoot 2 shots. Plus 1 on something.
Plus 1 to hit because you fired.
So what am I rolling?
said, "Oh,
So you're rolling against your pistol gun.
Okay.
it's like, oh,
16.
it just,
Okay.
You rolled a 9, so you hit by 7, which becomes 8 plus any penalties you've got.
It wasn't a bad exchange.
Nope. Ultimately, you fire 2 rounds. They impact in the right forearm and upper arm. Ultimately, a wax arm hits the ground and then switches really quick as it reflexively hits the ground. The individual disappears.
So his knife hand's gone.
Well, he has another hand.
Well, he's
Not sure if for Jack the Ripper the simulacrum is ambidexterous, but he's missing a switchblade.
Okay, so Jack the Ripper's almost dead to the count.
You've disarmed one of his arms. So yeah.
Wow.
I'm not next, so. Who are we missing here?
I haven't gone yet.
No, Genghis Khan is on fire.
what's your
Jack the
speed?
Ripper's been shot.
And your deck?
We're missing
Oh,
execution.
the executioner.
Who just been gone?
He's walking around with his guillotine.
Not yet. It'd be Erickson.
Could have an executioner next.
Your dex is 14. I think yours is 14.
Yep.
So it's, both of them go at the same time.
5.5. Rolling half a dice?
Usually when you
So
roll
it's
for
you and
surprise, it's double.
Erickson.
So I would roll for surprise. And then basically, other than that, it's an initiative check. You start at like 7 and go down.
Unfortunately, other people haven't moved yet, so you can't back away from a fiery Angus.
So you don't roll
I
for
back away
initiative.
from firing Genghis Khan. All they can do here is make loud noises. There won't be much to it. So.
Use your rocket gun.
Track noise.
And that's not Genghis Khan, it's Attila the Hun.
One's already been used. It's good.
There.
back
Standing
away
outside
when
this
you
room.
want
Outside this building. What did you hear?
Ian just told us before I asked him if they would hear anything. They'd hear the sound of fireworks, and it would call the cops.
Potentially.
But we're on the second story.
So a little bit, probably not. If everybody starts doing it, probably yes.
Alright, you have enough room to back up towards Erickson.
Backing up away from the fire. Can I see anything in the room beyond it? On them?
It does seem to be an office, and there does seem to be a safe and various other things.
Okay.
It does seem like the flame has caught a few paper objects on the desk on fire.
Does it look like it has a
20
chance
bucks
of
that
spreading?
first one.
Pretty confident, yeah.
Alright, as soon as that Genghis Khan is out of the way, I'm doing.
Rocket radio pistol.
Over here. So we're at Ben backed up. Anything else?
Writing an action going past the fire room with counting with him.
Okay. Rice.
Is he flailing?
Genghis? Or not Genghis. Attila the Hun.
Yeah.
He's starting to come out now, and I suppose he hasn't yet because his initiative isn't up. It looks like he's about to step up and try to grab someone, and he's a flaming ball of wax.
You're not going to
So
kill him.
that's probably not going to be cool.
This is going to be very uncool.
Should have used
That's right, you guys have magic to heal,
Nobody
right?
tried to
Including my eyes. He's melting on me. It's seeping into my suit.
Oh, I didn't know
Actually, the suit is waterproof.
Isn't the Abajah thing
But it's not
flammable?
wax-proof.
Isn't the
Gives 3
Abajah
points
thing
of burn damage.
flammable?
Actually.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Ben's is like, do that. I'm like, he's not only strong, but he's
No,
on
10
fire.
points of burn
No, he's more on fire.
He
Not only
stands
that,
over
but he's
you and
dripping
drips
with
wax on you
awesomeness.
like some kind of BDSM.
Your turn, Rice.
No, it's 6.
Back up and hold my action.
Okay. We're at Stephen.
I don't see the murderer down there, right?
No, the wax arm seems to essentially curl up and then just go limp.
I just keep aiming down there and hold my action in case he swings around the
You are aware that there are essentially gyro rockets streaming along somewhere in the wax imperium with various.
Wait, they keep going.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, they don't
work for
stop.
several seconds, I tell you. So they gotta hit something solid, and they stick in it and keep.
The rocket round has its own propellant, so if it's not stopped, it just keeps going.
You rip through the arm.
There's
Look at that.
various curtains and wax figures and formaldehyde in there, wherever the hell those are going.
Well, they don't explode though.
They don't explode. They do not.
They just shoot really
I was
fast.
hoping you could get the,
Okay.
obviously, the,
So now,
Should make them automatic explosives.
Pistol.
wax work.
Should make them automatic explosives.
he backed up.
I could.
bucks.
Do anything?
I could.
I go after him.
Put a little impact.
Oh, I did skip you. So it would be.
So I try to do primal conduit on him again.
Better than a mango.
No. You already had your chance in last time because we went you, Professor, then these guys,
Yeah.
Branson, and this is at the
Second
end
round.
of the turn.
End of the turn? Okay.
Yep.
That's when I get to it.
I'm with you.
That
I'm
frog
bringing
had
it
a
down.
chance.
Attila tries to give you a gentle, loving, wax-filled hug.
Yeah, I try to avoid it.
All right. Your side. You would. Erickson was the lead. You wouldn't be able to back up. You're direct shit.
I bet
Good.
that's like, give every room back up.
Make sure those are on floor, man.
I'll give you a -7 defense.
Can't be back from the chairs.
Minus
you get in
7.
trouble.
Just teleport.
Broken legs. and
I can see the room behind him, right? I teleport into that room.
You don't have a start and end point, but you can physically see it. You can give me a roll.
We've been in the room.
You've never been in that room. You can see it though.
But I can see where I'm going.
You will what?
So I'm going to do it by 6 without the, what do you call it, power messenger.
You don't have the difficulty for the individual attacking you, but 6 is not enough without either part of the sigil and then a room you've just now seen because of fireball.
Okay.
Ultimately, you'll take 3 points of flame to the face. You
That's
can
probably what
feel
he
him
had.
touch you in other areas as the wax kind of drips on you, but you don't feel anything from the suit. But essentially, somebody's waving a torch in your face, and you can see the fake Attila beard burning up. And you're like, ah!
So at what point do you think this was a good plan?
At the point I found out there was wax.
Oh, okay.
This is wax melt.
Taking the wax guy, putting my hand into the fire and pushing him onto you.
At the time, could I use the black mark and already did everyone get to
You could. It would be difficult because, as I said, only one person has moved, which allowed him to move. So everyone's just right up the grill of this individual.
Back up for me.
So otherwise, but next turn there's essentially a flame and burning wax in your face, and you're instinctively closing your eyes and holding your breath, but that's happening. Looking wide-eyed at it and smoking, like
I close
breathing
one. I
in.
close one eye.
So where we are from there, then we're back at the top with the professor.
Is it safe to do any spell in this area?
No.
It's like firing into melee. No, I wouldn't say anything's particularly safe. Primal Conduit's fairly safe.
I don't have primal conduit.
I try to teach you things. It's $20 like I said.
I got all the other stuff you told me to do.
But a screwed up a portion could easily kill 2 of the PCs.
Don't do
The
that.
Abajah web thing is flammable.
Says the guy who ran in with axe.
Deflect harm is difficult because
I haven't killed
I got a
anyone.
canteen, son.
I heal myself.
You almost made yourself a worse than death.
I would have
It's
fixed
not gonna
it.
do anything.
I would have found regeneration.
No, it's not.
Could have found a prosthetic.
I would have put a marble in there. Actually, I think I would probably put a sigil.
6.
I would have put a sigil in there and be like, look at this shit. They're fake balls. They're sigils. They're crawling sigils.
Whose turn is it?
I don't know.
It's my turn.
Who's accuracy in that thing?
I'm gonna just
Think about it.
running action deflect harm though.
Crawling sigils and you're not.
deflect harm until like people start spacing out. It's really difficult to do.
Protect them. Aim to hit there.
2?
Is that acceleration?
It's just that rare chance that you hit me. That was pretty rare.
I need to aim for a tower.
Dusty.
Primal conduit.
There's some weapons that have accuracies like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And so it's only by
The laser weapons, because they have like no recoil and nothing. It just
only by 2 and no power.
There's no reason to pull hard.
I'll give you at least one power investiture right now.
They have accuracies like 10 and 12.
That's what I did last time.
Yeah, another one of those might accomplish it. These are a little bit better simulacrums than the one at the facility, but there's a certain small threshold, and everything after that is good. It's just you're barely meeting the threshold.
Yep.
If you was still and you had time to properly do the incantation, it'd just drop. So where are we from there? Then we're at Barton.
There's nothing really happening back there, is there?
You can hear something down there, but nobody put their face in the staircase in again.
Let's wait for the roof.
Yeah, that's my feeling. I will.
Sounds like you're having fun up
down
there.
The staircase.
I'm aiming down the staircase too. We'll take a step down to give them more room to fight in the hallway.
Yeah. And get burned.
Or whatever's happening.
Oh God, kill it with fire.
Kind of concerned about that hand jumping at us.
When we get down there, we'll stomp on them.
He's got it wrapped up in his.
No,
No. The
wax.
Jack the Ripper's arm.
All right. So from there, then we're at Brandon Erickson.
I'm gonna run into the room and try to contain any shooting any of the paper objects.
There's a little bit of room. You have to give me an escape at a -3 because you only had 2.5 feet and you're trying to get past a flaming Attila the Hun. Flaming as in literally on fire.
Yes, I don't have escape. I actually know that
It would take a turn to get in there, and if Attila turned his directions on you, it wouldn't be good because you'd be stuck in a wall and you're like, I'm burning, get off of me.
I'll take my dagger and take a swipe at one of Artilla's arms.
Okay, give me a roll. I missed by a 2 might hit Dusty,
Or Hunter.
but that never happens, so just roll to your heart's content.
Doesn't. I'm unimpressed by your ability to do damage anyway, so I dare you.
This is with the adamantine knife, so
Yep.
4.
The guy's made of wax. It doesn't matter if it's made out of a butter knife. The only one that matters is who has armor on.
4.
Attila was dedicated last turn, so roll for damage.
You swing, so 6 cutting.
Cutting. Ultimately, you manage to make through the wooden dowel kind of inside of his arm, and it falls to the ground, flaming still.
Okay.
Erickson?
Switch tactics a little bit. Yeah, I tried to do a power conduit. Looks like that's
Okay.
good at it.
You haven't done necessarily that same thing before, but it looks like he hasn't either, so.
So I know what you did last time. I'm trying to do it myself. Start off with this. Anyway.
Huh?
Don't lean back.
I didn't lean back.
By 3. 3?
It seems like Attila has stopped moving at this point. He's still on you, and of course he's dripping molten hot wax and flame. We're at,
Push him onto Frank.
then we're at Rice.
We need to cover him so he doesn't set this whole building on fire.
Trying to.
Can I draw water from the air to try to put out the fires?
Water.
It's possible. You know there was a large jug of water in the photography room.
Smothering?
Look at Dusty's face. Well,
So
You've got a big
rug?
cloak on. You mind if we use your cloak to smother it?
I don't have a cloak.
No.
So where do you hide all these big
I have a
axes?
trench coat. Just regular old
I'll go into the next room.
So you have a big trench coat.
So, and I'll try to draw the
I pull
water.
out a 55-gallon
Put out
drum
the
of
water,
water.
on the fire on the walls.
You do know that there's a large jug of water inside the photography development room. There's other chemicals, but you know which one was water.
Yeah.
I pull
So
out
I'll
a
pull out the
55-gallon
water.
drum full of water and I dump it on.
So you,
I'm putting.
this is still happening in combat rounds.
Oh, okay.
Ultimately, as you guys start to do things, I'll go into pseudo rounds. You end up taking 4 more points of damage to your face because of fire and dropping molten wax. There could be some permanent scarring, but you'd imagine that with magic you can fix that. You can drop Attila the Hun and smother him out, pour water over him.
You gotta do the walls.
I'm
Fire.
gonna head into the next room and try to create fire.
Okay. It takes some time. You manage to put out most of the stuff in the room. It seems like a lot of the there was a large book on the table that was open. And a lot of the pages that were opened are burnt. The desk had caught up and was eventually
I
going to
got
go.
framed. What can I say?
But otherwise, it seems like the building is relatively intact.
Does this count as another frock?
It does not.
It does
Stop rocking up.
You've only been here once.
I shot off your guy's arm.
We do need to go downstairs because we have 2 loose rocket rounds. It could have set something on
And one
fire.
other,
And we also have Jack the Ripper.
And
It
Jack
just looks like a large
And
ledger.
excuse for yourself.
looking at the pages that are burned.
Going back, it seems like he had a fairly decent accounting record of things that he did. The upper side here, or the right side, seems to be relatively unfinished. It looks like a lot of burnt pages from the last week or so, but it looks like there's valuable, what was it, accounting information from the weeks prior.
Is there anything magical in here?
By the way,
There's a safe.
since you can do primal,
Not that you can
conduit,
see,
you might
no.
want to do it fast.
With the
There's a
monocle?
large
I think you
safe.
didn't do anything
With the
besides-
monocle?
Roger, I
Yep.
moved back. No, I
There's a
didn't.
large safe.
I'll break the lock with this matter manipulation. I'll put the other hand on it.
What is primal conduit?
Do you want me to roll
Allows you
for
to
it?
take
You
quintessence.
guys can give me hearing checks. You can give me a matter manipulation roll. It's essentially a large iron safe.
10. Beat by 4.
10.
It takes a few minutes. Ultimately, you manage to. I'd say the hinges are on the outside. You manage to rust those, and then there's a bar that's kind of in there, and you manage to rust that, and ultimately pull it out. It does seem like there are a few magical objects inside of here. However, you guys heard glass shattering onto the ground downstairs.
He's off to the races, boys.
Who is?
I'll look at him later and just gather.
Either Jack the Ripper.
It looks like a book, several jars, and then what seems to be possibly a large medicine pouch.
Do I think my rocket would have burned that long?
Okay. Why
Well,
would it be breaking glass?
It would have burned for
People
probably
trying
at
to get
least
in and put out
15
a fire.
seconds during combat, so it would have been burning until after combat. But this happened probably about 2 minutes after they put out Attila.
Okay.
Well,
So maybe they're
So-
escaping.
Yeah, somebody's
That's what
getting
we're
out.
going for.
either that or they're trying to get in to put out a fire.
I'm guessing escaping.
Escaping too. I did by 10. Can I tell the glass broke from inside or outside?
It sounded like something like a large glass object hit the ground forcefully.
So not even window.
It's not a window. It's
Not a
like
window.
box.
Alright.
So like Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper
adjusting
got
to
his
a
arm off of
light.
Conan the Barbarian. He's putting it on right now.
The executioner's the one we haven't accounted for.
Yeah, I don't think we will right
So
now.
he probably like did formaldehyde or something.
Near something that's flammable.
Well, we'll find out when we go down there.
Who's
We already
first?
stayed
Go down.
Let's go down there. Yeah. Did you
Heading
grab
down,
something safe?
you guys do pass the staircase into the basement, and there's a vibrant light coming from downstairs. Otherwise, looking, you can literally, if you take a look down there, you can literally see flame bellowing out from the basement section. You're fairly confident you turned off all the valves down there. However, on the interior, you guys can see, you do have a line of sight to them as you cross the corner, but there seems to be a large French rebellion executioner just dropping vials of objects and pulling down curtains and putting, curtains on piles of already burning objects and things of that nature. The
This is
building,
the self-destruction
the building is already was kind of a bit of a fire hazard prior. I mean, it's an old-timey wax museum, but this thing is burning the whole building now.
Can we shoot him just so he can't do
You
any
can,
more
you
damage?
can burn it right now.
I think
or
he's
you
just
can
going to
shoot
burn
him.
himself up.
Yeah.
Like Well, just in case.
Just wasting your ammunition.
You do not have any kind of line of sight to where the one-armed Jack the Ripper is, though.
Time to go.
Can I just shoot the executioner?
You can shoot the executioner.
Like, what would it be to shoot him in the head?
It'd be a -7 for the -5 for the back of the head.
-5?
Yeah.
Let's see. Right. Okay. I'm using special.
I'm gone.
Okay.
I'll go out the back door.
Don't forget, you
That's
have
a
luck.
double whammy.
Luck.
Luck, okay.
Okay, so there's a 4.
Did he use his luck in the last hour? I don't think so.
No, it's been probably 2 hours.
You're good.
So I think I shot him in the back of the head.
You rolled 5.
He doesn't seem to be.
I rolled a
4.
He doesn't seem to be paying attention to you. You probably, with the gyrock round, blow a large hole through his face. And he seems to be now clumsily pulling down exhibits and pushing over tables. And
So his ability to move is impaired.
it seems as though
Someone's moving the table.
it's probably glass or wax eyes that he's running
Sorry, I
with.
can't
You don't know
read
how
back.
the fuck he was seeing to begin with. But now he seems to be. Smash!
That was your brother.
Okay. I'm okay with that. You probably
Do
won't
you guys
get out
got the
then.
book from upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the ledger, but the one in the safe.
Fine, whatever.
I'll grab the other one too, because there might be something left there.
You'd have to run back upstairs.
So we're going to run out to the back of the burning building in the alley where PLC is.
I think we need to call the fire department and start getting the people out of the adjacent building.
You might want to call Nathan Dweller.
You can already vaguely hear people outside. Seems to be gathering. You hear, "Oh my God, is the Emporium on fire? Somebody call the police!"
I'll scream fire and we'll head out the back.
Okay.
I snatch her up and I run out carrying her.
Okay.
Can we go out the back?
Yeah, out the back.
All right.
I've rescued you.
You guys are making it to the back. I mean, there's some precarious situations. Look like one of the support beams is starting to burn up, but you guys are relatively early in the fire. It's just you don't have a feasible way of putting all of it out. Running into the back, you guys can start to make your way away. It does look like there's a fair amount of people gathering in front, and there are nearby adjacent buildings that you can see people are grabbing buckets and trying to water down walls that are next to the water down walls next to the Emporium, kind of haphazardly, but yeah.
And this is the night that London goes up in flames.
Okay.
Quite possibly. Is there anything we can do magic-wise to
like all
help?
the plaster? Like, I feel like that would help.
Okay. Could you use your hot branding iron on those corpse cubes? They're all stacked with each other. Or maybe you could get rid of,
Building's already
500.
burning.
So I know
They're melting right now.
With when we were
All
sensing steelies, I know that there was a steely, one of those stones that was like in the Pacific. So could I teleport whatever water is there and drop it in this area?
Because that won't freak people
Like a-
out.
Theoretically, I suppose
I can
you
drop
can,
it.
you can even get a Q check.
Some very surprised deep one is like, what the fuck?
That'd be awesome. We need him. He's roasted. Delicious.
Let's see, it'd be 9, so it'd be by 2.
An act like that inside of London.
I was thinking to
Large
put it up, say,
emporium.
like 200 feet up in the air, so that by the time it might just be like a big sudden downpour.
You know that it would wrinkle the weave a little bit, but it's accomplishable. You're pretty confident you could accomplish it. There might be a little bit of tearing with the weave.
You want me to tear the weave? I can try to put it off.
What if you did it inside the building where people didn't see it? Would that tear the weave less?
Or we could probably say that
The doors would probably, the amount coming in the doors would probably bust open and through the
water
front.
pipe.
Can I try to gather moisture in the air to give it like a little London rainstorm that's probably going on?
Potentially, but you feel based on prior how quickly you were able to do that with that water manipulation amulet, it might take you a few hours in which this
Professor,
thing's
why
going
don't
to
you
be up.
teleport the water inside the building?
I like how you keep like, this could be dangerous, Professor.
I'm happy to do things.
Padawan, do this for me. It's now your time to hit
Why
the
do
wasp,
we want it to?
the wasp net with the stick.
I think we want
So it doesn't kill the
You
people
just
that
want
live
it
right
to
to the
burn?
left and to the right.
Nobody lives to the right and the next, but
They
there's a
have it
lot of
covered
grand
with the bucket
cinemas in
brigade.
this district.
Wow. That's all I can say.
Not the first time this has ever happened in London.
Well, I'm gonna go find a taxi. I'll be back.
Bring the taxi here so we can all leave.
Sure.
I'll yell fire up and down the street in the alley. The wax museum's on fire, people.
People have already started to create a bucket brigade. Getting a taxi in this block is going to be pretty difficult now.
Walk away.
It doesn't look like this
Walk
bucket
away.
brigade is
Break the
gonna have
wrist,
any
walk
holes
away.
putting out the.
They really need some support from someone.
I summon water.
Maybe
up
the fire
high in
department
the
will
air
get
to-
here and
Yeah, I summon water up in the air, a couple hundred feet.
I'll give you a +2. This is
I'll
I suppose
I'll tear the weave, but there's innocents that are going to burn up.
you'll get a +2. This is in alignment with Garen's beliefs.
Let's see.
Wait, that's not a whammy.
It's not. It's a 2. So I'm only going to get a success by 4. So I'm going to use my luck.
Use your luck.
By 9.
The one luck thing that
We can't use that. No, that's for Brazil only.
You guys do have another use of
success
luck,
by-
and that's because you visited Elvis prior.
Why don't you tell us that?
you did.
I did right now.
What if I have
Success
one
by
from the
9.
He
previous?
doesn't handle you like a token you cash in. It just happens.
Okay.
What if I have luck from previous adventure? Do they stack?
They don't carry over. Success by 9.
There is a fairly sizable downpour. Some people do take some minor injury just from debris coming off the roof and other things of that nature. Everyone is just completely stumped how it happened. However, it looks like it won't catch the surrounding cinemas on fire. There is a little bit of fire kind of brewing on the interior, and it definitely looks like the building took some damage, but the Emporium might be salvageable.
But most likely the room where the fire happened down in the basement with all the bodies.
And it's very likely that the first floor, you've smothered the outside and you've even destroyed the attic space. The roof caved in from the weight, and then the second floor was flooded. However, the first floor is kind of smoldering, but by the time that actually is going to catch on fire, they're going to deal with the whole situation.
Okay. Now I'll walk away.
Yep. Well,
You do it?
Well done.
Yeah, I did it.
Good job.
Glad you did.
I do a good job all the time.
Yes, you do.
oh,
I
Nowhere.
think
What's
that
our
almost
next-
breaks even for killing someone in the Pacific.
Now we contact
I've got
MI5
to
to
make
get
up
in
for
there and
that.
deal with the corpses.
Yep.
Thank God.
It's
I
a
was
1-for-1 ratio. You kill someone, you save someone. Cash it in.
No, I got more to do. At least I don't have to earn off like the karma of killing the whole town. I mean, that was like women and children.
that was horrible. Yeah.
Yup.
Dogs. And I don't know
Or
how
died in
many-
horrible mutated ways.
Think about how many
Who
cats
started
he died, killed too in the process. I'm
Think
sure
about-
that racked up some.
He's talking about Smallwood.
fast.
I wonder what the problem. I wonder what the karmic penalty of hitting a priest with a truck is.
I don't know. I didn't do that.
I don't
Do you
know.
really want to bring that up?
I'm kidding.
Is that where you want to go?
It's a full-on guilt fest.
Yeah.
So what do you
I
guys
went
want?
to therapy for months to deal with that. And that's where you want to go with this?
troll.
So walk away.
Who melted him?
I walk with you.
Who melted the guy
Yeah,
who
we're
got hit
gonna
by the
split
truck?
up.
Don't melt the guy again.
All right,
I
let's
heard
get a
someone
cab
tried
and
to
get out of
revive
here.
him with demonic.
Even to my
He
face.
started on fire, so they couldn't bring him back.
Yeah.
Do what? He didn't want to
Daniel's
come back.
body.
He was dead. He was beyond bringing back. I'm gonna be honest with you.
After you burned him.
So,
Yeah.
you guys
I
are
tried
probably
to heal.
2-3 blocks away.
With fire.
You still hear the hubbub. Apparently, the whole district, the Grand Cinema, the Emporium, got lit on fire. Apparently, some sort of fire hydrant.
Water
brain.
Yeah, some sort of water pipe burst and somehow flooded the first 2 levels.
I do bind wounds by 2 on him.
Okay.
Did anybody see an executioner? No. Did anybody see a one-armed man running away? I hear a one-armed man set the place on fire.
You're 2 blocks away right now. You can go back to the people that are near the Emporium, but maybe you don't want to necessarily be near every crime that happens in the London
The
district.
executioner was the one.
Hey, the same 7 assholes we keep finding every week.
It was the executioner that was pouring shit down on them.
It was. But I wonder if
When they, you already pushed them back in New York,
At the very least,
things
he's
are
had
really
those.
quiet here in London all of a sudden. When we leave New York,
are we going to try to talk to the
We have Red
museum
Hook.
curators that do the stuffings.
I think so. Yeah. That's I think our next stop.
yes.
Okay.
Do we need to contact
Follow our leads.
Nathan or am I?
Am I to let them know that there's corpses in the building that need to be dealt
Corpse
with
has
during
got
the
burned up.
the wax
Yes.
blocks at the dock,
not
the loading
have.
dock did.
At the loading dock, the whole first floor was
The basement also had 13 more.
But that was gone.
And that's where
Basement
they
ones I'll
started.
give you, but not the ones in the loading dock. Do I think the ones in the loading dock were destroyed?
Yeah.
You're not sure. You're not sure if those actually went up. Definitively, the basement, a large section of the interior, the ones near the loading dock were pretty far back.
Exactly.
You'd imagine that they're going to find a lot of bodies that burnt up, even though it's supposed to be closed. So there'll probably be a lot of investigations like how these people died. But
A lot of homeless people.
it's a lot of
burned up
homeless
in that
individuals.
abandoned
Maybe they were
building.
squatting.
Okay, fair enough.
Not that many homeless people squatting.
We'll,
I know.
that ain't-
That's the explanation.
No.
Well, you don't see many
It
homeless
was a
people now, do
homeless
you?
party.
It was animated wax people then, and there was a thing about bringing some sort
There
of
was,
horrible
like,
deity
30
from
homeless
outer dimensions
in
back
one
using some sort of
emporium.
elaborate ritual at Stonehenge. Case closed.
No.
Yep.
You're fired. We're gonna go to the guy that said homeless people.
Like 30 homeless people laying on top of each other squatting.
It's obviously a
Homeless
homeless
orgy.
They
people.
might have all tried to
keep
get out the
warm.
same narrow window.
What do they call that?
By
The other guys,
floating
when all the homeless
horizontally?
people got in the car and had sex. They had a name for it.
Oh yeah, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah.
God, I can't remember. It was hilarious. So.
Right up there with an office pop.
Yeah, the Office Pop was hilarious too. I can't understand why anyone wouldn't love that movie.
Here, give me your gun. What? You get this wood
The
gun.
other guys.
All right.
He gave you your gun back. So last.
So you guys are about 3 blocks away from the Emporium right now. You could get a cab. You could walk.
We get a cab
From the library?
from the museum.
No, from the Emporium. You guys just exited out of the back, and that's you guys walked away.
Yeah. So.
So
Alright.
the people that we
Cab,
have named.
phone.
Cab, phone, museum.
Where's the cab taking you to?
Phone.
A phone.
Any
Wait.
phone?
Yeah, any phone. Call MI56.
Just add numbers now.
I'm not sure which one to call.
It's
I
in my
can't-
5.
There's an antique shop not too far, like probably 3 or 4 blocks up the road, and they have a phone.
All right. That's fine.
You said any phone. What are you like?
MI5, I say.
When I said any phone, I didn't mean any
How
phone.
far is the Chantry from here?
It's inside of London. It'd only be probably 20-30 minutes away by a
I
vehicle.
wonder if an antique shop stays alive.
I use the phone to call MI5, let them know that I found a major lead at the Wax Emporium.
They had picked up a suspicious character around Stonehenge. However, upon grabbing him and essentially trying to interrogate before he was even brought in, his body combusted into a purple flame. They may think that these individuals may be onto whatever is happening here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay! We don't have to worry about the 2 weeks. We can leave
How long
now.
ago did that happen?
They want to say probably about 2 or 3 hours. No, they would actually say about an hour and 30 minutes or so ago.
Where would that put us in what we were doing at the time?
You were in the Emporium.
Okay, I let them know what we were doing at the time so that they can correlate it.
We heard about that, and they obviously heard about a mysterious downwash of water. So Agent Ace will tell you, good job of putting out the fire. He'll assume that you didn't set it in the first place.
We did.
No.
All right.
Actually, we didn't.
We
He
didn't.
says that's great.
I can actually say that in all honesty.
Yeah.
I did.
That's true.
He also will tell you that
There was a fire set,
they
but not the fire.
do have coordinated. They have a little bit of knowledge about the G.U.R.P.S around Stonehenge right now. They do feel as though whoever was possibly attempting whatever deal definitely might be spooked off now, and Stonehenge is fairly secure.
All we did is delay.
Let's still go to the museum and
But if we
show.
delay it to the next star sign, that's fine. That could be another 300 years.
Maybe, but might as well
I
just put it.
don't. I think it's just like a.
All we have to do is contact Omar Beholden,
Yeah.
ask him if the heavy particles are still emitting from the area.
We'll see. Let's go back to the museum and find that lady of Eurasian studies.
Yep.
All right.
She was part of the taxi.
That's a loose end we need to tie up.
I notice everybody's interested in the lady, who's the number 2, but nobody's interested in the man. Nobody even remembers his name, who's the primary guy that was dealing with the thing.
Well, I'm
The
assuming
woman
he's with
showed
them.
up twice.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Just
the only
checking.
reason.
She's got 2 hits. He's got 1. So
I'm blind.
shit.
Dare-
Do people have the same allergy? Unbelievable.
To just tell you, Adair Merriweather mentioned probably about, I want to say, 7 or 8 people that were curators that had access to things, and that she was one of them.
Okay. Yep, they confirmed a double hit, so. We'll go to the museum next.
All right.
Do we want to look at the books we found before we do
Did you
anything?
spend extra
I think
rounds?
we got enough time to take a
Well,
look.
you
why
just
don't
gave me the
pass
gun
that
at the
book
beginning,
that,
so-
In fairness, you can't buy them from Sears.
Can Frock look at the book on the taxi right over?
Probably.
All right, how many do you
6.
want? I open up my trunk in the back seat.
I'll take another.
We'll take a look at the
All right.
jar, the
Take a
book,
look
and
at that. I'm
the
gonna take a look at that
pouch.
book that we found in the safe.
You don't have that, Jeb.
Jeb does, but I'll hand
I
it
pop
over
it out, look at it,
Hand it over here.
then hand it over when I'm done.
She let me read books and feel less guilty after you kill him. When he gets possessed.
Again.
Possessed.
I'm not gonna get possessed.
Okay.
There's a little bit more, I suppose. There's It's going to take some time to look over.
Give it to Frank. Time's not one thing.
Actually, what
It looks as though there's notes about a ritual, but these aren't old notes. They're almost new notes or adaptations or changes of ceremony. But there's a lot of pages here.
I'll wait till Professor comes along. I can hand it
Jar?
to him.
Inside, there is a milky white liquid.
Nope.
that is
Close
very
that back
bright.
up.
Well, you didn't open it. It's just kind of like a canned jar, probably very big.
Yeah, good. And then the medicine pouch, what's in it?
It seems as though there's various bushels of, I suppose there's things like four-leaf clovers, crow's feet, and a very an amalgamation of a lot of other small kind of strange objects, tiny eyeballs.
Put it back in and just put it back in the bag. Probably good for right now.
Occult on it?
There's a yes, occult. You'd say it might be used in a ritual or perhaps some sort of prep, maybe like a protective ward prior to the ritual taking place.
Okay.
And what does the milky white substance look like?
It looks like heavy cream. It is bright.
Me? Yeah, there's probably a time where I didn't touch and taste things or random notions.
You did.
Without having curiosity. Hey, look, it's a giant statue of Cthulhu. Touch!
I remember those days. And then you lost your
You
arm.
want to lose curiosity.
I didn't lose my arm. I lost my arm because I was trying to fight. Because nobody was up there fighting
All right.
demons except
Just to
for
let you know,
everybody was hiding behind
Play
girls
devil's
and
advocate. Hunter has curiosity, and he usually goes to investigate like, oh, there's coal chute. I'm going to put my head in there, check that out.
Exactly. Nothing's happened to me.
Nothing's happening to
Nothing,
you.
nothing of
All right.
note has happened to him.
You notice he
He's
has
like,
a wooden
you know this
arm.
hand? You know it don't. It's not real. But I think he's got that fixed.
No, it's all clay.
I've got the clay hand and I've got a necrotic arm that's going to be attached.
He's got a lot of other clay
Let's shoot a
objects
deep
too.
one arm.
all right. Are we going to keep going tonight?
I'm done. I gotta go.
I think that should have wrapped everything up.
We can end there. 2 points for this session, but you guys are getting fairly close to the
In-game.
something.
Something.
Did you explain how power investiture changed?
Essentially, it's now more an it's a boon from your deity, and it's not constant. It's one you act in alignment with. Power source.
Okay.
You have the dice on that?
Put my pencil in.
So if you have a deity, they still grant you, like how it would be in the game, power investiture based upon levels and how much you act like your
Yeah,
deity.
and you could theoretically get more levels of power investiture than you had prior, depending on how closely it aligns with your power investiture. Like, normally, what's his face? Hunter only has one, but when saving essentially a town full of people, possibly from a fire that goes out of control and burns down a good chunk of London, that's in very much coordination with, what is it, alignment with the wishes and memories of Garen that were forced upon him by some otherworldly human in another dimension.
I'm going to use yours for a second.
Alright, otherwise I'll stop recording here.